freak. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 1/22/2025. It is 7:26 p.m. Eastern Time. We got a little bit more on the Destiny stuff to cover today, and then we're gonna move back to getting into some of the Trump stuff, the executive orders that have gone through. We covered a little bit of the January 6th executive orders and all of the people that he pardoned, which is literally everybody involved in January 6th, including the ones who were charged with sedition. So that's something that we definitely want to get into, and we'll probably, I want to try to touch on some of the stuff that's going on with Lex Friedman as well, because he's been getting a lot of shit for his stuff with the Ukrainian president lately. He apparently had the Vladimir Zelensky on his show, and then was just kind of lambasting him the entire time for not being more respectful to Russia, and not being nicer to them, and not suing for peace more. You know, why don't you just let them have the land that they just stole from you, bro? Why are you trying to get your land back and take your people back? Why don't you just let Russia just steal all of your people, bro? Just let them have it. Like, why are you fighting? So yeah, but yeah, the main thing that we're gonna get into is the not so erudite TurkeyTom conversation. There's some tweets that we'll go over first. If you guys weren't here last night, there was towards the end of stream, there was a part of JSTLK stream that I came across that was by far the most troubling for me out of like all of the things that we've seen since the stuff came out with Destiny. If you haven't been keeping up with this at all, Destiny had sent, you know, DMs with nudes from people that he had sexual relationships with. He recorded those and then later sent them to somebody else that he had a sexual relationship with, and was just DMing them to this person, you know, for their own enjoyment. And then that person got hacked by what sounds like an ex-boyfriend, and that person leaked them all over the internet. And from what I heard last night, JSTLK knew about these. He found them on a website and messaged Destiny to let him know that these leaks were out and that they were going to spread pretty quickly. And Destiny did not go tell anybody. Apparently it was weeks before it actually hit like mainstream. Everybody, like, you know, really found out about it, and weeks before the victims even found out about it, meaning that Destiny knew for weeks and did not tell any of these people. So this is at least according to JSTLK. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. It could be that the victims knew and he's incorrect about this, but that is a whole other level of fucked up and just kind of insidious. That, yeah, I can't imagine that sort of shit. Like, these women have stuff getting ready to come out about them, and you don't even let them know, don't tell them, and allow them to find out by themselves as they come across people talking about their nude photos. And you have weeks to prepare and, you know, do whatever you have to mentally prepare, to financially prepare, whatever. And these women had no ability to prepare whatsoever. So that was, if true, extremely disgusting. Extremely disgusting. So that was, yeah, that was just a whole other level of fucked up that I am blown away by. So we know Pxie filed a lawsuit. I haven't heard anything about law enforcement being involved for criminal charges. Have you heard anything on this? The only thing that I know is, I believe Chaeiry said she's going to file criminal charges. And so we haven't heard whether or not that has happened yet. Because as I've said, as of right now, like what Chaeiry's claim is currently just a claim. We don't have any further evidence on that. We don't have anybody who's substantiated this in any way. And so I believe Chaeiry does plan to file criminal charges, but until then, yeah, hers is currently just a claim as well. So yeah, we're going to run through some of the Destiny stuff real quick, and then we will come back to you know, some of the Trump stuff afterwards. So what's up, JW? So yeah, just to get into a little bit that's happened since we were last on, Dexerto is a site that we cover pretty regularly. They just kind of cover streamer drama, especially gamer drama and things like that. They posted, Destiny has denied accusations that he deliberately leaked a woman's private images, claiming the leak happened without his knowledge, consent, or authorization. Pxie quote tweeted this and left DMs here. So the top DM is from Chaeiry, Aaron, aka Aaron. So if throughout this stream you will hear the name Chaeiry a couple of times, sometimes we might call her Aaron, but sometimes, yeah, we'll call her Chaeiry. We've had her on a couple of times, so depending on who's talking, they may call her Aaron, they may call her Chaeiry, but this DM from Chaeiry said, which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile micro-celebrity, and you didn't leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. Destiny said, yeah, I know, I looked into it for obvious reasons, just to be sure, but I don't really care much about the legal side of it or whatever. Obviously, I have severely, at the very least, psychologically damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is the minimum. I have no problem helping out or sending her money or anything as a form of reparations. We've already read these. We're just going to go through what it is that she put here just for the context. And then he says, I just didn't want it to come off as like, hey, bitch, LOL, I know I violated your trust in the worst way ever, but here's some money. Have fun. And then here's another message from him that says, there shouldn't be... No, I'm sorry, there's literally zero excuse. I had phone convos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. I won't say or confirm anything about them. If there's any particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. So this is, Pxie's just showing that he admits that he is at fault for them going public and getting leaked in some way because he did distribute them non-consensually. I have heard that Chaeiry's claim is super credible. Yeah, I've heard people say this as well. That doesn't mean that, like, I haven't seen any reason to believe that. Yeah, it's people like Doobie, it's people like JSTLK, it's people who, yeah, just them saying that their feeling is that it's super credible. I don't put a whole lot of stock in that. It's not even anything having to do with them personally. It's just that, yeah, like I don't know. I just hold like consistent standards on this. Like we need more information than just there's some people who feel it's credible. So So yeah, and then Pxie goes on below that. She says, he 100% leaked it to another girl, a third party, without my consent. I'm not saying Dexerto is trying to sweep for Destiny, but it's really weird for the tweet, for their tweet, didn't focus on the other side of the story / just focused on him denying the claims. They don't even mention his own post admits to the non-consensual sharing. Yeah, Alex Curse right below that said distributed it non-consensually. That's called, finish the sentence, leaking. It's not called leaking. Actually, leaking is where you make something public. So yeah, the stuff being private is private. It's when it goes public is when it is leaking. That's leaking implies malice. Not necessarily. Like it could just mean that it doesn't even imply malice. Like it just implies that you made it public. That's it. It just means that that you were the one who put it out for everybody else to see. That's it. So that's all. You don't have to be malicious. Like tons of people, there's been very few times that I've leaked things. I went 4 years in streaming without ever leaking anything on anyone, and numerous people leaking things on me and me never like responding with a leak whatsoever. But over the last year, I did respond with leaks in response to hundreds of leaks, right? Me leaking back was not malicious in any way. I don't think that me saying, okay, well, I have to leak this now. I got to leak this phone call now. I got to leak these DMs now. I don't think that implies that I'm being malicious in any way. So I didn't know until watching Tom's video with Kyle that Aaron Chaeiry was in one of the leaked videos. Does she not care, or am I misunderstanding? I did not state that. So if you're saying, oh, you mean TurkeyTom's video, not. Okay, I got you. I got what you're saying. Yeah, well, we're gonna get to that. So, are Discord DMs considered private? Can't Discord personal read them? You mean personnel? Yes, they are considered private. No, their personnel cannot read them. The only time that they can read them is if something is reported. Outside of that, I'm pretty sure a part of the user agreement is that they're not capable of reading your messages. They can read, like, posts in servers, but not in DMs, no. Because, like, consider it, like, tons of people are sending, like, nudes and shit back and forth through Discord and sending all sorts of personal shit. There's no way that they would allow, like, employees to just go through people's DMs like that. That would be an insanely huge breach of trust. So no, they cannot go through people's DMs without a report for. So that's that one. So it also I've talked about this for the last couple of days, but it is now made clear. Everybody else is talking about it now. So now I'm not the only one. I don't have to be afraid of talking about this now. Chaeiry is the one who sent the information out. She is the one who took DMs between Pxie and Kyla and sent them to President Sunday. President Sunday and Beckett making their videos about this while knowing that Pxie and them did not want him to make the videos. Him making the videos made it to where Pxie was forced to come out publicly and talk about this stuff. So President Sunday pretending, again, these people pretending they feel, they care about victims, pretending they care about what it is that Destiny does to people, and pretending they care about abuse. President Sunday is a fucking abuser. 100%. I think it is insanely abusive in the way that he reacted to this and the fact that he is forcing victims to come out and talk about things publicly when they don't want to. And from what I understand, that was his plan. He literally wanted them to have to come out and talk about it. He wanted to force victims to say the things that they don't want to say, and that is 100% fucking abusive. And I've talked about this before. Like, we've even had women in my community who got upset at other women who came onto my show and talked about men touching them, but said, I don't think it was like sexual abuse. I don't think that they were sexually assaulting me. I wouldn't even call it sexual harassment. It was just uncomfortable. I don't even know if they touched me on purpose, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And we had other women who immediately in the Discord started attacking them, saying, call him a fucking abuser. Call him a sexual assaulter. Call him what he is. Like, do not let him get away with this. It's women like you who refuse to call men out, who are making it harder for the rest of us, and blah, blah, blah. And we had to ban these women because that is just a disgusting thing to do. That is a disgusting thing to do, to tell somebody else how they ought to talk about their own issues, how they ought to deal with it, how they ought to, what they ought to label it. It's disgusting. Like, it is truly one of the most disgusting things that you can do. And it's just obviously like a sign of somebody who is controlling and manipulative fuck. Like if you're somebody who is trying to control other people in that sort of way on something like this, yeah, you are just a disgusting fucking person, dude. That is, I can't imagine. Like I can't imagine. And especially when you're like somebody who loves to call yourself a leftist and like virtue signal about, you know, how high and mighty you are with your moral authority, being a fucking leftist and typical leftist. I would say yes, exactly. I was gonna say this is exactly like the type of leftist behavior that we expect from leftists. You know, is this sort of shit. And in Pxie's original post about this, she literally says in the original thread that if you're a leftist, and she puts it in quotations, yeah, she says if you're a leftist, then you're yeah, here it is. Also, if you're a leftist, in quotations, if you're a leftist who has talked about this situation without so much as contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge porn, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. So yeah, she's talking about President Sunday here. She's talking about President Sunday here, and it's a disgusting fucking thing, dude. It really is. It is sick. It's gross. And I like, look, this isn't to like sweep for Destiny at all. I've been very clear from the beginning. Like, what Destiny has done here is fucking disgusting. And it's very clear from all of the people who are distancing themselves from him and separating themselves from him that that yes, nobody is taking his side on this, and you know, trying to sweep for him or back him up. But what Destiny did, it wasn't like a malicious thing. It's just a really like gross and irresponsible thing. What Destiny did by sending somebody else's private stuff in that sort of way, it's just a really gross thing to do, and it's wrong, and nobody should ever do that. But what President Sunday did is malicious. Like, this is a fucking malicious thing. And he is not being malicious just towards Destiny, but he's being malicious towards the actual victims as well. And he knows he is, and he does it anyways, because, yes, he will do literally anything he can to drum up some drama and get some views. He is, there is no line for him. There is nothing that is too far, and he is just a disgusting piece of trash, dude. I can't I can't like get it across any more like objectively. This guy is just one of the lowest forms of humans I have ever had the displeasure of engaging with in my entire life. So yeah, here we have Straight Rage. She said, nice Kyla being snaky about this. So this is from President Sunday's video about this, where he leaks this he leaks the stuff about Pxie, and he secretly records Nicholas Diorio and then plays it in the video and pretends that it is an interview. Pretends that Nicholas Diorio is just doing an interview about Destiny and that he's coming out, and for some reason he would come out to President Sunday instead of his own channel. Like, see, he thought, you know, I want to talk about this really important issue. I'm going to go to President Sunday, of course, not my own channel where I have way more subscribers and just a much bigger audience and at least credibility at the same time. So yeah, so she says, nice Kyla being snaky about this. Pxie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as litigation. As a liaison. I told her Kyla can't be trusted to help with that. Dan contacted Pxie a couple of weeks ago as well. According to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'd probably pay it. Plus, wanted her to convince him not to take legal actions against Kiwi Farms, which he's considering. Yeah, again, they just have a bone to pick with Kyla. That's all this is here. There's just a lot of people who have bones to pick with Kyla. Are Aaron and Pxie still friends? I would imagine not after this. But yes, leading up to this point, Chaeiry and Pxie were always together. Like I've had both of them on my show on separate occasions numerous times, but I've also like interviewed the two of them here together on my show as well. And yeah, they were always just together. I think they even, were roommates together for a while as well. And the first time I met them in person, and I met them. They were standing right next to each other, hanging out. And every time I talked to them in person after that, they were standing right next to each other. So, yeah, it's kind of annoying that like they are just taking their personal beefs with Kyla and then dragging it into this. Yeah, this was the video that I took of the two of them. Apparently the video is now gone, but somebody else had uploaded my video to Reddit, and that this is where it was. I think it's over here.
Hi, I'm Pxie. And I'm Chaeiry, aka Aaron from UT.
We're here canvassing for DGG.
For DGG, we're going to be out door knocking, trying to get people to come out and vote for Raphael Warnock.
So this is Chaeiry, this is Pxie.
Because you know what? If you lose the election.
And so yeah, this is the two of them were always together. So yeah, so Chaeiry posted this and then said, "These adults who are financially tied business partners have the audacity to involve themselves and should not be allowed to pass judgment or question the behavior of others unreciprocated. You are not naive. You are not retarded. You are not autistic." So again, another person, Chaeiry, who just has a massive hard-on for Kyla, is just using this for no reason. Marcus, you don't have to keep telling me about the shit. I keep telling you, we're going to get to it. If you're going to just tell us everything before we even get to it, then just go ahead and give us a full summary. We won't even watch the fucking video, okay? Just go ahead and tell us everything that I keep saying we're going to watch, and we won't even bother watching it. Just go ahead and give us all the information. I won't even bother covering it. Thank you. Just get it over with. Thanks. But anyways, yeah, these people are going to keep using their, like, whatever bias they have or whatever person they're trying to, whatever narratives they have. This is what we were talking about with Philly yesterday, is whatever narrative you have against Destiny, whatever narrative you have against Chaeiry, whatever person you like or don't like, they're bringing their thing in and doing this whole, like, I'm vindicated. And, like, you see, like, on JSTLK, he's now got Lav on there, he's got Mr. Girl on there, he's got, all of these people. See, I told you. See, I was right the whole time. No, you guys still weren't right. You guys were still wrong. Like, you guys are still wrong. This didn't change anything for you guys. You're just still wrong. This changes literally nothing. And I don't think, I understand that you can look at Not So Erudite getting involved and reaching out to her, and you can say, wow, well, it seems like Not So Erudite has an issue with who she's loyal to here, and this looks a little weird. But again, Not So Erudite has her own personal relationships with these people. Like, she has her own personal relationship with Pxie. They have hung out a number of times. They've been in person on streams together a number of times. They've been on Destiny streams together a number of times. They've been on my panels together a number of times. Like, they have all known each other for a long time, and you to just look at them as these, like, streamer figures who just are only on panels together and shit. They're not. They're people who got hotels together and roomed together and, spent weekends together in cabins and shit. Like, these people have their own personal relationships. And so if Pxie's going through something and Kyla knows, yeah, it makes sense that she would reach out to that person and want to make sure that they're okay. But even more importantly, while we all know now how suicidal Pxie was, Kyla is the only person who seemed to actually care about Pxie's well-being. For people like Chaeiry and everybody else, like, it's all just, you know, some big drama. And while Chaeiry may be one of the victims here, she is, you know, weaponizing this as another way to just start up some stupid, retarded beef over her, you know, her own insecurities with not being Kyla again. But yeah, this is it's obnoxious how, like, Kyla is the one who is actually reaching out to Pxie, trying to make sure she's okay. And Pxie is choosing to use Kyla, which, again, if she wanted somebody to talk to Destiny for her, Pxie chose to block Destiny. So if Pxie wants somebody to talk to Destiny for her, she's going to use somebody who's close to Destiny. I'm sorry. It's going to be somebody who's close to Destiny one way or the other. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Like, and you telling me that this is how Straight Erudite feels about this, I don't give a fuck how Straight Erudite feels about this. We've all seen the DMs ourselves. That's not what's there. There's nothing, at least like from Dan, whatever. Maybe you could, I don't know anything about Dan, but at least for Kyla, there's no reason to look at anything that Kyla did as inappropriate or wrong. And, I don't know. If Pxie's not capable of choosing who she can or can't talk to because she's a victim in this scenario, then I'm sorry, but Chaeiry also cannot choose whether or not she can tweet about this shit. She needs to lose her agency here and just cannot have an opinion on this, because if apparently the others are not able to make their own decisions and choose who they do and don't talk to, then obviously Chaeiry should not be able to make her own decisions on this either. But she went on to, you know, continue the same shit that she said over and over. That's like, this isn't, she's not even posting anything new. I'm pretty sure this is the same video that she posted the other day. It's the same shit that's part of her video that just completely flopped. Like, she's just still trying to do I'm vindicated now. My shit finally makes sense. It still doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. It's still a shit video. You're still wrong. So, with that said, okay, so we got Hutch, who's also been part of the, you know, Destiny group, the Destiny Orbit for a long time. He has 841,000 subscribers. He's, I think he had 1 million recently, so I believe he's dropped subscribers. But, shit, I had this right at the part that I wanted to start at, and now I just lost it. That was stupid of me. All right, let's see.
And so and Erudite, I know.
I think it's
some
around
kind of, like,
here
familiarity
somewhere.
or a relationship with each other. I'm not sure. Following the strategy of take things day by day. Keep your eyes on the prize. And way more pissed about the birthright citizenship thing. Way more pissed about those things, personally. Those things, to me, deserve so much more attention than the Elon thing. Why do you think ADL made that statement? I'm not sure, but tell me if I'm...
Fuck, dude. I have to refresh this because it's stuck in this window now. And I'm afraid I'm gonna lose it. Okay, let's see.
I've had full permissions in, well, I don't know what that means. Correspondence sometime recently, like, I want to say like a year ago. The Elon thing. The ADL and, I want to say like a year ago. Correspondence sometime recently, like, I want to say like a year ago. And so maybe they have some kind of like familiarity or relationship with each other.
I think this is where he
I'm
gets
sure.
into it.
But this isn't their first encounter, and I don't think it's the first time that I think I remember them putting out a statement in the past of them saying, like, Elon has assured us that he's committed to fighting anti-Semitism. I'm not sure. It's because Elon is an ardent Israel supporter. Israel prioritizes Israel and seemingly Netanyahu. That's
Erudite did poorly in her combo with Tom. That's actually the opposite of what I've heard from pretty much everybody. That's wild.
I don't want to speculate, but that seems like reasonable inference. Witch King with $2. DXL is good for big and tall. Big selection. DXL? Is that a store? Not sure what that is. Last Rhinocorn. Hutch, big YouTube consumer here. If you want some good content, TurkeyTom posted a conversation with Erudite today. Oof, okay. You know, I originally was not going to. I was going to wait a little bit longer to talk about this stuff, and quite frankly, I'm wary of farming this stuff for content just because I know these people. Just full transparency, I don't know Destiny well. The conversations that we've had, and this isn't me like trying to like. I'm just setting it up, just to be just perfectly honest with you. I don't know him personally that well. I don't have a personal relationship with him. So I can't speak, we don't speak behind the scenes. We have not corresponded about any of this stuff. I know that the term orbiter is a term of endearment in Destiny's community, and I don't have an issue with anybody who was fine with that label or called themselves that label. I never wanted that label. I
don't like that label. It's not often applied to me because I don't engage with him. But when it is, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I feel like it's like it's supposed to take away some sort of like autonomy from me, like some agency from me. Like I don't like it's a thing where I don't like review Destiny and disagree with him, or I don't go on there and argue with him, or that like any decisions that I ever make are just wrapped around whether or not I'm like trying to get clout off of him, or that like my whole streaming career depends on him. And I think that I would have made a lot of very different decisions in the past if that was the case. But yeah, I don't like the label because that's to me that's generally what it seems to imply.
very purposefully rejected that label. Like, I've been doing this for 15 years. I have my own career and my own corner of the internet, so I just don't want to be called that.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, he's got 841,000 subscribers, and I believe he had 1 million before. If you go to his channel, he has tons of videos with millions of views, and he is he has his own career in his own rights and has been around for a really long time. And it was only a couple of years ago when he seemed to start talking about politics. I had a bunch of people, I had just gotten into Twitch at the time, and I had a bunch of people in my community who were big parts of his community, and they were all like hardcore beefing over the fact that he was getting into politics. They felt like his community was splitting up, that it was all about video games before, and they all just hung out together and enjoyed it, and now they're all arguing with each other because they're split up over ideologies and genders and all sorts of other shit, and they were all getting mad at him for covering politics. But he was really good in his coverage, and he was really good at with his analysis, and he ended up getting a lot of props from Destiny. But back then he shaved his head, which was cool. He was much cooler with a shaved head. But yeah, he seemingly just moved away from it, from what I could tell. Is that he got away from politics, and he's always streamed on Twitch and done content there. But he, over time, was you're losing followers? Not really. Every time you hit like another 100 or so, YouTube goes through and kind of like sweeps out bots. And so it's every time I hit like another 100 or 200, all of a sudden I'll lose like 10, 15, 20 like over the next week. It's literally every time. So this is this has been the case for years, is that like once you hit like some sort of marker, they drop off about 15 to 20. So, but yeah, he is his own career in his own right, and has his own subscribers, but has only recently started doing politics as his main gig. That has been a very new thing for him. But yeah, before that, he was one of the like biggest video game streamers, and had a lot of followers and subscribers on both Twitch and YouTube.
I never wanted to be called anybody's orbiter. Not Nanners, nobody. Like I always preferred to stand on my own feet, and that was just like I never liked that terminology.
What up, Philly?
I've had full permissions I don't know what that means in Discord actually. I've had permissions to just join Destiny's channel when he's live without having to be dragged in. I can just join up. I could have been in there fucking 3 days a week trying to milk that clout for all I could get out of it, and consciously.
That's what I've I've had access to it for a long time, and I always had friends who did milk it as much as they could, and they would admit to it. They would say, like, yeah, like what? As soon as I got perms, I was gonna be in there as much as possible. And then they would tell me all the time, like, bro, you're not jumping in there as much. You need to get in. You need to come join this and that. And they would like message me sometimes like, hey, jump on Destinies. You got to be part of this. And I would jump on, and there's like 10 people in there, and they're all just sitting there quiet while like Dan and XQC argue. And I'm like, what? They're talking about something I literally know nothing about. Why am I here? What the fuck? Why was I told to come here? This is so weird. But it was, yeah, like it was just it was a thing where like other people like Zonia would like straight up be like, oh yeah, I got perms, I'm gonna jump on as much as possible and try to use it. Though from what I heard, and I didn't actually end up going over it, so I might check it later, because a couple of people sent me links a while ago, but there was people who said that the last time Zonia went on, she said some like retarded shit where like the same thing that I was fighting Zonia on at the end of our friendship is the fact that she kept making everything about optics, even though throughout our entire friendship she would act as though she doesn't give a fuck about optics. Whoever cares about optics, fuck them. But I was saying, no, I'm not saying fuck optics across the board. I'm saying like, I don't want you to tell me I'm doing something morally wrong because of optics. I want you to like make a moral argument, and then if you say, okay, it's not morally wrong, I just think it looks bad, well then fine, then we can talk about optics. But if you're saying you did something morally wrong, and then I ask why, and then you say, well, and then you just start making arguments about optics, I don't want to hear that fucking shit. I don't give a fuck about optics if we're talking about morally wrong. So yeah, apparently she did the same thing that Destiny was kind of browbeating him for doing something that looked optically bad, and he did the same thing. Who gives a fuck? What the fuck? Who cares? Like,
It chose not to for a couple reasons. So I just want to I do think it's important to like establish like a little bit of space in that regard. All that being said, we have collaborated in the past. I've expressed a respect for his intellect and his opinions. I've seen.
Yeah, I guess. Anyways, my point was, yeah, I never felt comfortable like just jumping in on random shit all the time, and there are people who do. There are tons of people who always did. Like we always knew, especially during like the Lav and Mr. Girl arc, you knew there were like 5 to 6 people that as soon as they were able to, they were on that fucking panel. Like they were all on there together immediately. They were jumping on. And yeah, I just I never I think I purposefully wanted my shit to like avoid ever going on there because of other people's shit. If I ever wanted to go on, I wanted to go on because of whatever issue I had, not to jump in on other people's shit.
Seen not just him but DGG as an important check against what I view to be kind of extremism on the left. I've seen DGG kind of emerge.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. Sorry. Not that there's anything wrong with doing that. I'm just saying that, yes, that is my thought process on it and like how I feel about it. Not that there's anything wrong with anybody else doing that. Just to be clear.
Merge and fill this, what I feel to be like a necessary kind of check against a certain kind of discourse and rhetoric that occurs in left-wing spaces that I view to be as destructive to the movement. And so DGG coming in and having more of like oh, all of a sudden now there's these alternative takes. It's not just like far left people representing the Democratic Party or the left-wing movement on the internet. And so there was value there. And so I appreciated that. And I've wanted to align myself with that kind of goal broadly. And so to that extent, yeah, like I've had like, I don't know, if I had to guess, I've had, God, how many, like 10 conversations with Destiny? Maybe 15, 10, 15. I'm not, maybe 15. I think it's close.
I started to think that they were closer, not just because like he was around people, you know, who others would say he is close to, like Pisco and you know, pondering politics and doing the podcast with them, but more so because I think he was in person with them for some of their interviews with politicians more recently. I thought he was, and I thought that he was like getting more involved with like Progressive Victory and crap like that. And so yeah, I did assume that he was like getting closer with Destiny, but yeah, and then I thought he might have been at the election meeting or election stream that they had, but yeah, maybe I'm misremembering that.
Closer to 10, maybe 15. I really don't know. Over the last 6 years, I think. And truthfully, I feel like I know Pxie like probably better, to be honest with you, because like I've had conversations with Pxie that were more personal in nature and like getting to know that person, stuff like that. So like. And so Erudite, I know mostly from like a professional setting. So like, we work together with Progressive Victory stuff, and there's all that stuff, and never had a problem with her. All of my exchanges with her have been pleasant. But I don't really know. I don't really know anyone like super well, but I know everybody. Like I'm familiar enough with like the parties involved. I don't know Chaeiry. We have not, I don't believe, had any interactions, and I don't believe that I have met her.
Chaeiry's the one that I've known the longest. Chaeiry and I have Chaeiry's the person in all of this that I've known the longest. Like her and I have known each other as far back as we've been, like we both went into Twitch politics at the same exact time, and were hanging out like in the same friend groups and on the same streams very early on. Like I can go find streams of us hanging out, you know, all day for hours and hours at a time from back then. So it was more surprising, I guess, more recently when she got in with the DGG crowd, because it seemed like she had been around for a while and was never really involved in that sort of group of people. But it's interesting, yeah, hearing all of these people and who they are closer with, because you don't really know. Like that's what I'm talking about. It's like the amount of times that I've like met Destiny in person and been with him, I still ended up spending probably way more time like actually like hanging out and just talking to Pxie and Aaron, and that's not very long at all in person. So yeah, and then even same like behind the scenes, like Aaron and I have had numerous like, you know, calls together behind the scenes and had like long conversations about tons of other shit. And this is part of what I think that a lot of people miss about this stuff, especially when they're talking about Kyla, is that like, again, these people all have their own personal relationships with each other. Like I met Chaeiry in person as well. I met her in Savannah about a year and a half ago. No, about 2 years ago. But yeah, it's like this is just, yeah, it's kind of I think it's important for people to remember that like when Kyla's like checking in on these people, like especially Pxie's somebody who was heavily involved in Progressive Victory, and so was Kyla. And so these are two people who have spent like a lot of time together and have hung out together a lot and have worked together a lot and have streamed together a lot. And, you know, as I said, I've had them on my streams together numerous times. And like, it's just, it's important to remember that like all of these people have their own relationships with each other and have spent time together separately from Destiny, and that everything that they do and every action that they make does not revolve around Destiny. It doesn't. And it's fucking wild when somebody like Chaeiry, who should know better, acts like that is the case. Like Chaeiry used to always piss me off where she would use the word I forget what it is. It's where parasocial. She would use the word parasocial incorrectly all the time, where she would just say like, oh, people are too parasocial and shit. That seems like super parasocial to like just keep acting like everything that everybody does revolves around Destiny. I understand with Kyla, it's a bit different because she has like a financial incentive there, and not just a financial incentive, but that she literally uprooted her entire life and switched countries to engage in a business venture with Destiny. So I understand that people feel like she has conflicting interests, but that doesn't mean that like she's not allowed to reach out to her own friend now. And I think that it's really like, it's taking away a lot of the humanity from these people. And this is part of my issue with the way that people cover these subjects, is they talk about all of these people like fucking cartoon characters in their favorite anime. And they're not. These are fucking humans, dude. They have relationships with each other. They have humanity. They have, they have their own personhood. They have their own, personalities. They have their own interests. Like everything that they do does not in reality revolve around Destiny. And I can understand that being the case when you're somebody who's just behind the scenes and all you ever do is see whatever it is they show you on stream. But Chaeiry is not just somebody who sees what's on stream. She's behind the scenes with us as well. She is there. She sees everything. She's hanging out with everybody. She is part of the group. And so, yes, it is just, it's really weird when people kind of like take the humanity away from a lot of these people. Whereas like Hutch, I think is making like a really great case for this, that like, yeah, a lot of people are going to associate him with Destiny, but he knows Destiny way less than he knows the rest of these people. He has closer relationships with the rest of these people than he does with Destiny. And obviously all of these people have more loyalty to each other than they do to Destiny. And so, yeah, it's just, it's annoying. We were talking about yesterday. It's annoying that like people are just trying to come up with their own narratives and like whatever it is that's going to benefit the narratives that they were running with beforehand, and that these people aren't humans to them. They're not people. They're just content to everybody. And I always think it's kind of gross and annoying when people do this shit, but it's, there is a never ending amount of fucking, losers who are going to run around and use whatever they can to get content and get a little bit more views off of it. And they will ruin somebody else's life in the process just to do so. So just, yeah, take what a lot of these people say with a grain of salt. And again, it's not even just views, but sometimes just for their own dignity. Where some of these people are taking, like we said, like with Lav, Mr. Girl, like a lot of these people, they're taking old fucking dried up narratives that have nothing to do with this and trying to act like they got vindicated throughout this shit. They're still wrong. They're still wrong. They were wrong then. They're wrong now. Nothing changed. Like, none of that shit changed. And so it's just, yeah, it's just like, yeah, take a lot of what these people say with a grain of salt, and remember that, like, yeah, these people, they have their own fucking relationships and they have their own lives. So, just look at them as some fucking humans for a little bit. What's up, aristocracy?
And then the other parties involved, I'm not familiar with them for the most part. But I feel kind of weird, like, when stuff like this comes up in other communities, like I'm all over it. I'm talking about it. The Dr. Disrespecting. What's the new thing today? It's a little strange for me now just because I know the people, some of these people that are involved. And so there's something that feels like, I don't want to like it feels icky.
I don't mean to, like, I wanted to, like, cover the shit that he had to say, but everything he's saying, I just relate with so heavily, dude, that I'm going to end up making all of this about me, but I appreciate the way that he's, like, articulating a lot of this, because, yes, I totally feel a lot of what he's saying. I've talked about a lot lately that I got away from, like, a lot of, like, drama coverage pretty quickly, and I always tried to, like, cover it differently than other people who were considered like drama streamers, and I felt like it makes even more sense when I have like personal relationships with these people, to where like, yeah, people are gonna want to know what the fuck I have to say about it, or that I'll have like, other information that can kind of like combat narratives that people are putting out and crap like that. And so I really looked at, like, even though I already thought very little of the drama community, and people like Chud and Queeman and all of those sorts of people. After the shit with me, where they all literally just like were purposefully making shit up, and it didn't matter how many times I proved them wrong, they were never going to cover that. They would never cover like, oh, we totally like, cut the clip right before Tom said just kidding, and then and acted like all of that was serious, and then we just ran with it anyways. Once Tom comes out with this showing that we just lied about it, we're gonna make sure that our like audience with double the amount never see that, and that they still just believe the narrative where we just made up a bunch of shit. And so like going through a lot of that shit just made me look at a lot of it a lot differently as well. Not that I thought that I was doing anything anywhere near that malicious ever, but that like the shit that other people are going through while you're covering their crap, I would always get messages from people while I was covering their stuff. I would get messages from people just mad that I talked about things sometimes, and other times they were messaging me like correcting me on things, and I'm finding out like, oh, they're sitting there watching my entire fucking stream this whole time. Okay. And then like when you're going through the shit, like it can suck, and it can kind of like take up your entire brain and get you to ruminate on it. And there can be any period where you got 30, 40 streams talking about you at that moment, and 20 other people publishing videos at the time, to where you can't even keep up with what the fuck is going on at the time. And so it really gives you like a very different perspective on these things. And it makes me like, constantly, like while I'm covering stuff, I always like kept in mind the people that I was covering before, but now I like I know what it feels like way more now to like sit there not knowing like what the fuck these people are going to come up with next. And so it's a totally like different feeling afterwards, where you're looking at it just through a different lens. One of my biggest issues with any public space is how much creators get objectified. I think that there's a group of people who like we call like the commentary space, or the like drama space, where all of those people are like, they're like people from like mob movies, where they just never know like which one of their friends is going to ask them to get into the back seat and take a ride, and then the next thing you know you're sleeping with the fishes. Like they're all always ready to just like cut each other off and crucify each other at the drop of a hat. And I think that I always looked at like the people that I engaged with in this space and the relationships that I built as just as real and valid as they could be, without you ever actually having like personal interactions. Obviously there's more intimacy with the personal interactions, but there's tons of people that have spent like very, very late nights like with them, crying, talking, dealing with their friendship issues, and trying to help them work out problems, and them going through depressions, and them people being suicidal, and trying to help them, and get police on the phone. And like there's just so much there that like I don't these aren't, I don't think that they're like as superficial as other people see it, just because it's on the internet. I don't think I ever saw that. So I didn't ever see it that way. And I think that might have been just my own me just being a bit naive, I suppose. But I never actually felt that way. I obviously it's different. I feel like there's a difference with online relationships, as I said, when it comes to like the amount of intimacy you can have with somebody where you're not meeting in person. But yeah, it's not when you actually know these people. Yeah, like Eris said, they're not these like objects to you where they're just there for your entertainment like a fucking cartoon character.
Like milk something like this for content. So I've been hesitant to go into to talk about it more in detail because of that. But I feel like it's getting to a point where, like, because I've had collaborations with Destiny in the past, however sparse those interactions have been and however spread out they've been, now I have like some people in my mentions that are like, how much did you know? And I'm like, bro, I have no idea what Destiny does with his personal life. I have no fucking idea. And I don't keep up with lore. I don't keep up with, like, for the most part, I don't keep up with like other content, unless it's like really big news that everyone's talking about or whatever. I don't really keep up with that, like, that stuff in other people's stuff. People like you and I might need to fill the vacuum depending on how bad it gets. Listen,
there's another type of objectified that, yeah, we are totally okay with here at the Tom Foolery Show, for sure.
To the extent that people, you know, are looking for communities and they feel like disenchanted with Destiny, you know, like, you're welcome to pull up a chair. I'm not like, listen, I stream 4 to 6 hours a day for 5 days a week. I'm not about that grind. Like, I mean, listen, I like to work hard, and I do work a lot behind the scenes in ways that you guys don't see. So it's not just streaming stuff, but I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be, listen, if you're looking for a streamer that's 7 days a week, 12-hour streams, intense debates with like red pill people, like, you know, probably not going to get that from me.
Oh, he's talking about Destiny. I was like, I don't know who the fuck's doing that besides me. I was like, I think I'm the only one left doing that. But yeah, he's talking about Destiny. Yeah, that makes sense.
So anyways, I just wanted to set the stage a little bit about like having a conversation about the Destiny stuff and like how to frame that. Do I need to read Pxie's Substack, or am I correct in assuming that like 95% of you guys have already read it? Going to be some people in chat that just are like, what's
yeah,
the
I think he's
stuff?
going to go over that.
No
So
idea.
we have been over this in detail, so I will skip over this part. If you guys are unaware of some of this stuff, the last 2 streams has been on this. We are going to try to like get through just a little bit again, like even just with my own like personal relationships with these people and all of that. I want to at least like cover this and know what's going on, and I'm not going to do that when I'm offline. Honestly, I'm never going to watch like YouTube and shit like that. So while I'm on here, yes, I at least want to like check in on this stuff and see what's going on, and kind of at least let my own community know my thoughts on things. But yeah, I am going to try to like wrap this up today, and so getting through this and then the Kyle TurkeyTom video, and then hopefully we can get back to some of the Trump executive orders tonight. But yeah, we're gonna, if you haven't seen all of these other things, yeah, you can go through my last 2 streams if you're looking for other information from me on those.
The recordings with others. 2 women.
Perspective initially.
Okay, so yeah, so that's all he's got to say on that. So we're gonna go ahead and watch the TurkeyTom video. And I know a couple of people have like reached out saying like, hey, I want to come on and give my 2 cents. If you guys like want to, if you guys have some sort of like disagreement or something that you want to like get into like specifically that includes me, that's fine. But if you're saying like, hey, I would just like to use your platform to just come on and give my take and then leave, like I would rather you didn't. So you can
So the same day that the
there's a bunch of open platforms where you're capable of doing that. Just, yeah, normally on my show, whatever I'm doing here is going to generally include me to some extent on my show. So, no offense to your 2 cents or your takes or anything. Just, I want to say how much I disapprove on your stream. I mean, that would be fine. Like, yes, like that, or sorry, if they wanted to say how much they disapprove of something I'm saying on my stream, like that would be fine. But yes, if they just want to come on and just be like, I just wanted to come let everybody know that I am not okay with what Destiny did. I think doing things unconsensually is bad. Wow. If this had happened to me, I'd want 2 things. 1, a payday, and there's nothing wrong with that after the heavy violation that happened. And 2, to be private as possible. Yes, well, I mean, that's part of the problem is that, yes, people like President Sunday in his fucking dumbass making it to where he literally, from what I understand, he's literally admitted that he was trying to force her to go public and talk about this shit. And so, yes, it's actually like, just levels below, so many levels below what I thought he was capable of, and I already thought like the worst of him. Like he was already like scum of the fucking earth. I've been very clear about the fact that yes, he is just one of the worst humans of all time, and that is just way below anything that I thought he would be willing to do. So, yeah.
So the same day that the Destiny allegation stuff initially went public, I got reached out to by Erudite, not So Erudite, or Kyla. She's Destiny's co-host of the Bridges podcast. She has a business with him, and she also was seen in the DMs interacting with Pxie.
It's probably on accident. She probably just typed Tom in and accidentally got him. Probably an accident. She probably meant to contact me. Most likely.
Pxie, the alleged victim of the allegations, and basically she wanted to...
Don't tell him that. Let him have his moment, guys. Don't ruin this for him. Let him have his moment.
Talk to me about her position based on the fact that there had been a lot of DMs leaked where it looked like she was kind of trying to, at least from my perspective initially, cover for Destiny and maybe help him out and quell the situation from going public. So she wanted to talk to me about that. And this video is that interview where we talk about it. We go into the DMs. We talk about her perspective and her intentions. And I questioned her a little bit on a variety of things regarding the situation. So I think the interview will mostly speak for itself as far as whatever people want to come to conclusions on. But yeah, without further ado, this is the Erudite interview. She personally said, "Hey, I saw a video where you said Destiny Erudite. I can understand how you came to that conclusion from the information that's available and the framing that's going on. If you're open to hearing me out, I'm down to talk to you about it in private. Mostly comfortable with you recording it and using that for content. I like you, and I think you're one of the few unbiased and responsible commentary YouTubers. So I feel like you might be open to getting my side with extra context and information." So we're gonna be doing that. No word from Big D. But this is, I guess, the best we're going to get for now. I think he said he wouldn't be talking about this stuff pending certain legal action. So we'll talk to her about it. We'll see what she has to say. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be bad. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing all right. How are you?
It's been a day. Been a long day.
Yeah. Just to let you know, I'm recording already in case there was any question, just so it's totally clear. So
I mean, I talked about this yesterday. Earlier, I had said, like, we heard that Kyla was going to come out with a statement soon, and so I had said, like, if I was Kyla, this is what I would say. She ended up saying, like, exactly that. Like, she ended up saying exactly that, and there was nothing in the DMs that made anything seem untoward or inconsiderate or pushy or, you know, coercive or wrong in any way to me. And so yeah, again, I think that Kyla has handled this perfectly fine, and that it's obvious that Pxie wanted a go-between. She wanted somebody who was close to Destiny that she was able to talk to. Pxie blocked Destiny, so she didn't want to talk to him, and she did need somebody who was close to Destiny that Destiny would listen to and that Destiny would trust, that she could talk to about these things and get to talk to him. And so yeah, that's what Pxie wanted. So everybody mad that like Kyla was the person that Pxie ended up going through, and then but you blame Kyla for that. You're like taking away so much like agency from Pxie in that scenario that it's truly retarded. Your issues with Kyla do not have to be everybody else's issues with Kyla, and but Pxie was able to decide for herself who she wanted to go through to get to talk to Destiny. So yeah, that like going into this, that has been my take. We'll see where we go from here.
So yeah, what did you want to talk about the Steve stuff that's going on?
Yeah, I figured I wanted to reach out to you, as I said, just because I think you're probably going to be the most fair. But it also seems like so I'm only really going to speak probably to my side, and then if you have questions, I'll answer what I can. And I guess like the main thing for me is it's when people are looking at the texts that I'm sending back and forth with Pxie, they're getting like a very clip-chimped version of the exchange. Just so you are aware, I've talked to Pxie about an hour and let her know that I was talking to you just to get consent. So I asked her basically if I could give you DMs to basically be like, the way I'm getting painted here is like really, really far from the truth, and I don't really know why.
You look like Ghislaine Maxwell.
I know.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'll maybe start with like the first. So I call.
She does not. That is actually a retarded take. She doesn't. She does not look like Ghislaine Maxwell. She doesn't. This is so stupid. This is such a stupid thing to say. She does not. It's fucking retarded, dude. It's fucking retarded to like act like there's anything in there where she's trying to silence Pxie, where she's trying to stop her. I understand it doesn't look great where at points Kyla's like, wait, I thought that we were trying to I thought that we were going towards rehabilitation, not punishment. I don't think that was her necessarily trying to like push her in a direction. It was I'm pretty sure it was a joke. It doesn't matter. That's still the fucking narrative. That is the narrative that's going around, is that she's Ghislaine Maxwell, and it seems as though, like Kyla said in there, she's not trying to push her in one direction or the other, but she does have to have like very clear instructions if she's going to be the one who's the go-between here. She has to be like very clear on what it is that Pxie wants, because it could be even worse if Pxie was like trying to communicate something and Kyla wasn't getting the directions correct and ended up communicating something very different than what it is that Pxie wanted. And then, yes, then that would have been really bad if all of this came out, and then Pixie's upset that Kyla seemingly said something that was not what she wanted, and then, things fell off from there. Yeah, it could all totally get blamed on Kyla. And so, yeah, what she was doing there seemed like she was just trying to get some clarification to make sure that she knew what the goal was, what the intent was, why this is what Pxie wanted, so that she knew what it was that they were working towards and all of that. So, yeah, I think a lot of the people who were going this far, no one thinks that to that level. The joke is the idea that Kyla may be sweeping for Destiny. Not to the level. Obviously, they don't think that obviously, they don't think that she's going like procuring women for Destiny to sexually traffic them. I understand that. I think we all get the reference of the Ghislaine Maxwell, that yes, they're saying that he is like her female sidekick in crime. That is what they're saying. They're saying that she is the female sidekick in crime who has no regard for women or women's issues or, women's sexual assault and safety and any of that, that it is that they are just going to help the horrible man do his horrible man deeds. That is the analogy.
called Pxie and she immediately was like, I'm so sorry. And just so it's clear, you can text her as well if you want, like on Discord, and confirm like everything you want with her. Like I'm not like she's totally fine with it. She mostly just feels really bad about this. So this was the text that she sent me today, just so you have an idea of like where I'm coming from and that she is like agreeing. She knows that I'm sending you these texts. The only thing is that if there's
I was gonna say I'm a little surprised that Pxie hasn't come out and said anything publicly in Kyla's defense, but then I thought about it for a while and I thought, I know that there are other people who are victims in this case who do blame Kyla and are upset with Kyla and using their issues with Destiny to go after Kyla. And so I think that Pxie could feel afraid that like it would be a little insensitive of the others to give any sort of defense of Kyla in this way, but because yeah, when you go through like Pixie's Twitter, she is like retweeting everybody else in this scenario as well, and has obviously been standing by them through this. So but yeah, she also is retweeting Not So Erudite's statement that explains everything, so seemingly at least endorsing that statement, tacitly endorsing it.
receipts that you want to ask for, I'm happy to give them. I just want to make sure that I send them to her as well, because I feel like it's like the one thing that hasn't happened in this whole situation is like her consent being included. So
yeah, it's her story, of course. Yeah.
So I just want you to be clear that like I'm being very intentional about that. And if there's things that I don't answer, I apologize. There's just
so I can show this text you're sending.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me see here. So this says, let's see here. Hey, I'm still worried for you. Are you okay no matter what? Please never hesitate to reach out. She says, hi, Kyla. I'm sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I've just been really overwhelmed with the situation. I didn't consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all. I feel like they painted both of us in a really bad and untrue light. I really appreciate that you care so much about me and have been checking on me so often, just asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty and bad because I didn't expect things to get leaked like this at all. Okay. So I guess you're just showing here that you guys are on.
Yeah, and again, it was Chaeiry who sent those messages as we went over earlier. She sent this message saying that Kyla was being sneaky and kind of sweeping for Destiny, and that she was trying to tell Pxie not to trust Kyla. And yeah, it is just a lot of people like bringing their own biases and their own beefs with each other into this, and kind of projecting it into everybody else's issues. So yeah, that's it is sad that Aaron decided to do that, but it's even worse that President Sunday and others like supposedly Beckett went forward and published all of this information, forcing Pxie to go public.
On good terms.
And supposedly them admitting that was why they did it, was to force her to go public.
Basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess the biggest question for me would be from the DMs, and I did I pulled up a bunch of them, so we can kind of, if you don't mind, we can go through them.
Yeah,
in a moment here,
that'll be perfect. I can kind of show you the context around the DMs that you have as well.
Okay, perfect. So the biggest thing for me is that it looks like you're essentially playing mediator for Destiny so that he doesn't have to directly talk to the alleged victim. It looks like that's what's happening here. You're playing mediator. You're trying to diminish consequences for him, and diminish sort of culpability for him by not having him have to admit anything outright in a DM in regards to what happened in the situation. The situation being that it seems...
Again, Pxie said in the DMs with Kyla that she did not want to talk to Destiny. She wanted somebody to be a go-between. She wanted somebody else to do this for her, that she blocked Destiny. She said she blocked Destiny. She was afraid that she might be DMing him like crazy, like suicidal, thoughts and crap like that. And so she just blocked him so that she couldn't message him, and that she wanted somebody else to like message him for her, like, I don't know why everybody just like ignores like big chunks of the context when they're going through this. There's no reason that it would actually look the way that he's describing that. I don't know if he's like giving his own opinion here. It could be that he's just like trying to steelman the other side. I've been put in this position a number of times, like the Kyla President Sunday situation comes up where like Kyla and her husband were being accused of like doxing and all sorts of crap and threatening to dox. And so, yes, when they came on and I have like a chat full of angry President Sunday fans, I'm trying my best to like ask the questions with her and her husband on here that they would want asked. But yeah, I think at the same time, people could have taken it that those were my positions, and they just weren't. I was pretty sure that it was going to be Sunday who came out looking retarded there, and that I was just trying to make sure that I asked the right questions that they would want asked, so that they didn't feel like I was like, leaving certain things unsaid or unasked just to help them. So that could be what he's doing here.
To be the case, at least, that he essentially got an explicit video of them together and then sent that to someone without her consent. To your knowledge, is that true? Did he do that?
So,
did he? I may have
also,
missed
just
that.
to be clear, I already told Destiny that this is what I was going to say to you as well. So everyone's just like fully consented, and I can again show you all the DMs of me letting him know that this is what I was going to be saying. When I confronted him in Miami in like early December, when I went down in person, because I wanted to talk to him in person, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I asked him, did she know you were recording, and did she consent to it? He said that she did know about the recording, like she's aware, she did consented to the actual filming of it, but he said specifically, probably not. Like it was 3 years ago, I don't remember specifically, and like things were open like this, but yeah, probably not. I didn't get like explicit consent. And I said, Stephen, that's really fucked up. Like that's not okay. And so just to be clear, he would say, I didn't completely say, but I read that very strongly as him acknowledging that he did not have consent to give it.
Right. Okay. I guess the biggest question from there would be, once you had that conversation with him, and that was, you said December of
Early
year?
December. Yeah.
2024?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys had that conversation. How did things develop from there?
Yeah, so I was notified. So when the leaks happened, I was having like a community event. So I wasn't actually aware of the leaks until I think just like honestly like a random person messaged me being like, have you seen this? And I was like, no. I still actually haven't looked at the leaks. I have like personally just a policy about never looking at like leaked nudes and stuff. But that's back. So this is back before I talked to Destiny or Pxie. That's when I reached out to Chaeiry because I was hearing that it might be Pxie. And I figured if it was her, I was also hearing that she's saying it wasn't her. And so I was like, if it was or wasn't her, I don't really want to put her on the hot seat with like me talking to her and making her feel confronted. So I'm just going to like check and see, because to me, if he didn't even have consent to record the video, then this is a whole different ballgame. Like it's a whole different plan of action of like how I am going to process what's going on.
Right. But to your knowledge, he did have consent to record, just not to share it.
Yeah, or at least consent to have it. I don't know if he recorded it or she recorded it and sent it to him. I'm not actually familiar with like how the video was made. But yeah, it sounds like he had consent to have the nude in the sex tape, but not to send it out. That's what Aaron said to me. And I was like, okay, well, thank fuck he didn't record somebody without
Aaron
them
is
even knowing.
Chaeiry?
Yes, Aaron is
Okay.
Chaeiry, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So you found that out. Sorry.
I texted Pxie. Yeah. So after that, I texted Pxie. So for context, Pxie and I have been friends for like well over a year. Like we're not just two orbiters, but we worked in PV together. When I'm in Miami, I hang out with her all the time, independent of Steven. Like we have our own friendship. We've been good friends for at least a year. So as soon as Aaron confirmed to me what was going on, I was like, okay, now I feel comfortable like checking in with her and seeing how she's doing. Texted her and she basically like immediately told me like everything that was going on. And I was like, okay, holy shit. I believe let me just check because I don't want to give you wrong information. I believe we've called a bunch because I checked in on her a bunch as well. It was all over text. Yeah, it was not on Discord. It was all over text. Okay. So December 12th, I texted her and I was like, hey. She was like, hi. And I said, do you want to chat or just have a friend? I'm really worried about you.
She responds, once you found out about the stuff that was going on with the videos of her being public.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I was saying yesterday that like me personally, anytime I have conversations like this, I always try to like have them in calls. But if people think that like Kyla's trying to do something sneaky here or some shit, the sneaky way to do this would have been to do it in a call. Like just hoping that the other person isn't recording and that you can get away with a lot more. But doing all of it through text, like that just doesn't seem very sneaky. Like you're just giving everything like in very clear words, right there in front of them. So it doesn't make sense to say that this is like super sneaky or devious of her in any way, because this is this would just not be the way to do it.
So I reach out. I don't know, you don't probably need me to read everything, but basically she tells me that she's feeling a little bit suicidal, but she's not planning to kill herself immediately. And she's like trying to figure out like what to do about this situation. I respond, that tells me everything. I'm really sorry. I won't begin to tell you. I understand because I don't, but I do care. And I do want to see you safe and find peace. Do you mind if I ask to spend some time with you? She said, yes. We make a plan to meet up. And then we meet up, December 13th. We're talking about the time. I send her a restaurant. We go against that one. Malua. Okay, Friday, December 13th. There we go. Friday,
you guys
December
met
13th.
up in real life and had a conversation about how to proceed?
Yeah, and how she's doing. Because at this point,
had you talked to Destiny, Steven,
no,
about this stuff?
I had heard about it at this point, and he had basically like the only thing he had said is being like, "Hey, I'm worried about Pxie. Like, I think she's suicidal. Like, you should if you want, you should probably check on her."
He told you that he was worried about her being suicidal.
Yes.
Okay, so you then go check up on her. You meet up in real life, and what?
Yes, but I texted her beforehand, just to be clear. I'd already texted her about wanting to meet up and talk anyways, and he just gave me the extra information. She's suicidal.
Okay. How did that conversation with her go?
It went honestly really, really well. I will say, so like part of when I went into it was I was trying to evaluate like how suicidal, how serious the risk was, and like where she was at, just because I don't know if you're familiar with my background, but I've obviously had a lot of experience with suicidal people. And so like the first goal for me was to be like, are you like an acute risk to yourself? Like what needs to happen? If not, what can we do instead to kind of help you get out of like this place?
Yeah, that is the other like more obvious thing, is that when it comes to like having experience with people who are going through like suicidal ideations and things like that, I think Kyla like would still be the better person to deal with in this situation, considering her experience in that area. So it's it obviously, there's a lot of reasons why Kyla was one of the better people and more obvious people to be contacting her.
In that conversation, basically she kind of told me about how she's been suicidal like most of her life, how she's been struggling a lot. But the concerning part to me in that conversation, I guess, like what more specifically was pertinent, was she was actively cutting off friends to prepare for suicide. So she was cutting off friends so that if she did and opted to kill herself, it would hurt them less. So at this point, she had broken up with a couple of friends and stopped responding, and a couple of friends were trying to hang out with her and she wasn't responding to them. I don't think she probably wants any of the names of the friends leaked. At least she said, like, please don't give any of the names out. So you can check with her separately if she wants to give you names. But just different friends in Miami. Yeah,
that's fine. I believe that she was suicidal over having her news leaked. And before that point in time, that's fair. Okay, so
So importantly though, she had a stockpile of pills. So I asked her straight out. I was like, okay, so I need to know, like, do you have means? Like, how would you like if you're planning to do it? Do you have a plan? She's like, yes, probably pills. And I was like, do you have the pills right now? And she was like, yes, I do. And I was like, okay, that's pretty serious. So we continued talking, and basically I shifted into like, I'm not gonna lie, like a bit of side intervention conversation where basically you talk with your friend, you figure out how things are going on, you understand them, and you try to find things that they feel tether them to life, right? And so one thing that she really cared about is she does care about her friends. She doesn't want to hurt them. Another thing she cares about is she does want to see like some level of like justice for the situation. She thinks what he did was wrong. And to be clear, I agree with her. I've told Steven that. I've told her that. Like I've never minced words about being like, yeah, he did something really wrong here.
You, to be clear, going into that conversation, you didn't know that the video was shared unconsensually?
No, because Aaron had already told me like a week before. So I was already aware. Yeah. I wanted to talk to Pxie, and then I wanted to talk to Steven to see how he would respond afterwards.
Okay. So during the conversation with Pxie, did she, because you talked about her suicidality, did you guys talk about other stuff in terms of like how she was feeling about it, or her recourse? I mean, you said she wanted to seek justice. Was she thinking about a lawsuit at that point in time?
So we talked about a bunch of her options. She was like, she had looked into a lawsuit at that point. fuck, I don't know how much I can say about her lawsuit, but basically it wasn't something she wanted to consider for a couple of legal reasons that I probably would let her describe. But one reason I think can be fully public would be that she didn't want her name out there. I think she said that in DMs to Steven as well.
Okay.
That got leaked today. So she was very worried about if she does a civil suit, her name will have to be publicly attached to the civil suit. And so she was like, I really don't want to consider a lawsuit. And I said, like, I guess I'll show you text as well where I reiterate this, but the entire time with Pxie, my entire approach has been, you get to steer the boat. Like, you get to decide how you want to respond, and you can decide that you don't want a lawsuit today, and you can change your mind a week from now, and all of that's okay. Like, all of that's okay.
Okay.
We talked about how she could maybe talk to him like privately, but she was really nervous to. So this is where she basically was like, I can't remember if she brought it up first or I, but basically her being like maybe you can see what he'd be willing to do like for me. She was like, I feel like you really, really understand emotionally where I'm coming from. I did a lot of like paraphrasing of like, it seems like your biggest concern right now is like justice because you feel like you've been wronged and there's no direction for you to correct the situation, and you've been betrayed by your friend in like a pretty major way, and there's nothing for you to do that doesn't kind of publicly implicate you, and so you want to work with him privately to find a better resolution that you feel at peace with. She's like, yes, that's exactly what I want. I want to know that he's not going to do this again, right? That was her orientation in the conversation. So we talked about a couple of strategies about how she could do that. I was like, you could message him. You could go through like other people to message him. You could go through a civil lawsuit. You can take 5 days and just like think about it. Like, you don't have to decide right now, but just like let me know what you'd like. And that's when she was like, yeah, I think I'd really appreciate if you just like told him where I'm at, communicate like emotionally. Cause she's like, I feel like when I communicate with him, like he's not understanding it. I don't feel really understood. And I feel like you do understand me. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm happy to communicate how you're feeling to him.
Okay, so then from there, you go and talk to him, at which point you already know.
So again, these are things that we know. So a lot of the dumb fucks running around saying shit like, you know, she's doing something wrong by doing this. That, again, this is what it is that Pxie wanted her to be there to do this, and that it had to be somebody that Destiny was close with. So I don't know if you guys have like an idea of somebody who would have been better in this situation. One, somebody that's friends with Pxie. 2, close enough to Destiny to where they could talk about this with him. 3, somebody that's like going to be able to talk to her about like the suicidal ideations. And again, it could have been a lot of these things could have been done by different people. The problem that I have, like one of the biggest problems that I have, is that a lot of these people who are coming out with such big issues about this, a lot of them knew about these problems. And it's not that I expected them to speak out publicly. I definitely don't. I think that that's worse. I think that like the fact that President Sunday made this all public is one of the worst things that's happened throughout this shit. But the fact that none of these people are reaching out to her and checking on her or trying to make sure that she's okay, and you know, trying to see if she's all right. And on top of that, let's say maybe some of them did. Maybe let's just pretend for a second, because I haven't heard anybody even say that much. So let's just assume that some of them did for a minute. We already know that Pxie wasn't even going to respond to anybody. We already know that, yeah, Pxie was cutting people off and that she wasn't responding to messages and that she didn't want to talk to these people. And it sounds like, yeah, the only person that she's even like willing to respond to right now is Kyla. So where everybody else is like, you know, lambasting Kyla over this, it sounds like Kyla is like her only lifeline in this moment. So it's pretty clear. Kyla shouldn't have been involved at all due to conflict of interest. Right. So yeah. So just, you know what? Pxie should have just killed herself. You're right. You're right. You know what? Literally nobody helped her. Nobody helped Pxie, and allow Pxie to just, you know, figure it out with the pills. That makes sense. You're right. I don't know why I didn't think about that.
From based on what So Erudite said, that it seemed like it was shared consensually. What did he say?
I think she confirmed that. So Pxie also confirmed that when we met.
Okay. All right.
And that's when he said to me, so when I confronted him, I said, did she agree to it? And he said, probably not. It was like 3 years ago, so I don't remember exactly, and I didn't think it would be a big deal, but yeah, probably not. So I took that as him saying no. To be clear, he never said to me, I guess, explicitly no, which is probably something that he might take contention with. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Nice straw man? That's not a straw man. That's not a straw man. I literally just finished talking about the fact that this is her only lifeline, that this is the only person she's willing to talk to. And then you say, after I'm saying, that, and it's clear that Kyla said this, that like Pxie said this, that Kyla is the only person that she was going to talk to. You say Kyla shouldn't have talked to her. That is not a straw man. That is literally the only possible way to interpret this, is you're saying because Kyla feels there's a conflict of interest, even though there's a lot at risk here, it's more important to not look like you have a conflict of interest than to worry about somebody's well-being. That's way more important. Don't look like to a bunch of fucking spurgs on the internet like you have a conflict of interest, because then, that would be way worse. That's the thing that you should really prioritize here. Not people's well-being, not their state of mind, not like the scenario at large. What we should prioritize here is the conflict of interest. Like, this is what I'm talking about. It's like so many people just have no ability to like put these things into context as to like what is happening here, what's at stake, like what all Pxie has said about her wishes, and what it is that Pxie wanted out of this, who it is that Pixie's willing to contact, who it is she's willing to talk to, who it is she's willing to listen to. I said she shouldn't be involved. I didn't say don't talk. Okay, so wait. So again, I don't know what involved means. Kyla reaches out to her to check on her, to make sure that she's doing okay. Kyla hears that she might be suicidal. So Kyla reaches out to her, and then Pxie asks her to talk to Destiny. So who is it that would have talked to Destiny instead? Who is it? Who's the person? What does involved mean if it's not? I have no idea what you're saying. Like, you know what, Pxie? You should have chosen better. Like, what? Like, the only reason that we care about the conflict of interest is because we're worried about how that would affect Pxie. That's it. That's the only reason that we would be worried about the conflict of interest, is because of how that could affect Pxie and what it is that she wants to get out of this. That, like, people are afraid that Kyla might be more worried about Destiny's interests than Pxie's. But if Pxie still is only willing to deal with her, then that doesn't even become part of the conversation anymore. Like, that part of the conversation is over and done with, and we can just throw that away, because the conflict of interest is like is no longer an aspect of the conversation. She wants Kyla to be the person who communicates on her behalf, and she's not willing to talk to anybody else. And so that is all that matters there.
All right, so you guys have that conversation. So at that point, Pxie wants some kind of justice, doesn't want her name out there. Obviously what Steve's position is. Where does it go from there? From here, you kind of start mediating conversations between them, and what he wants versus what she wants.
Well, at first I basically go like a big part of this was, okay, he said to me, like in my recollection and my perception of the conversation, it felt like he was saying like more or less like, I mean, yeah. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, this is a big fuck up. Like,
did he recognize how bad it was?
Yes. He's like, I know. And I was like, it's really bad. And he's like, I know. He was like, he's like, okay, I don't know. I think public.
Since we're not involved, we don't know what's happening. We only have Kyla's version of events. No, we have Pxie's. We have Pxie's version of events. We have Pxie's as well. I don't know what. I don't know. Maybe you haven't been here, but we've gone over all of this. Okay, we have the information. I am giving Pxie and Kyla's version of events. We have many sides on this. We know what it is that Pxie felt, how it is she thought. We know that Kyla says that she got permission from Pxie to like put out her document that just kind of explained her side, and we know that Pxie went in and retweeted it, which is obviously an endorsement of the document. And so yes, if in the document, like Kyla is saying, like, yes, this is my I have permission from Pxie to post this stuff, and then Pxie goes and retweets it out, and then we also have Pxie like saying that in the actual DMs that she didn't want to talk to Destiny, and that she blocked Destiny, and that she wanted Kyla to go and talk to Destiny for her. We have Pxie's version of events. Like, we have it. That's all we need. There's nothing else that we can look for in this situation unless we, like, you know, it turns out that Pxie comes out and says that there was like a gun held to her head throughout this entire process, and that Kyla was standing right next to her with a gun at her head while texting her. Like, that's a possibility. But yeah, currently there's no reason for us to like expect anything more from this. If there is more, then we're like, it's fine to like change our minds. But currently, this is enough information for us to feel pretty safe and secure with the scenario.
Luckily, he hasn't said what he's doing like legally behind the scenes, so I like literally can't tell you that. But he told me a number of things. Just because like I don't want to get caught up in a lot of the lawsuits in part, and secondly, I think if some of the things get public, it could like implicate part of what's trying to be done from both sides. I think, as far as like investigation and stuff. So, he basically like told me what he was doing behind the scenes as far as like what to do, and then I was like sitting there being like, okay, but like what did you say? Like when she first approached you, I was like pushing him, and he was like, fuck, like I don't know. He's like, if you want, you can just read our entire DMs. Like I can show you our entire DMs of like what I said to her, so that you know like how I responded. And I was like, to be honest, I would appreciate that. So
are these the same DMs that already got leaked, or is this a different conversation?
Fuck, I would need to look. I think almost all of them are the exact ones that got leaked, except rather than it being like clipped up into little images, it would be like the entire thing, and like their whole conversation, which has lots of extras in it, but more or less I think what's been leaked.
Okay. And what was your impression of that conversation once you read that?
Who would she go through, Dan? Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, out of all of the people, there, like, Kyla is the only person that she could have gone through. Like, there isn't another person. Like, when we're talking about somebody who, one, is friends with Destiny and friends with Pxie, because remember, I understand that like people are upset that Kyla's friends with Destiny, but you have to understand, in order for this conversation to happen, it has to be somebody who is also friends with Destiny. Like, they're not going to go get like fucking Mr. Girl to go to negotiate with Destiny. All right. Like, they want somebody that Destiny is going to listen to. They want somebody who has like a relationship with Destiny. So it has to be somebody that like Destiny is also cool with. And so, yeah, we're saying like, oh, okay. So, and then it's somebody who like was talking to Pxie at the time, and that she was willing to respond to, and that like, that was like checking in on her and shit. And so, yeah, like we're talking about like, yeah, we have two people, Dan or Pxie, or sorry, Dan or Not So Erudite. And again, yes, like a Not So Erudite obviously is just going to be like the much better option here. So nothing against Dan. I love Dan. Just, yeah, nothing. Kyla's going to be like, she is the only option. Like, she just is. So it's kind of ridiculous the way that people are painting this. Like, it is. I need you guys to understand, like, it is the way people are painting this. It is insane. And that for them to be upset that Kyla was the one involved in at all is pure delusion. It just is. It like, Kyla, you do not have to have somebody who is the most neutral person of all time. You don't. You just have to get the person who is going to be as neutral as possible, and as like as close to both of them as possible. You know, somebody that both of them will trust. And so that is Kyla. That's it. Like, there is nobody else. Unless one of you can give me a suggestion, which I've asked like 3 or 4 times, can any of you tell me who the other person is? And none of you have said. None of you have said. Not one person has even given a suggestion as to somebody else. So yes, it just is Kyla. It just is.
Basically, I read that as, okay, so he knows that he's done wrong.
Lav,
and
Mr. Girl.
when she brings it to him, the first thing that he does is basically say, I'm really sorry. Like, there's no excuse, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm glad that at least like when she's talking to him, he's like fully acknowledging like he fucked up here. Him and I read through some of the plan. I think some of the plan is probably excluded, like what he's doing like behind the scenes and legally. And he also talked to me about the money offer. And I was like, why did you offer her money? And he was like, well, he's like, I know it looks scummy, but I also know she's like applying for LSAT. So I just figured like, it's not much, but it's something I can do to help, because like, like she's fucked, like she got fucked over. She did nothing wrong.
Doesn't that kind of read as like him offering her money for some benefit in exchange for her silence?
To be honest, I really didn't read it that way. Particularly because it's like
so okay. So that's not the way she should have answered this. Obviously, that is a possibility. Obviously, that is a possibility, and that's obviously something that they were taking into consideration. Is that like because you guys have to remember, okay, so Chaeiry went and leaked this stuff that because she doesn't like Kyla, right? But Chaeiry was talking to Destiny at the time. Chaeiry was DMing Destiny, and Chaeiry is the one who was having conversations with Destiny about. That's how Destiny knew that the Pxie was suicidal, and so when Kyla found out that Pxie was suicidal, she found out from Destiny because Chaeiry told Destiny. So Chaeiry also told Destiny to offer money. She also told Destiny that like because she's suicidal, she's not really like getting a lot done. She's not able to work. She's not capable of like she's not capable of like really paying her bills right now and shit like that, and that this is this is fucking with her. And Destiny said, oh, I don't know, it's gonna look like I'm trying to like pay her off and like stop her from filing a lawsuit or something. And she's like, that's possible, but not if you do it in the right way. Just like make sure that like she's still capable of filing a lawsuit, and that you're just offering her money. Like, because Destiny was saying like, I feel really bad. I know I fucked up here, but I don't know what else I can do. Like, I don't know what to do here, and I want to help, but I don't have any way. I don't have any way to like contact her without sounding like a fucking douchebag. And so Chaeiry said, again, like this is like Pxie's best friend at the time, it said, you should offer her some money. She's in financial trouble, and she's going through a rough time and isn't going to be able to work through this. So the one thing you could do for the meantime is offer her some money. Now, it's totally possible with all the new information that we have that Chaeiry was like trying to set Destiny up or something. I have no reason to believe that, so I don't think that that's the case. But and you know, and maybe Destiny has come out accusing them of engaging in some sort of coordinated effort against him. So now that I'm like, yeah, kind of thinking about the fact that Chaeiry was the one who told him to offer the money, maybe that's why he thinks there was a coordinated effort. Because yes, we have these logs from Destiny here where he said, I don't think anyone went against her wishes. If I had to guess, based on the timing of the videos plus her statement, it was probably all coordinated. I'm 99% sure there's basically zero recourse available to her, which is why I wanted to work it out independently, but I've always told her she's free to do what she wants. And he did. He told her numerous times in DMs that if she wanted to, if she still wanted to sue him, she could still do that. He doesn't want to stop her from doing that, but he's willing to help her with like financial situations in the beginning. Did Chaeiry say that? Or is that your theory? No, I'm telling you, Chaeiry was the one who told him to do it. Oh, fuck. I keep trying to find this again, and I can't find it, but somebody initially sent me the Destiny Reddit post, and I don't remember who sent it to me, but I can't find it now. So if anybody can find it, Destiny's Reddit post where he like shows all the DMs and everything. If somebody can find that, please send it to me again, because oh wait, is this? Yeah, this is not the thing. Yeah, I've been going through like our messages because I thought you might have sent it to me. Oh wait, here it is. Okay, I got it. Okay, so this is with Pxie. Pxie. Lauren. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so Straight Rate said, okay, so yeah, so here's at the bottom. Destiny says, Straight Rate said that I messaged her tonight, and that's when she said that she thinks that's what she needs to do. Destiny said, well, fuck. I feel stupid going over there and asking her to just hang out for obvious reasons, but I don't really know what else to do. Am I even the person who, or if I'm even the person who can offer support? Straight Rate said, I don't know how she views you, but when she told me, I wondered if I should tell you and ask for help. I'm sorry, my screen's fucked up. I gotta. And ask for help, but she sees you as an abuser. Then it seems like the ultimate betrayal to do that. Same with telling her family if she explicitly said she can't rely on them for support. Like, I'd rather have her pissed off at me for life, but alive. But I also don't know how to intervene. She doesn't seem manic, but I have no training to really make that judgment. But a wellness check seems like it'll do fuck all because she'll just act normal to get them to go away, and that wouldn't commit her just on my word alone. This is so small. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best here. I told her similar things that you told her, and that she really needs to speak to her therapist about this. She said she hadn't done that. Okay, so that's the first message, and then the second message. She says, I don't know how much framing all of this in terms of relative harm helps. We're all egocentric, so even if that's true, I wonder if that's getting through to her. Destiny said, yeah, maybe not. I don't know what else to do. And Straighterade sent $3 signs right there. She sent $3 signs. She said, money. Fuck, offer to cover her therapy or some shit. I don't know her employment situation, but I don't think it's good. Destiny said, you really think so? LOL, I have zero problem with that. I thought about it, but it feels super ultra scummy, or like I'm just trying to buy her off, buy off her feelings or something. But obviously, I 1,000,000% would absolutely do this. Straighterade said, yes, I really think so, LOL. She mentioned pursuing a case against you in that first screenshot you sent me. And this isn't a crime that is punishable with jail if I understand correctly or some shit. So unless she thought it did something or some other punitive measure she felt would deter you, I'm going to assume she was considering doing it for financial damages. So yeah, so that is the part. I can't scroll up or down on this, so but yeah, anyways. That's the part right there. Is the money. So yeah. It was Straighterade, Pxie's friend, who told him to offer the money. So that's what he did. And when he offered the money, he said, that's not what you said, but it's a fair interpretation. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? What did I say that was different? In the first screenshot, the whole thing is about the suicidal ideation and the fact that like she's not doing well.
read my earlier at. I know she said that, but I'm asking if she said that because Pxie would be unable to function normally and handle her bills. That's a fair interpretation, but I'm asking if she said that. Oh, okay. I'm saying that in context, I think that is like pretty clearly what she's saying in this message, because this first entire part is all about the like suicide. So the screenshot is about the fact that like this is what Pxie sent him about like feeling suicidal and what it is she wants as far as like going to court. And then that's where like Straight Erudite says, I'm surprised she told you she didn't respond to this, or no, she did delete it. He said no, if she responds and deletes it, I didn't see, but I'm pretty sure she just didn't respond. And then Straight Erudite said she's not doing well and she had made all the wrong moves in response to this. I told her to do nothing and not reply to people. Destiny said I don't think she's done anything too bad or anything, just like just privating stuff for a bit was fine. Straight Erudite said people have sent me stuff that she said in the DMs. So yeah, so this whole thing is about the fact that like she's not doing well and that Destiny wants to try to help her but doesn't know what to do. So then he's saying, well, can I go like I would go do like a wellness check or like hang out with her, but I don't think I'm the person to do this. I can't do that. I can't be the one to go hang out with her and try to help her. Like, I know she's suicidal, but I'm like the last person who can do that. And so then Straight Erudite says, money. I think, yeah, to me, it's pretty clear based on the context that is what's being said. That is, yeah, but it is not an exact interpretation.
Like caveated with like, I know that this looks scummy, especially now that I have full context, I realize the idea actually came from Aaron, and then he suggested it to her, like, I believe.
Who cares if he offered money or not? His actions are the judge. I mean, if that's it for you, then, like, I don't know why you're here. Like, all of us agree on that part. Everybody agrees. Yes, it was fucking disgusting to go send other people's nudes to somebody else without consent. Everybody agrees on that. If that's all you want from this, if that's all you needed, I don't know what you're here for. Like, we're getting more context surrounding the entire situation based on how everybody else engaged with this, and especially based on the way that other people are covering this. Like, it's important for us to kind of go over it ourselves and get our own understandings of the scenario, because I think a lot of people are purposefully putting everything in a vacuum when it's convenient to try to take away as much context as possible, to try to project their own narratives onto people. And so yeah, I'm going to go over these things to make sure that I feel like I have the information based on my own relationships with these people and my friendships with them and what I think about them and what I think's right or wrong. And with a lot of these people, I have my own communications with them about these things behind the scenes and what it is that that we're talking about. And obviously I've been able to talk about these things as as we're going through, but we have other reasons for going through this other than like, let's continue to say how bad Destiny is, because we've all done that.
Leave within an hour if I'm looking at the times correctly. Like, he immediately suggested it to her, so it's coming from somebody now I realize even that was in his mind talking to her and communicating like what she wanted. And my understanding as well is that was something that is probably the right thing to do. Like, he should probably, if she's like doesn't want to go public or anything, and because of that she can't like sue him, if he's remorseful and like wants to take accountability for his actions, he should like probably pay for therapy and like probably her living for a while to like help her out, basically. Like, that seemed like, alongside the other stuff that he was doing, to be honest, like the right response, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I guess the concern for me is like, Pxie, I mean, in her own statement, she said that there's, I think she said 3 people total, her and 2 other people, that he seemingly done this to. And I mean, obviously it's her decision whether or not it goes public, but, the problem with it maybe not going public at some point is, he doesn't face actual repercussions for his actions, which is like public scrutiny, right? Because, if he gets in his head, he can just pay his way out of these situations. And to be clear, he has enough money to do that. He can pay for her law school and stuff.
I agree. And again, I think that offering money was dangerous in the first place. I think the fact that somebody that we would consider her friend, somebody who has her best interest in mind,
at least we thought, but that she seems to have, I think from Destiny's perspective, Chaeiry has Pxie's interest in mind. And when Chaeiry is the one that suggests the money thing, it makes his attempt to send money very different than him just randomly deciding to offer money. 1. 2, when he offers money, he's very clear to say, you can still sue me and like take me to court and everything. This is not replacing that. Like, this is just like to see if I can help you. This is a separate thing. So I think that, I think that the offering of money, it does not come off as some sort of bribe to any reasonable person.
Still be okay. It's like, what incentive is there for him to not do it again in the future if he thinks he might be able to get away with it,
Yeah, this is why when I talked to Pxie, I told her, like, if you want to sue him, I like support you in doing that. I've never said anything different with her. I think that's like fully within her right. I just know for her, I guess to be specific, she explicitly told me that if this stuff became more public, that was the thing that made her want to kill herself. She was terrified of like family finding out. She was terrified of like friends and stuff finding out.
Yeah, I was about to say that seems to be, from everything that we've read about this, that is the part that she is like most afraid of, is her family finding out. And so when people like, President Sunday are like, well, who cares if your family finds out? I want to say Destiny's a bad guy. Like, it's just such a fucking disgusting thing, dude. Like, it is just so wild. Like, cause like, obviously Destiny is the person who victimized these people in the first place. There is no like getting around that. But even like Destiny's actions after this, and like in trying to like, I don't know. I feel like almost like Coomer Brain makes almost like more sense as some sort of justification for something than like, oh, I just feel like getting some content out of this and making people victims in the process. Like, as horrible as that sounds, like there's at least like, a state of mind that can make this like, make sense without justifying it in any way. But yeah, Destiny is just Mr. Girl, President Sunday. I'm getting all the fucking horrible people mixed up now. The President Sunday doing this like just for his own benefit and then pretending he cares about victims in the process of victimizing victims is just fucking rich, dude.
And like seeing this content, and she was like, that was the thing like driving her suicidality, was the publicity of it, which is why she didn't want to go to like civil court, right? So then I'm like, what's if the publicity part is attached to the suit, which she said she talked to lawyers, I just believed her. It sounds like that's also correct. Then it's like, what's the next best thing for her? Because I think that she deserves something. But
so what was your kind of goal throughout all of this? Because obviously it puts you in a very awkward position where on one hand you're trying to help out your friend, but at the same time, I mean, you're I don't know if you're employed by Destiny, but you work with him. Obviously, he's helping you out a lot. Together. Yeah, right. So like what kind of position are you in at that point? Like, how are you feeling? Are you thinking like, can I continue working with this guy if he's doing this kind of stuff? Are you thinking of cutting him off? Like, what kind of position is that putting you in?
I mean, before I sent the message to Aaron, I was talking to my husband, like to Nick, and I was like,
this is also, look, we all put like a lot more like moral weight on people because we have this like parasocial attachment to them, or things like that. But if somebody like, worked for a law firm and it turns out that their boss at the law firm got like convicted of rape, I don't know if everybody afterwards is like, dude, you have to quit this law firm. You got to get out of there. Like, you can't be on the partners board with that guy. He's a piece of shit. Like, in the same, if you work at Taco Bell, you're the assistant manager and the head manager turns out to be like some horrible, pedophile or something. Like, again, I don't think that we tell people that they have to like, quit, hold their bosses morally accountable by quitting. And, you have to lose your paycheck and lose your career because that person did something bad. Like, I don't know if we do this normally. I understand that there's a big difference in the fact that she's going into business with him. And so they're both part owners in this case. But I think that even with that being the case, nobody represents it that way. Nobody represents it as like, you guys are part owners. No, they all say Destiny's her boss, right? Because obviously, if it comes down to it, we all think he's the one who's going to have the last say. Like, he's probably the one who paid for like most of the equipment and like put the most investment into this. And so, and he's the one with the most clout, like he's the one with the audience and the community. And so he's the one who's going to be able to like make last decisions while going through this. And so we would all say, most everybody's looking at this and saying Destiny's pretty much your boss. Well, if you're talking about it as far as them being business partners, I think you have like a bit more of an argument. But the people who are saying this aren't saying that they're business partners. They're instead saying that he's her boss, and that is that's where, well, if that's the framing, then I don't know this is the expectation. I understand it's a moral quandary. The same issue people take with her vested interest is that she's mediating and representing Destiny's side of the story, so it's going to look sketchy. In what? Like between him and Pxie? If my boss did this crap, I would 100% find a new job. That's fine. You can feel that way, but I'm saying that we don't have that expectation of people. We don't tell people that they ought to find a new job. Like, we never tell people if their boss is a scumbag that they ought to quit, that they ought to lose their paycheck because their boss did something bad. You ought to have a massive financial loss because your boss is a bad guy. You ought to be punished because your boss sucks. Like, we don't do this. That is not a normal thing for us.
If he recorded somebody without their knowledge and sent it out, like, I don't think I can, like, I don't know what to do. I don't think I can work with. Like, that's a line.
That's why it looks bad. Hold on. I don't understand. Are you saying about the mediation between her and Pxie again? Because I feel like we've already like pretty well established this, that like regardless of the conflict of interest, there's other things that overrule that by miles, and that is Pxie's like well-being, the fact that Pxie only wants her to do it, the fact that there's nobody else who can do it, the fact that there's literally just no other options, and that like, yeah, I feel like we've already covered this to where we all understand why there's a conflict of interest. We just also understand that it doesn't matter. Like, that like something being a conflict of interest isn't enough for there to be something wrong. And in this case, the conflict of interest is like low priority in terms of all of the issues here. You skip my second to last at it's important to read shit. I don't. She's not just working with him, but also representing his idea of the story. That's why it looks bad. It's a tough spot to be in. Those are all the messages. What else is there? Am I missing something? Do I have it on Top Chat or something? No, I don't have it on Top Chat. I'm looking at my phone too, and that's all the messages. I read all of them.
And I can't. I don't fuck with that shit. Like, that's insane. And it sounds like, I know recently, like, Chaeiry has made some statements. Just to be clear, I don't know anything about those leaks, and so like, I don't know. I need to think about.
Those are it. The part I was focusing on is the fact that they work together and she's representing him. Okay, yeah. Again, I that's what I was responding to. When I responded just a minute ago, that is what I was responding to, is all of those messages.
Oh, I need to figure out what's going on with those additional leaks, because like,
I don't know.
A pretty hard line for me is like,
you might be a little bit behind. I'm just now realizing you might be a bit behind from my responses, and that we're responding. You're responding to something different than what I think you're responding to, so I'm not sure.
If somebody does according to somebody else, that's a pretty hard line for me.
Right. Well, even outside of the recording, I mean, the question of whether or not the recording was consented to, the spreading around certainly wasn't from your perspective. Is that enough to draw a line 100%. Or no?
So it's not for me. That the issue is that what was a line for me before, I was like, okay, if she did consent to the recording, but not to the spreading around, which I'm assuming that she hadn't, then I said, what matters to me
It's
is like
the
how he responds.
opposite.
Is he trying to fix it? Is he being remorseful? Is he like reaching out to her to like find some level of solution? If that's like his initial response, that to me is a lot more meaningful. Because it's like,
I guess
okay, well,
I
you
guess my
fucked
question
up.
would be like, why do you draw a line there? Like, it's not like he slipped on a banana peel, you know, like he was in one of his goon sessions and he decided to send a video to some random Discord e-girl of Pxie engaging with him. Like, why would, I mean, obviously he had to have known that, you know, whether or not he was the one to leak it to the public, he had to have known that he's running the risk of that video being publicized when he's sending a video of, you know, him and another person sexually interacting to someone random that he met on Discord, or even someone he may have trusted, right? Like, if Pxie didn't consent, he had to have known he ran the risk of that being publicized in some way, considering how, you know, how much public scrutiny there is around Destiny, and frankly, how many people would love to have a video of him engaging in that, as we've seen from the Twitter stuff, right? Like, would that not be is that not something he should have been pretty, I don't know, forward thinking about?
Yeah, I agree that like,
I've talked about this before. This wasn't even just him. When the first couple of times that I talked to Molina, I remember at the time Destiny had like been getting off stream really early, and then he kept saying that there was stuff going on in the background that he couldn't talk about. And I was supposed to have an interview with Molina for a totally separate project, and we were having conversations in the background about when we were going to do this. And out of nowhere, she asks me if we can reschedule, and I was like, yeah, sure, I guess. Like, it's kind of inconvenient, but like if it's absolutely necessary, like you know, then nothing I can do about it. We'll make it work. And she's like, yeah, thanks. There's all this stuff going on with Aaron and this person and that person, and like she starts like divulging all this information about like their personal life and their dramas and shit that I didn't feel like I was at all like needing to be in on, and was like all of a sudden like really uncomfortable with the fact that I had this information that that was apparently like top secret shit that I was not that people were not privy to, and she's just like unloading all of this on me in like our first correspondence, like one of our first correspondence. And so yes, it was very strange. And so yeah, I think I thought, wow, dude, like all of this shit where they're like trying really hard to keep stuff private, and this is how willing they are to just like give it up to somebody, and I could be this like fucking loser that's just gonna go and tell everybody right now, and I could just go and spread this all over the place. Like, what the fuck? It was just, yeah, it was I was very surprised. So
it's the issue is like, it's not that I'm not saying it wasn't a fuck up. Like, I agree that it was a fuck up, and I think it was a massive betrayal of trust. Just to me, like, recording somebody and then without their knowledge and leaking it is like a full on, like, it's a pretty like sexually invasive crime. Leaking somebody's nudes, I think, is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do.
Yeah, Zeking, I think this is what I'm saying, is that I'm saying I don't know if you're caught up yet or not. I don't know. Can you just press 1 when you hear this, so I know you're not going to be responding to like something I said like 10 minutes ago when I say this real quick, because I'm not sure if keeps failing. Okay, all right. So I'm saying that like we all get that the conflict of interest exists. Nobody disagrees that the conflict of interest exists. Obviously, it exists. It's just a matter of like whether or not it matters at all, like whether or not that is like to be prioritized in any way. And so I think that like, yes, I think that we have like sufficiently like analyzed all of the different types of like pushes and pulls in this relationship, and that currently like it just doesn't actually seem to matter all that much. Now, if we see something that is overt in the way that it's like pushing for something, then it makes sense. But I think that it is on us to be charitable in this case to Kyla, not because we like Kyla, not because she's a nice person, not for any other reason other than if she's the only person who can do this and nobody else, she is the one who's being put in a very difficult position here. she is not like she is, yes, she is kind of being forced into a very difficult position to where she is the only person who can do this thing, and now has to do her best to like come off as friendly as possible, but apparently very like care about optics as well, and worry of, you know, not just optics of how that person feels while she's communicating with them, but apparently how the public is going to feel about her private DMs with this person. And then also, you know, communicate these things to Destiny and do the same thing there. And not only care about the optics, but also make sure that she's actually accurately getting these people's like wishes and communications across, you know, just like correctly and accurately, and making sure that she's not mixing anything up, because that would be the worst part, is if like she went and told Destiny, hey, Pxie wants this, and it turns out Pxie doesn't want that, and she just totally misread something, and now Pxie's pissed off that, like, you know, now Pxie thinks that she's sweeping. Like, yeah, there's just so many things at play here to where, just the, I think that, like, again, we all agree on the issues with the different relationships. Like, nobody thinks that those issues don't exist. It's just that, yeah, like they just don't matter in the grand scheme of things unless there is something like overtly bad. I think that it is like on everybody to understand the position that she is put in as well, and that she's she's not there's some stuff Kyla says later that makes me lean into the skepticism with some of this once you get to the end. Hopefully my perspective makes more sense. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't want you guys arguing things that I don't have any information on, so.
It's definitely, in my experience, not the first time that somebody has like leaked nudes. I think it's really bad.
Consider the context.
I think it's not okay. Like when you hear about like guys like showing other guys like tits that some girls shan't, like I think it's gross, and there's a reason I don't look at it.
I mean that's, you know, that's I agree, it's less severe, but you know,
so
this isn't a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35-year-old guy who's doing this.
Sure, but the law and morals are different, right? In the case of like recording somebody against their consent and then releasing it against their consent is a totally different action to me than like having it sent to them and then thinking it would stay private because they're sending it to somebody else and giving it to somebody else, which they shouldn't have done. Like these are just the intention and everything behind it is a lot different to me.
So is your concern entirely the legality versus the morality? Like, is the morality not really a big question for you?
No, I think morality is a really big question. But I'm saying that basically, to some degree, I suppose I'm saying I agree with the law here. I agree with the law drawing a line here saying like this is a even more severe action. Both are really bad. The issue is that one of them is like criminologically bad and the other one is like, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay. So you were okay with working with a piece of shit, to be clear?
I was willing to work with somebody who fucked up and then also showed remorse and was like willing to try to help the person that he fucked over and correct it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess moving on from that interaction. So where did the kind of conversation go from there once you had gotten his side and gotten her side? You, at that point, a lot of the DMs seem to be you kind of mediating, talking to her about what she wants versus what Steven is willing to provide and do. What was your kind of perspective on those interactions? Before we get into the specific stuff, I guess just overarchingly, what was your goal there?
Sorry, I think I'm not understanding your question. Could you just rephrase it?
I guess, okay. What was your goal past that point? Once you found out what he had apparently done, and you seemingly got confirmation, once you found out how her feelings were on it, what was your goal past that point? Was it just to help Pxie out? Was it to protect Destiny from the allegations?
No. So like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy Queen leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked her to do
Hey Tom, came across an article that says food prices are going to go up because of Trump. What's that about? It's probably fake news. They probably got that from CNN, honestly. They probably they can't stop watching CNN and MSNBC and, you know, all of those news organizations that have already been proven to be liars. They just can't stop getting their news from liars. So that's probably what it is.
delete the comment, but you can just read my message. I explicitly tell her I'm messaging her because I don't want her to remove the comment. I want her to remove the identifying piece where she talks about like friends, because I don't want anything that could narrow it to Pxie, because the main thing that Pxie has said to me over and over is the publicity piece. So the only thing that I have cared about, by and large, has been following what Pxie feels that she needs in that moment, right? Listening to like what she's asking for. There's certain things it's possible that she could ask me to do where I'd be like, I'm not comfortable facilitating this, right? But saying something like, please don't make my name public. Please don't address it publicly. And please like try to keep it as quiet as possible. 110% I'm going to do that. Like no question.
So
And
you say
if
the
you look at
Fairy
the Fairy
Queen
Queen
leaks, do you mean is this message, right? Let me just to confirm with you.
Yes. So if you
Okay.
read, I get that you're mad, that's fair. Your comment is kind of confirming that it's them, which they're denying and drawing more attention to there. I'd really appreciate if you considered removing that part of your comment, right? Just that part. And there's a reason that I didn't just delete it immediately, because I'm fine with the discussion of it. I'm fine with people like talking about whether Destiny's a piece of shit. I think all of that is really valid. But what's not valid is like making Pxie's plight worse. That's not valid. And like until she decides that she wants to go public, I'm not taking that from her.
Right. So here, Fairy Queen asks, they say, do you acknowledge that Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent? Have you confronted Steven about this? Will you dissociate from him for sharing another woman's sex tapes without her consent? You said, gotcha, I'm not an extension of Steven, you're not a feminist, and you blocked her. Were you blocking her because it seemed like she wasn't going to edit her comment, or because you didn't want to answer these questions publicly? Like, what was the concern here, I guess?
It basically seems like, so Fairy Queen and I have...
It seems pretty obvious, yeah. Like, I was going to say, Fairy Queen hates Kylo. And so Fairy Queen's like just using this again as a way to project her issues with Kyla. And she's taking whatever's happening in this situation and trying to use it as a way to like bludgeon Kyla with it. And so when Kyla instead is like, you know, look, whatever issues you have with me, like that's fine. Keep having issues with me. But your shit is putting like these victims at risk in causing problems for them. And especially when Kyla knows that there's like suicidal ideations involved and things like this, like there's a high stake for her here. And so she's trying to like get as much of the, you know, possibility of the public off this. And while Fairy Queen is doing her whole like, I'm a feminist, I'm a real feminist, these other feminists aren't the real feminist, I'm the real feminist. Like, you would think, okay, well, if that's her whole, like, grift, then, you know, she would at least, like, pretend to care about this if she doesn't care about it in reality. Like, you know, she would at least pretend to care about it. But then after Kyla tells her this, Fairy Queen, instead of responding to anything Kyla says, straight up immediately cuts straight to just going right back to fucking trying to use this as a way to bludgeon Kyla. Completely ignores everything about the victims, completely ignores everything about about the context here. She just immediately goes right back to, oh yeah, well here, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? What about this? And just like straight up does not even acknowledge any of the shit that Kyla just said to her. So it's like, yeah, of course she's just going to block her. She's like, okay, I'm here to like try to talk to her about these, like, you know, the victim's issues. And she's still using this as like as a platform to try to like get me on something. Like, this is disgusting. So yeah, this is truly like disgusting fucking behavior from Fairy Queen as well. All of these people just love to pretend they care about victims. They just love to like take victims and fucking throw them on the ground and then stand on top of their bodies and be like, guys, look how fucking big I am, dude. Look at me. I'm as big as a fucking skyscraper. Look at me, guys. And that's Fairy Queen in a nutshell.
A history, just to be clear, a really weird history, where she constantly is accusing me of things and then coming to me behind the scenes to like help with suicidality or certain things. And the reality is that if somebody's life is at risk and they need help, I'm just going to give it. I'm always going to give it. And so Fairy Queen at this point and I had two separate interactions where she had come to me because somebody she knew or a friend of hers was suicidal and she was looking for like steps about how to handle it. And I helped her every single time. One of the times was also a mutual friend, like Xena. All that stuff is very, very public. I did a lot of the similar stuff with Xena. I met up with her. I think with Xena, I actually spent a night at her house just to like keep her safe when she was really distressed.
Okay, I didn't know how much of this is public. Yeah, I was talking about the other day that there was a couple of times that I had to contact Not So Erudite about people who were suicidal as well, who were sending me like their suicide letters and shit like that. And And like, I don't know if it was like a friend thing or if they were like wanting me to publish their suicide letter or something, but it was Xena, and like it was one of the people that in one of the times or two of the times that I ended up going to Kyla because I didn't know who else to go to, and I knew that they knew each other, and so I reached out to Kyla, and she just said, okay, I got it from here, and took care of the whole thing, and handled all of it. So I wasn't ever aware if there were like if any of this was public, so I've always kind of kept names to myself, and it didn't even mention any of it until maybe a couple months ago. But yeah, that was a rough period because there was just so much going on there that nobody really knew what to do about it, and there was like all sorts of vague posting all over the place that was just really worrying over and over and over. So and then there were other times when then people contacted me and are like, hey, Xena just sent this to me, I don't know what the fuck to do. And so again, I just contacted Kyla, just, hey, this is happening again. And again, she just said, all right, I got it. And each time I would message her later and double check, hey, how did it go? And every time she would just fill me in on like everything that happened later, and that everything ended up okay. So a lot of people seem to go to Kyla. They do. She is one of the few adults in the space, and so she's just one of the few people that others can actually trust and know that she'll deal with things responsibly. So
I also did like multiple safety calls for her, where like I reported like as she was attempting like to the police and stuff like that. So Fairy Queen has this weird dynamic where she keeps coming to me for help with stuff, which I'm always willing to, but then she'll also be like, but why are you such a piece of shit? Why are you friends with Destiny? He's a horrible person. And I'm just like, look, like if somebody needs help, I'm always willing to. There's lots of things I disagree with Steven about. But yes, I'm still willing to work with him. So that's part of what's driving this. When she like sent all those questions, I was like, oh, so every time she said like one thing that she really cares about is women, I don't know if I believe her, because it seems like she's willing to hurt Pxie to like get at Steven. And I'm not interested. And at that point I blocked her and deleted the comment.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, with that out of the way, I think the thing I wanted to go over next would be all the text messages between you and Pxie that got leaked. Now, before we get into that, I guess my question would be from you. Do you know the way that these text messages, looks like iMessage, do you know the way these texts got leaked? How did this end up getting out? Who was this sent to that ended up sending it to someone that ended up getting it publicly? What was the chain of events here?
It sounds like Pxie sent it to Aaron, trying to like basically like this is what Kyla's saying. Pxie and I have talked. She's also willing. Her and Aaron aren't talking anymore. But she is willing to, like, if need be. Obviously, she wants to be as publicly.
Again, I'm glad Kyla's coming out with this shit, because I've had to say over and over, like, I don't know if this is public or not, so I'm just kind of saying this is what I know. But but fucking Chaeiry being the one to go and leak those DMs to President Sunday is what set all of this off. It was, Chaeiry going in, sending those like private DMs with Pxie to Chaeiry because, or Chaeiry sending them to Sunday because she's mad that Pxie is using Kyla as the intermediary, and so she doesn't trust Kyla. So now they went and did this whole thing to force Pxie to come out publicly. Like, that is President Sunday? Yes, President Sunday. And so the whole thing apparently was to try to force Pxie to come out publicly. And then I assume that way they could then start to say, well, so see now Kyla, we know she's been playing intermediary, which means that she's trying to sweep for Destiny. So then Kyla leaks all of her DMs and everything with Pxie, which again is probably not what Pxie wants, but now they have to make all of their shit public so that everybody can see what is what's going on here, and the fact that she is not sweeping, that she is kind of she is just doing the best that she can in a difficult situation, and that yes, this just has to become a bigger and bigger circus because President Sunday doesn't give a fuck about any of the victims and cares more about his vendetta against Kyla. So yeah, that is something that I hope people remember from this. I hope that is one of the key takeaways from this, is that President Sunday is way more concerned with his vendetta against Kyla than and the reason, if you haven't been around a long time, the reason he has a vendetta against Kyla is because a long time ago he fucked up. He came up with this whole convoluted story about how she was lying about her like degrees, and lying about her her work experience and all this shit. And he came out with a bunch of videos that I don't know. I don't know if he knew he was talking out of his ass. I don't think that President Sunday's smart enough to know how illogical he is most of the time. So I sometimes am willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and just think, yeah, I think he's just retarded and not always malicious. And so in this case, it did seem like one of those times where he was just too dumb to know how dumb he looked to everybody with a brain. And he ended up looking fucking retarded. Like across the board, just came off like a full-on retard to everybody. And so then that's why, like later, then he starts accusing her and her husband of doxing him, and like trying to coerce him, which also he took a massive L in that one again. And so yes, he just has this like never-ending fucking axe to grind with her, because he's mad that he keeps taking these huge L's in shit that he's starting. Like, if he would just stop like going after her for stupid shit, like if he didn't have such a hard on to where he could just like, be a little smart about, the decisions he makes, then maybe that would fix the whole issue for him. But he can't do that. He keeps taking the L's, he keeps getting embarrassed, and so he turns around and just tries to fix it over and over by getting a W and another one. And so yeah, this is the like, from my perspective and from what I've seen, yes, this is all just him over and over, just having a hurt ego that this madame has owned him in the marketplace of ideas over and over and over on his own fucking fights, the fights that he's starting. So again, it's not like she keeps going after him over and over and over, and so he should, at least has a reason to be upset. No, he doesn't even have a reason to be upset with anybody except for himself. And I guess his genetics possibly lead to the lack of IQ there, but whatever. So yeah, so now he is again trying to transfer all of his problems from there over to this new one, to where maybe now this time I can finally win. I'll finally get her. He's like he's like rocket power. And Kyla is like Ash Ketchum. And at the end of every episode, there goes President Sunday flying off in his, hot air balloon with his, President Sunday, what is it? Team Rocket flying off again or something like that. I forget what they say. I don't but yeah, that's kind of what I picture every time, is like every time he takes like his massive L, it's rocket power. Well, I thought it was Team Rocket. Blasting off. That's right. Team Rocket blasting off again. Yeah, that's President Sunday. President Sunday blasting off again. Like every time Team Rocket just like takes another fucking massive L, because out of nowhere, they just pop up and start to go after Ash Ketchum again. Like, it's not like Ash is trying to chase down Team Rocket. It's not like he gives a fuck about what they're doing. It's not like he's keeping up with them or anything. They just always pop up to come after Ash Ketchum again. And so he's like, all right, I'll fucking kick your asses again, dude, whatever. And so he kicks their asses again. And then, yep, they're Team Rocket blasting off again. And so, yeah, and so that's President Sunday. At the end of every one of these dramas that he starts, he then is blasting off again, and then he's, you know, here he comes again. He's, I'll get you. Oh, I'll get you and your little husband too. Like, that's that's President Sunday's fucking dumbass. And it's not just Kyla. He does this with numerous people. He's done this with Destiny. He's done this with me. He's done this with people over and over, is where he gets this like obsession. And even like, you know, people have commented on the fact that over and over, he keeps commenting on my shit or coming into my Discord or like coming and talking about something that I'm doing. And every time, all of a sudden he pops up and I'm like, oh shit. I forgot who President Sunday was. I totally forgot this guy existed. Like damn, I didn't even know he was still making content. What the fuck? But yeah, he's and every time I'll mention it, like it's weird. President Sunday popped up again, and they're like, oh yeah, he keeps making videos on you all the time. Yeah, he's just talking about you on stream again with, you know, him and that Asian chick and you know, the other Team Rocket people. So yeah,
complicated as possible. So if you need it, you can probably reach out, but also I don't have it because I didn't ask for it. But basically, she was constantly telling Aaron, like, what do you think about this? This is what Kyla's suggesting. And Aaron was saying, like, I think she's being sneaky. And Pxie was being like, I don't think she's being sneaky. So I think the only text she has is because those are the...
Jesse, I was just thinking, dude, I need a fucking meme of like me as Ash Ketchum, Kyla as I keep wanting to say Cindy, but that's not right. Damn, I can't remember her name, but not the one that's not Brock. Misty, yeah. Kyla as Misty, and then you can have President Sunday as the guy from Team Rocket, and then you can have the Asian chick as the girl from Team Rocket, and you can put them all into a meme and whatever. What President Sunday is the cat. Well, I was gonna say, and then you can use like whoever they're using in that moment to project their new thing. So here it's you know Pxie, but then they become the Pokemon. They become the Pokemon that is being used to fight against, you know, Pikachu or whoever. And so yeah, this is just their MO.
Specific screenshots that Pxie sent to Aaron. I'm not 100% confident. From my understanding, Aaron directly leaked them to Sunday. I think Beckett of Crabs or whatever, he covers all the leaks on stream. It sounds like Sunday got them directly from her. I don't know how Beckett got them. I think some people are saying it. I think it might have been through Smugbug because Aaron's good friends with Smugbug. I don't know though. I have no idea how Beckett got the DMs, and I don't know if Nicholas got it from Beckett or from Sunday or like what the transaction is after that. I have no idea.
Okay, and I haven't seen Pxie directly talk about Sunday or I guess maybe Bad Empanada is someone that people are talking about right now, but I saw her Just let me find her tweet real quick.
Yeah,
in her thread, she had
leftist.
said something to the effect of, let me see here, I've got it. Okay, so she said, if you're a leftist who has talked about the situation without so much as contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me.
It seems like most of the time when somebody says leftist and they put it in quotations, there's a very good chance they're talking about President Sunday.
I know I shouldn't elaborate more, but I think one of the worst parts of what's happened is learning how so many people I genuinely thought were my friends are so easily willing to betray me. I don't understand what I've done to them to make them want to treat me like this. So do you know who she's talking about here? Or is she not willing to?
I'm speculating it's Erin. I didn't ask her specifically. I would speculate Erin. I know she's feeling, she basically, I called her tonight and she was like, Kyla, I'm so sorry. And I was like, are you okay? And she was like, Erin backstabbed me. Like Erin backstabbed me. So I'm assuming it's Erin. And Erin is a leftist, but I genuinely have no idea. I would assume though.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, do you want to get into the text?
Sure. I think it's probably worth saying, because I think people are like, the biggest question people have is like, why I'm sticking around Destiny. And so I just want to like answer that question, I think, a little bit more.
And again, when we assume it's Erin, it's not just like this random assumption. Erin is the fucking, like, she's in the DMs. So like, it's not this like wild thought to think that it's Erin who did it, based on the fact that 1, she is friends with President Sunday. 2, she calls herself a leftist. 3, she is in the DMs. And also, yes, has the hard on for Kyla, to where, yeah, this is just. I've always actually like thought it was really like cool how Pxie did this, because I feel like I've been well known for doing this as well, and as has Kyla, is that like Pxie had a bunch of friends who all had beefs with each other, and she was always very good at like navigating those relationships and keeping relationships with each person and being very like publicly close with those people. People like, you know, Erin, who's a leftist, but then Lauren De Laguna, who's a conservative, and even being roommates with them, and these are some of her like best, like closest friends. And then, you have people like Kyla as well, but then I'm blanking on some other people that I just had it in my mind, but yeah, there's a bunch of different people. Seems like Sunday leaked it to Beckett. Yeah, I didn't watch either one of their videos really, so I don't know which one of them came out with the video first, or which one of them was I don't know which one of them came out with it first, or which one of them was the one who like leaked it, or which one of them was who got it, or what the context is surrounding it really, or anything like that. But yeah, I just know that they're all using it to push their narratives, and obviously without a whole lot of information. So now that this information's out and it's obvious that they're wrong, how much y'all want to bet? They don't make any retractions. They don't take anything down. They still just continue to double down on their fucking bullshit as usual. Just continuing to double down on their fucking bullshit. These are like it just, yes, from my perspective, these are all the people that I had to deal with for my own fucking dramas and shit. The same fucks who were willing to just kind of jump on board and immediately backstab me and use whatever they could against me. It's the same fucks, just the same pieces of shit who, even after disproven over and over, continue to double down anyways. So yeah, it's the same fucking losers.
Extensively, which is if something else comes out about the leaks, which is like more pernicious or criminal, I realize like I probably won't, but
JSTLK crew, I would think, in my head, all of them really like kind of bundled together at around like the progressive victory stuff. That was the thing. And the progressive victory stuff happened like a day before my stuff, which is why when Beckett comes out and he's like, oh, I lied and made up all this shit about you because you let Mantis call me soy, he's talking about during the progressive victory stuff. That is what he was talking about. And so, yes, it was the progressive victory stuff. From what I remember, like the one person not associated with progressive victory or any of this stuff that was sitting here defending all of these people on progressive victory. Like, you guys just have no reason to be upset about this. And all these people just having the most illogical, like, thoughts just looping over and over. Yeah, you let Mantis call me soy. And so, yeah, it was, it was just like the most illogical bullshit that they were all running with. And that was the first time that I saw all of these different people that I would not have associated together before, like, linking up on this issue. And then all of a sudden, like, within the next day, it's all those same people that are all fucking teaming up on me. And so, yes, it was, it was same slimy fucks, just not a fucking principled bone in their bodies.
I don't engage with friendships in the way that it feels like people are kind of expecting me to, maybe in the public. I'm really staunch about like rehabilitation and like journeys and processes, which means that like if I have a friend who's done a bad thing, they're not like dead to me. I'm not just going to drop them immediately. I'm going to confront them, usually in a way that I think is most productive, particularly if they've done something that I think not just violates like my values, but their own values. This isn't the first time I've confronted Stephen on different things. It's just the biggest thing that I've confronted him on. But there's been multiple times, like even in his like cutie Cinderella drama where he started like making fun of her. I was like, why are you doing this? Like, this isn't your values. Like, this is something you don't believe in. He's like, yeah, you're right. Right. So I think if everyone just disowns people immediately for wrongdoing, like nothing works. I have like my entire dream is to like work with high risk, like my entire career previous to this was working with like drug addicts and juvenile delinquents, like people who've done really, really fucking bad shit. And so I don't know. I understand why people may be confused because maybe they don't feel similar, and I don't put this on anybody else. Like, nobody else has to orient themselves towards Stephen or anyone else who's done something wrong like I do. But basically the moment that I saw like remorsefulness, accountability, and like a step-by-step plan of like how he was going to correct the issue, that's when I was like, okay, I can still work with this person, because it's like the try and the accountability that matters to me, not just like the actions alone.
So I think that, that's somewhat understandable from, a friendship perspective. I think that the thing that people are going to bring up, though, is that you guys aren't just friends, you're business partners, and he's not just any business partner. He is, a massive liberal commentator who's constantly making moral judgments about other people's actions and behaviors. Meanwhile, he's got this going on. I mean, I think a big part of it is, like, I think this really calls into question, like if he even has a right to criticize other people's character and morals when, I mean, it's one thing to be, to have everything else that he's done before, which, there's a lot, let's be honest, there's a lot, but I think this rivals all of that, definitely, in terms of severity. And it calls into question, his respect for other people's consent to, their own news being leaked. It's like, now how can anyone possibly feel bad for him for getting his news leaked when he was doing that to someone else? There's a lot of questions around this. And I mean, even on top of that, I mean, he's trying to be a serious political activist and commentator, and he's, running around, messing around with all these Discord girls, sending, and I mean, this is not, to be clear, Pxie's not the only person who's been affected by this. I mean, there's been Lauren, obviously, in a different way, but he was sending messages not too long ago, that they had shared together, seemingly in confidence, that ended up getting leaked. There's Melina's allegation, obviously, his ex-wife, who he, kind of painted as like a absolute crazy person, and there's this going on, so it's like, there's like, it kind of calls into question. I mean, even people are saying like, oh, Mr. Girl was right. It calls into question his entire history in a way. I mean, it's not just a question of you and him are just buddies, right? You're business partners. He's a public figure. He's a public commentator where he talks about other people's actions. Like, do you think that's a huge concern?
Yeah, but the issue, it just is no longer like, the issue is like, this isn't a moral concern. This is now like business advice. Like, if anyone said, do you think it's bad business strat? Probably, to some degree, I suppose. Like, it's probably better that I diversify and like look elsewhere, because he is a brand risk. The issue is that like, Stephen does bad things. Stephen was a piece of shit. He was negligent in this situation, right? He wasn't trying to hurt anyone, but he should have known better, and he does know better. And actions have consequences. And the reality is, like, I wanted to see this resolved in a better way for everyone, right? That's obviously like what I wanted. But when I was thinking about essentially like how I want to manage friendship versus business, I basically decided that when it comes to like business and friendship, there are certain things that I have to draw the line on because I want to run like a treatment center in the future. And I like, even friendships can't come before that, because that's why I'm in social media, is to like gain the money and the network necessary to fund that without having to rely on like churches, basically. But I also decided that I want to act with my friends in the streaming world the way that I would act if the public eye wasn't like looking at everyone and there wasn't like optics and narratives that I had to like obsess with. Because I feel like so much of relationships on the internet get monetized in a way that just like leads to this like incredible like loneliness and isolation. And I'm just not willing to do that to my friends. And so like business strategy wise, would it be better if I like drop Destiny or not? Like there's probably arguments on either side. There's probably some people would be like, actually it wouldn't because he's such a huge platform. Actually it would because he's such a brand risk. And I think all that's valid. But I think fundamentally the question that I've been operating with in this whole situation to this point has been, how do I want to conduct myself with my friends? Like how would I treat my friends if there wasn't going to be public scrutiny on top of this? Because I don't know, I guess that's the only way I can sleep myself and like in my mind like have some level of like consistency in how I treat people, because my friendship is going to be determined fundamentally by like who's in trouble now, right? And I don't know if you ever like watch the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, but it's like who's in trouble now shouldn't be the way, if I was close to Amber Heard or to Johnny Depp, shouldn't be the way that I engage with them as like a friend. I should try to figure out like what happened, what went wrong, what do you feel accountable for, and like trying to get as much information as possible, and speaking out when your friends do something wrong.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, I think it'd be good to get into the text. Is it about time, you think?
Yeah, you can do that.
All right. So the first one we have here, I'm just going in order from the Beckett video, is this one where looks like Pxie says, "Did you end up talking to Steven?" And you say, "Not yet. Coleman canceled, so I ended up not coming in, but we'll be there Saturday." You're hinging a lot of my conversation with him. Other than what I mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? So is this prior to you? Is this in between when you met with her in person and when you were going to talk to him about this stuff?
There we go. Okay, found it. Okay, did you end up blah, blah, blah? No, not yet. Let me see. Other than what is mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? Does it continue on? I'm not sure what's leaked.
Yeah, let me see here. So I don't know. It looks like a lot of it's not totally in order. The next one I have is a very long one, where it's her saying, "I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too." That looks like the next one that I have. I'll check the Beckett video one more time to see if there's one in between these two, but I think that these are, at least from the video, these are the ones that I have in order.
I'm just sending to you this order just because there's no like names mentioned in here.
Yeah, so the first one I have is, "Did you end up talking to Steven?" Okay, so...
These are all public anyways, I think, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. So this is your perspective. She says, "I'm thinking to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how the conversation goes. Unless if you decide you want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plans and course of action paused, and we'll choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up and repent for the actions and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme and nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out hope." And then she says, and is this directly the next message, this one that you show, where she says, "And just to not scare you"?
Yes, that's directly next.
Okay. "Just not scare you. I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time I'm supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of action, including going public. And then if I can't take the amount of public humiliation, then myself versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option." And you say, "Can I share this with Steve? He communicated to me he knows he fucked up. There's no excuse at all, and he doesn't know what he can do to make it up. I'm trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understood he was wrong and should never do this again." So, I mean, this is essentially just you guys talking about how to take the next step. Her talking about her suicidality and how this is making her feel.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any confusion. The reason I'm asking if I can share this with Steven is explicitly because the biggest issue in all this is her consent has been violated. So when I'm saying, "Can I share this with Steven?" I'm getting her consent to like screen cap it and send it to Steven.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So the next one I have here is, it looks like it is you saying, "Gasha, thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about as what you needed is help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, in a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is that what you feel you need?"
So in between that, what's missing, I'm not sure if you don't have it. So after I say, "Can I share this with Steven?" He communicated to me he knows he fucked up, blah, 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 the thing you read. Or better, what can I share with him? So I like re-clarify. She says, "You can share this and anything you want with him. I feel like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can." That is in between. So after she says that she feels like I understand her and I can communicate better, that she appreciates it, I say, gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything and where you're at.
Do you mind if I see that one that you described?
Yep. I tried to send it, but I'll send it again. Okay, so this is all of them in order, and then I sent the one that I just read. So the last one is going to be, I think it's like, yeah, it's like the second or third one. So this context sounds like it's missing.
So this is the in-between one, okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Pxie says, you can share this and anything you want with him. I felt like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from. And can hopefully explain this better than I can. Okay, so, and just to be clear here, again, you think that Destiny should face some punishment for this? You don't think that this is, you weren't trying to mitigate any kind of consequence for him?
No.
Do you think you were trying to mitigate any kind of consequence for yourself by maybe steering her in a direction where it wouldn't be made public?
I don't know. I don't know what consequence there would be for myself.
Well, obviously, it would negatively reflect on you if the guy you're working with is exposed for doing this kind of shit. It kind of, you know, guilt by association type thing makes you look shitty.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, the issue is, I guess I'm going to say, no, I actually wasn't thinking about it that much. A lot of people ask me, which is why I spend the time thinking, and like wrote in my journal, like the way that I operate with people has to be about relationships and like the things that I value, my principles, not because of like business stuff or I'm going to hate myself. Like I don't want to do all this. Like I don't want a treatment center that helps kids if I have to like fuck over my friends and like stop caring about them to like do, like that's not the point of this. But obviously that's also my word, so I don't know if I can convince you that. But yeah, it wasn't forefront.
Yeah, it's actually been kind of annoying to me, like through as I was getting bigger in content creation, I would hear people like Chud Logic saying shit where like I would talk about like, yeah, like based on my principles, based on my thought process, based on like what it is that I want to do as a person and based on what I'm looking to do, blah, blah, blah. And Chud would like review the shit and be like, dude, there's always some person who thinks that they can have principles and do content and it's just so boring, dude. Like so many people have tried it and it just doesn't work. Like stop trying to be like a moral person or have principles. Like just do the fucking content and make it entertaining. Like fucking shit. And then there's like all these other people like Queeman and all these people like, dude, if you're covering drama, it's just like fuck morals. Like it doesn't, there's nothing moral here to be done. Like it's just drama. Like it's like, what is wrong with you guys? Like you guys are just, it's so weird to me how people can get on the internet and then just like truly like it's wild how they remove humanity from everybody else, but then they also remove humanity from themselves. Like all of a sudden like, oh, it's internet. We're not people anymore. I'm not morally culpable in any way. It's the internet, guys. That's how it works. Once you get on the internet, you're just no longer there. There's no longer any sort of like moral culpability, and there's just you have no personhood anymore. There's just it's all just fun and games, guys. Fuck everything else. Fuck your livelihood. Fuck your reputation. Fuck your name. Fuck your like all that. No. Like it's all just war. It's like I don't know. I don't think I'm capable of doing that. And yeah, I've talked about a bunch though, like especially to people behind the scenes when they're talking about like how I talk to people, or the fact that like I don't hang up on people fast enough, or the fact that I don't go in hard enough on people, or blah blah blah. And I'm like, I just can't. Like I literally can't. Like I would just hate being treated that way, just so unnecessarily. It would I can't just do that to other people and just like, oh, you're dumb, hanging up now, like without like knowing that I gave them like every shot to kind of engage or to to give them a fair chance. And so I can't, yes, it's always like I'm always thinking about things from the other person's perspective. And so even if I'm covering drama, even if I'm covering, a debate, or like it doesn't matter what it is, like I'm always like, whoever it is, if there's a person there, I'm kind of thinking about how things would be, like if they're watching me and what that would feel like from their perspective. And that, yes, that's just always like at the front of my mind as I'm saying anything at all. So yeah, I don't know how to engage in any other way. Like if I wanted to, even if I thought somehow that made sense to just all of a sudden don't be a human anymore, it's the internet, I couldn't do it if I tried. Like I just would not. I would not be able to do it. I'm not saying that like I want to think too highly of myself, no, I'm literally just not capable. Like cognitive empathy. Yes. Well, and this is, I've talked about this before. Like I wouldn't call myself an empath. One, especially just because like Mr. Girl just made that such a fucking cringe thing to say, but that when I watch Mr. Girl and the way that he interacts, and then he calls himself an empath, I always think, there's no way. Like, there's no fucking way. You just don't, everything you do seems to come off as though you just don't take the other people into consideration whatsoever. I don't know how, but he describes it as like, no, I had to work on that. That's why I do that, is because I was too much of an empath and I realized that it was affecting me and that I was never getting what I wanted. And so I had to stop taking others into consideration. It was really hard for me to get to a point where I was willing to be that way. Like, that's his explanation for it. But yeah, like for me, I literally just would not be capable of it. And I don't think that I lose out on those sorts of things. Like if I'm in a drama, which is like why over and over, like, Sass kept doing things and I kept saying, I don't believe she's actually doing this. She hasn't done it publicly, and I know all these people are saying they're getting this information from her, but she hasn't said it. And so, like, I haven't heard her say this. I don't know that she's saying this. So I'm going to continue to just wait, because the last thing she said to me is that this is not what she was going to do. So I just want to believe her and just want to keep waiting, is because, yeah, like I just, like the whole time, all I'm thinking about is like how this would affect her if it did turn out that all these people were lying and she was like stepping away from the internet and wanted to get away from everything, which is what she said she was doing, and that she wasn't going to be around for a while, and that she was just going to be like, go dark and just kind of get off the grid for a while. And so I thought, yeah, I mean, it could be that all these people are just making shit up and that she has no idea and there's no way for her to come out in correct things. And so, yeah, this is like why, like over and over and over, all the shit's getting leaked about me and I'm getting fucked over and over and over. And I'm still sitting there like, yeah, I just can't do it. I can't do it. I gotta wait. I gotta wait till I like I know that this is actually the case before I move forward. And yeah, it didn't have that until, yeah, like 3-4 months later. So, I don't know. It has fucked me over a million times. I can't make this like this calculation about what is beneficial for me. It is just who I am, and it's just, there's not really anything I can do about it. Well, and so then on top of that, yes, apparently there is a thing, I don't know if this is true, but apparently there is a thought process about me that I try to do this Tom is Fair thing, that I'm trying to play into the character of Tom is Fair and shit like that. I'm never ever thinking, I want to make sure that I do the fair thing here so that people do the emote and they say I'm fair again. And like, I don't give a fuck about that. That thought process exists. The Tom is Fair thing exists just because that's how I've always been. And that's how I've always interacted. And, there's other places where it's like been non-beneficial for me as well. It's like, even as an employer and having tons of employees, I was always as well willing to give people like the benefit of the doubt over and over and over, and willing to like give them a lot of rope and allow them to kind of fuck me over in a lot of ways that I shouldn't have. And I know that, yeah, for Mr. Girl, he turns around and he's like, yeah, so I have to work on this and I have to go do the opposite thing. I literally just would not be like capable of that. I would just would not be able to live with that sort of way of interacting.
It was something that I just basically, I had to like take matters more. Like, she gets to do what she would like to do. Okay,
gotcha. All right. Do you? I guess, what do you think is a proportional response? I've seen some conversation around how the idea of her getting $1 million is too much, or maybe, I don't know, a few $100,000 is too little. What?
Shut the fuck up, GT. I am overly fair to Trump as well. All right, shut the hell up.
What do you think is like adequate restitution for this kind of thing? Just kind of your personal opinion, I guess.
What I told Steven so this isn't, just to be clear, this is what I did, Steven, just between him and I, was specifically, I was like, you should pay for her therapy. You need to cover like all of the expenses that are like investigating the leak. And if she has any expenses regarding like clearing her images off the internet, if she has to pay for any like internet scrubbers or anything like that, you need to cover all of those costs. And if she comes to you with other costs that are going to be related to this, you need to cover them as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The only other thing that I could think of would be like, obviously,
Is it like a rule that like before you take a screenshot, that's going to be like part of some sort of drama or something, that you have to wait until the battery is almost dead in order to do it? Is that like a rule that I'm unaware of? Is that a thing that everybody like makes sure of? Is that they're like, hold on, I got to take screenshots, but I'm still at like 30% battery. I got to wait. I'm too close. So it's got to be like 10% or lower. I cannot take it before that. It's a female thing. Yeah, like I don't know. It's just every time. Cuz like even if I was going to go take screenshots of shit, like when I do take screenshots of shit, I like there's been lots of times where like there's some sort of drama that I'm in, then I'm like, okay, I got to take these screenshots and get them into like a folder and everything, and I'm on my phone and I start to take screenshots on my phone. I always crop out like the battery, the time, like all my notifications and everything, like but then I put them in a place so that I know to go back to that on my computer and take the screenshot again on my computer. And that, yes, and then I have two, one of each, got one on my phone, got one on there, so that if I'm putting it into a video or into a thing, like I have the one that's like, long ways and the one that's landscape, and whichever one fits better. And that yeah, like I always do both of these things. But did I change my mic? No, why? Does it sound worse? Yeah, like I always sounds the same. Sounds the same. No, this is a Shure mic. It's one of the tippy toppest mics you could ever get. Okay? There is not another tippy toppest mic that you can get. Wait, what do you mean? Maybe you just needed some water? I'm fine. I've been literally drinking Red Bull this whole time.
some level of public, like, yes, I fucked up, but obviously that's completely off the table because she doesn't want any public acknowledgement.
Right. Well, it was at that point in time, but now, I mean, it's been publicly acknowledged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, do you think it would be good for him to make a public acknowledgement of wrongdoing at some point?
If legal suits weren't going on, probably. The issue is like now I don't even know if he can, because his legal there's no way his legal counsel will sign off on him making a public statement like that. There's no way.
Right.
Which really sucks. Yeah.
Right.
Which sucks for her specifically. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me see here. I think there was a specific team that I wanted to bring up. Let me just go through these real quick.
I mean, he's in what Destiny's already published. He's already like admitted to wrongdoing in there. Like, wait, I guess. Wait, is he talking about Chaeiry or what? Like, was he talking about Chaeiry? Did I miss that?
Oh, I mean, it's been publicly acknowledged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, do you think it would be good for him to make a public acknowledgement of wrongdoing at some point?
If legal suits that are going to be related to this, you need to cover them as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The only other thing that I could think of would be like obviously some level of public, like, yes, I fucked up, but obviously that's completely off the table because she doesn't want any public acknowledgement.
Right. Well, it was at that point in time, but now, I mean, it's been publicly acknowledged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, do you think it would be good for him to make a public acknowledgement of wrongdoing at some point?
Oh, a public
If legal suits weren't going on, probably. The issue is like now I don't even know if he can, because his legal
Again, I feel like that is like fairly close. Maybe it's not like as explicit as people want. But yeah, in the DMs, like there is like, I know I fucked up, and I know I've like I know that I've I feel, he kept saying like I feel really bad and blah blah blah. Like he is he has done like as much as he possibly can with lawsuits going, that like that this is the same as him doing that. So I don't know why we would expect anything more.
There's no way legal counsel will sign off on him making a public statement like that. There's no way.
Right.
Which really sucks. Yeah.
Right.
Which sucks for her specifically. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me see here. I think there was a specific DM that I wanted to bring up. Let me just go through these real quick.
Oh, I don't know if you saw like one of the texts. I think this has also been included, but when she mentioned specifically the money, the reason that I clarify, I think that's like just a little bit down in the thread. So after I say, gotcha, thanks for not sugarcoating, I list the 3 things that she wants to make sure that I'm understanding what she wants communicated. She outlines the problem with number 3 is because of the removal of the video and the guy getting hacked, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. And so I say, okay, so what you want to, okay, so that is what you want. It wasn't clear to me before. This is what you wanted specifically. My understanding was more rehabilitation, but the specific thing you want now, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money. This wasn't like in a judgmental way. This is specifically because when her and I sat at the cafe, she was like talking about the money, but she's like, fuck, I don't even.
Yeah, so this is what people seem to take the most issue with, is her saying that, because they feel like she's saying this in a judgmental way and that she's like trying to convince Pxie not to do this. But the problem is that they started that, like as we talked about earlier, they started that conversation off talking about the fact that they wanted to that she was trying to like clarify exactly what the goal was and what it is that Pxie wants, so that she can make sure that, or sorry, so that Kyla can make sure that she is communicating exactly what it is that Pxie wants, that like this is hard to, you know, communicate for somebody, and so she just wants to make sure that she gets it right. Like that had already been made clear up to that point, that is what they were talking about. And so yeah, people like acting like this is her like trying to like scold her in some sort of way, those people are just being insanely bad faith. Like that's just a ridiculous interpretation of that, because it is clear based on the context that, as I said, like they were just trying to be clear.
Care about the money. She's like, I just want some sort of consequence so that if he like ever thinks about doing this again, he won't. Right? I just like want some essentially like level of punishment. And
yeah, MW,
like,
as I said, we're going through like a little bit just like what came out today, and then we're gonna move on, assuming there's not gonna be like anything else like getting into anything else tomorrow. Then yeah, like the hope is that we're likely gonna be on a bit more like politics stuff, but yeah, like I said, like with my own involvement with all of these people, and then just with public and personal, I want to know what the fuck's going on here, and I'm sure like yeah, my own community would want some sort of like, you know, statements on this thing. And even like right now I'm reading like people on Twitter saying that I'm sweeping and that I'm like, you know, trying to cover for Destiny, and that like, you know, how do you always end up on the side of sexual abuse and blah blah blah. Like this is it's so even 3 streams and a bunch of tweets and shit about this doesn't seem to even be enough to make this shit clear for people. So yeah, this is like if there's new stuff that's actually like worth covering, then yeah, we're gonna cover it. And especially the fact that people who are covering the stuff with Kyla seem to be doing so in really bad faith, and like they are all extremely they're all just being extremely like malicious in the way that they're talking about this stuff, just purposefully taking out like as much context as possible and looking at everything in a vacuum. So yeah, I would rather go over it myself and kind of point out all the problems with the way that it seems like all of these other losers are talking about it.
What specifically are you asking for? If I'm like talking to him like on your behalf, like what are you looking for? At the time, she didn't say specifically money. It was just one thing she thought of, but she wasn't bent on it. This is me clarifying, because we had that conversation, that specifically what she's wanting now is for him to lose money, because that's different than what I had understood before.
Yeah, we got this DM. let's see here. Anything about anything? Because I'm happy to communicate what you need broadly, a sense of justice. I'm not sure what I think about the specifics of money and punishment in this case. Not saying you're wrong. It's just the tone has changed from our previous conversation. So this is you just kind of dealing with her, sort of not totally knowing what she wants at the time, which I guess is fair from her.
Well, specifically when I started hearing, so I think at this point we've had a phone call maybe once or twice, and I start hearing the $1 million amount, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think I don't think that's going to give her anything that she's looking for. I know that she's never going to receive it. I don't think that that's like a good direction for her to go, if I'm being honest. But also, if that's the direction she wants to go, she should. The main thing is I can't be the one communicating that. I can't mediate that, because that's now like one of my friends asking like for $1 million from another one of my friends, and it's not something that I necessarily like feel comfortable with. So I'm saying in this specifically, like, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable communicating this part, because it's now different than I understood, but I was comfortable communicating everything else to him.
Okay, yeah, and because she says, I'm not sure about the specifics regarding money or punishment. I believe in rehabilitation, but part of rehabilitation is penance. The person understands what they did is wrong, takes corrective course of actions to help pay penance to the victims. So and then I think the following one here is she says, I just want to know he'll never do this again. And this is like the biggest mistake of his life, basically.
Yeah, I'm sorry for using you.
I don't like that answer. I mean, I can understand like why. Like, I don't like the answer either, but yeah, again, based on like everything else we've already gone over, I can't tell her what to be comfortable with, and that like she is the one who is like put in this position to do this, and so I don't think it's like insane if she draws some boundaries on what it is she's comfortable with, especially when we're putting like a lot of this on the lines of like, you know, suicidality and things like that. I don't think this, you know, whether or not she asks for a certain dollar amount is going to like make things worse for Pxie or better for Pxie. And so I think that this is something that like I would have expected if I was her. To me, I think that that's like something that I would expect is around $1 million. I think that that's probably expected. Like, my thought is, yes, as soon as I find out that this has like anything to do with money, I'm thinking like, yeah, if there's going to be some sort of dollar amount, that like, yeah, $1 million is probably around what would be asked for, especially if it's supposed to like settle things without going to like court or something like that, which at this point is something that Pxie had communicated. And so yeah, that's fine.
Yo, can you hear me? Hello?
I had to reset my mic real quick. What's up?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, you hear me?
Yes. So here's the thing. Like, ultimately, there's not really going to be a clear monetary value that we can put on something like this just because of what it is. However, if someone was going to like put a number on it, I do obviously think it should be Pxie, the one deciding that ultimately. Yeah. And the issue that I have with Kyla's response is I don't like that there's not even an effort being made to try to advocate for that request, even if it's a tall order. I understand that's obviously a tall order, but I don't like the lack of effort to even try to attempt to advocate for that.
Okay, hold on.
Even if she knows it's not going to go through.
Wait, hold on. I don't think it has to do with whether or not it's going to go through. I think it has to do with the fact that, like, this is something that is, there's a number of things there. One, because as I said, I do think that, like, if I was going to agree to, like, engage in some sort of, like, mediation when it has to do with money, I would expect, like, yeah, around $1 million probably to be the, like, around the it's just like kind of my expectation. It's probably going to be around $1 million, like going to be
Probably.
my expectations. Yeah.
Sure, probably.
So yeah, like I said, like it's a little surprising that is like something that she would be uncomfortable with after agreeing to do anything in a monetarily way, because yeah, that would be like one of my like first assumptions is like, okay, yeah, if this is getting into like monetary aspects and Pxie is making it clear that she's wanting to avoid going to court, that yeah, it's probably going to be a pretty hefty number around that marker. So I get that, but I do think that when it comes to something like that, that is probably something that is likely going to need to be negotiated to some aspect, and that like I think that if she said like, hey, I don't feel comfortable like making a request of that amount without you there, but I'm happy to go in with you and like help with that process, I think that would have been like probably a better response. But still, like my first response is still going to apply that like when it comes to like large numbers like this, what she's comfortable with isn't really something that like any of us can really decide for her. And so while it may make people a little skeptical as to whether or not it's an uncomfortable, what the reason for being uncomfortable is, I think that there's a lot of like obvious reasons for why one would be uncomfortable with a number that big.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand like the discomfort as the initial reaction just based on the position that she's already in and like how severe it is. I understand the reaction. I just don't like the lack of effort to even attempt to advocate for it. Like, something along the lines of like, well, it may not work, but I could at least try to do XYZ. Like just
Again, I don't think
sign
it's about
that
whether
she
or not
makes
it
an effort.
works. I think it's about the fact that, yeah, like this is something that the two of them should be engaging in together, or
Sure.
a lawyer should be doing it, like an actual legal representative, right? Because she is not a legal representative. When you have numbers this big, and now there's like possible like contracts that could be involved as to like how to agree to this and like all of these other things. You're saying, well, she could have at least tried, as though she's saying, oh, I don't know if he's going to agree to it. Whereas that doesn't sound like that's the problem.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying though. She obviously can't just like straight up make a promise or anything like that in this type of
No, I don't
when
think
it could
that's what
become
you mean.
legal,
I
but-
think you're saying that like she thinks that's such a large number that she's not sure if he'd agree to it, and that it would probably be easier if Pxie did it herself, that he's like more likely to agree to it if she does it herself. I thought that's what you were saying.
Oh, no, I was more so focused on just like, I mean, what you said, if I think about it, I guess I could see that as like a counter argument to my point as to why she would just initially respond with, well, yeah, I don't feel comfortable basically, going forward with presenting that amount or something like that. I guess, but my argument more so centers around it just didn't seem like there was any effort made to
That's the part that I'm not understanding is why you're making it. I understand that you're upset about the effort, but again, I'm not understanding why. Because yes, my argument I feel like already covers that part, and so I'm saying that I just don't understand why the effort would still be an issue unless you disagree with my argument.
Well, ultimately, I'm looking at this from the perspective of you have this person where it seems like everyone in their inner circle has failed them. Like their support system has failed them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're already in a state where they feel like they can trust less and less people. And then you have the one person that they seem to have a relationship with as a friend. And it does complicate it though, because of obviously they're also friends with Destiny and they work with Destiny. So it's like, it's already like walking on eggshells, but then you're like, okay, well, at least I'm going to try, even if it's tough. And then like to not even get any type of like at least like some type of like response that shows like, okay, I have something going on here, versus like, okay, well, I can't trust anyone around me, and I'm probably not going to get a satisfying resolution. And what I mean by that is like, I think ultimately it's not really about the money. It's that Pxie wants Destiny to face a meaningful set of consequences just because of his position. And, you know, as we know, Destiny is a very intelligent person. He's a grown man. He's like, what, 35 now? And he has a very deep understanding of these topics when it comes to like women and consent. And he's like debated these issues. So like, again, he's very well versed in this stuff. So he should just know that what he did was wrong and he shouldn't have done it. And he has acknowledged that. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just bringing this up to point out when you have someone like this, the bar is higher because of like what he represents and what he's argued for. It's just like, it would be like if a cop committed a crime. You're like, well, you're a
Sure,
cop,
but
you're
this
supposed
is
to uphold the law.
like nobody's
It's
disagreeing
just
with
like,
this part. Like, but this is like
yeah,
totally
but
separate from like the money thing, right?
I agree, but I'm adding this in because this is the perspective at which I'm looking at it. So like when
But
you
I think
factor it
that hold
in
on,
this,
I like again. So we I think that a lot of people are like getting some things like confused in their heads. Not that they're like dumb or anything, but I think that there's a lot of details
yeah,
here, and I think a lot of people are like mixing some things up as far as like intentions and crap like that. So Destiny was like offering money. He was not offering to like pay money that would be like a settlement type of offer. He was not offering
oh yeah, no,
that.
I
He
know
was
that.
offering to pay bills. And so where now she does want a settlement type of offer, this is a whole new thing that isn't like even something
Sure.
that even like sounds like even something that I honestly doubt he would even agree to it at all. Not that he wasn't like, he doesn't think that that's like a fair amount or anything, but that if it will always come across as though he's paying her for her silence. That like if this comes out later, it will always come out as though he's paying her for her silence. And so the only way to do this is through the courts. You have to do it through the courts when you get to like something like that. You have to do it through the courts. And so where he's offering money and making it clear that like he's just offering money for bills, this is not about like stopping her from suing him or anything, or this is not a replacement for her suing him. This is just him offering money for bills. That's it. That's all he's doing. He's just trying to like help with the load on her right now and make things a little bit easier. The least he can do, blah blah blah. That's it. And I think that a lot of people are taking his offer for money as though he's also on the same page as her, where he's supposed to be like paying something akin to a settlement. And that's not what he's doing. So where Kyla all of a sudden would like obviously get uncomfortable is that this obviously starts to have like legal implications here, and is going to seem as a payoff for silence, and as though it is something to stop her from suing him no matter what they agree. And her participation in that is going to be another problem. And like there's just so many issues that could come up in this that I don't have a problem with her being uncomfortable with it. And I'm just mentioning some reasons why this could be uncomfortable. I actually don't even care why she's uncomfortable. I think that she can be uncomfortable for whatever reason she wants, because she's already put in a like really shitty position here and is kind of trying to do her best. And is actually not trying to do her best, but is doing the best of anybody who we've seen throughout this. Like she is one of the most like flawless and most respectable people throughout this entire thing. So yeah.
I completely understand the legal and social implications behind, her intentionality with these statements. I'm not disagreeing with that. And I'm not even conflating like the settlement versus like, just helping Pixie to pay her bills while she's going through this. I'm not trying to conflate those two things. And if it sounds like that, that's not the argument that I'm trying to make. I'm just like pointing out how it feels like the people in her circle, her support system has failed her. And hearing a response like that, I just feel like, I don't know, it just feels like another letdown. It's just sad. Like that's just how it looks. Obviously are these other things that you brought up that do need to be factored in, but it just feels there's just something about it that doesn't feel right. It's hard to explain in its entirety, but that's just how I see it. And I don't know, I just wish she could have offered something. It just doesn't feel complete, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because the whole point of all this is Pixie wants Destiny to face a meaningful consequence. And if that's not met, then I'm obviously not Pixie, but if I were in that situation, I would be like, well damn, like, so what happens now? Because
Well, now she
time
would
is
go talk
passing
to
and all this
she would
stuff
go
is
talk to
happening.
Destiny. That is what she's
Yeah, I mean,
recommending,
that
is that she
would
go
be like
talk to
the
Destiny.
that would be the logical step, but like probably in her state of mind, I don't know if she's thinking like that. So like straightforward. Like, oh
Wait,
yeah,
no,
just
I
talk to Destiny.
thought that she did recommend that she go talk to Destiny about this herself. I could have sworn that is what she was saying. Is
No,
that
yeah, I think Kyla. No, I believe Kyla does say that. I was just talking about it from the perspective of like Pixie, like just hearing that answer because she already doesn't want to talk to Destiny. It would just like, I feel like it would kind of exacerbate.
No, I'm
some.
saying she's telling Pixie to go talk to Destiny.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. I feel like getting that answer would sort of exacerbate her anxiety because she already doesn't want to talk to Destiny and with the whole situation. So it's like,
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't know about that. Because I even started this off by saying, like, I think a lot of what we're taking into consideration here is like how this is going to affect Pixie and like whether or not this is going to like put her more on edge. And I don't know that would. I don't have any reason to think that is the case. And so I can understand like why it would feel like maybe like a letdown, but I would assume if I'm in Pixie's situation, then I am talking to a couple of people about this sort of thing. And from my understanding is that she is like consulting with Lauren De Laguna, who also is somebody who has like a hard on for Destiny and Kyla and these sorts of people. And so, the advice that she could be getting is from like a very biased party, and Kyla is somebody on the other side who is giving another take that people can consider another biased party, and that yes, she's getting like two different sides, but only one of those sides is capable of talking to Destiny for her, and is doing her a favor by doing all of this. And Pxie has been very clear over and over by saying, I know I'm asking a lot of you. You can say no, like this isn't your problem, like blah, blah, blah. So Pxie seems to understand that she is asking a lot of Kyla already, and that this is, I don't see any reason why it would be okay, why it wouldn't be okay for Kyla to eventually draw a line and just kind of say where she feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from with that point. There's some other stuff in here she says at this point in the conversation that I'm like, I'm not a big fan of it. But I don't want to hold up the rest of the stream, so I think the rest I can just yell at you in chat. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
He was an intermediary.
Yeah, people keep coming in the chat saying Rob wants to talk. Is he crying as well? Is Rob crying and he wants me to call him? Is that what's happening? If Rob wants me to call him, he's got my number. No, he's got me on Discord. Like he can he can message me if he wants me to call. I don't know why he would send people into my chat to tell me. So I don't really believe you. But yeah, if he wants me to call, he can hit me up.
I can send these messages and conversation to myself too. I just feel like if he tells me too directly, it would be emotionally harder to handle than if I heard it from you. But I totally understand if that's not something you're comfortable with, and I'm sorry to put you in an uncomfortable position. He's also alluded to financial compensation, but I don't think you really understood the concept of proportionality of the action, since he asked if there were any bills that he could pay.
Let's see here. So we've got this message you sent.
What's up, Econo Boy? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, about 30 pounds over the course of like 6-7 months. Well, actually, it's probably the 30 pounds over the course of a year. But yeah. Yes, sir. I had to get my Instagram body real nice, and then taking lots of, you know, fucking muscle pics for the ladies. They all kept asking for it, and I wasn't in good shape to do it yet, so I had to get my weight up and then fill up my Instagram with all the thirst pics that they were all asking for. Probably going to start an OnlyFans soon. Rob needs a friend to hold him down in this time of need. Yeah, I'm here for him, dude. I'm here for Rob. The thing, like, the other day, from the question that he asked on Twitter, he asked the question, and the very first part seemed like there was a misunderstanding, as though because he said, you know, oh, why did you decide before that you were going to continue your business relationship with Destiny, but now you're not, or something like that. And I'm like, wait, she didn't say she's not going to continue her business relationship with Destiny. I think you misunderstood some part of this. And so I was just like kind of correcting that. And then he got overly defensive in his response to me. Oh, you're sweeping for them? Well, you don't know how to read. How about I teach you? Like, you know, what the fuck? Okay. So then, yeah, I just responded again. I'm like, motherfucker, like, you're again saying that he, like, you know, showed me the screenshot of everything. And I'm like, dude, you are saying that they're ending their business relationship. She said she's pausing the podcast, but she's going to consider, like, moving forward, she will consider what she wants to do with their business relationship. So there was a couple of, like, I guess, semantic differences in the way that I read it. And from everybody else that I've spoken to, they all read it the same way that I did. I was just the only one to say anything about it. But that everybody read it the same way as I did is that he had the impression that she was not continuing business relationships with Destiny after what happened with Chaeiry, but that she was going to continue after what happened with Pxie. And he's asking, why would you continue after Pxie but not after Chaeiry? What was the difference there? And so I was saying, well, wait, she said that she just paused the podcast, and that this was like, that this was enough, like, for her to pause it. And I thought that that's, like, makes sense, like, at least put it off, and out of respect for, like, you know, victims and everybody, to let their shit play out and wait until you have more information from, like, the court processes playing out, or more information coming out and leaking, whether it's from his side or whatever. But yeah, the difference between pausing the podcast and, like, ending business relations, one is pausing. And so somebody even said, they're like, she said pausing business relations. Obviously that I don't know if you need a definition, but that means that the business relations have stopped. I'm like, actually, first off, she didn't say pausing business relations. She said pausing the podcast. Business relationship and podcast, two totally separate things. First off. Second off, pausing actually means that it will continue. It implies that it is stopped for a period, but that it will continue. And so when he asked, why wouldn't it continue? That was his question. Why wouldn't it continue? And I'm like, well, no, it literally says pause for the podcast, and it doesn't say anything of that sort for the business relationship. But even if we assume business relationship and podcast are the same thing, which that's not insane, that's not a crazy thing. If you think like, oh, well, their whole business relationship is just the podcast, then you would assume that yes, that is everything. And so you would believe that that's the extent of it. And so if they're pausing the podcast, then they're also pausing the business relationship. Fair enough. But that still would also imply that it will continue as well. His question was, why won't it continue, or why weren't you going to continue it? And so, yeah, I'm saying either way, it's still going to continue, according to the implication from this, that it's on pause. So that implies that it would continue. But I felt like from him, he could have just responded and just said like, oh, I was just saying X, Y, and Z, but like I get why you read it that way or whatever. Like I thought that there's no way you can look at my response or the way that I read it and thought that was like in bad faith or incorrect or anything. There's just no possible way. Like once I realized what it was that he was trying to say, I just said, okay, you're retarded, and just moved on. Because I'm like, he's getting so fucking like he's getting up in a fucking hissy fit over something I don't give a fuck to fight about. I was like, I don't actually care to fight about this shit. I was just asking a question and then in trying to like clarify some things in there that I thought he got wrong. And so yeah, once I realized that he just said it in a different way. Or he meant something different than what he said, that was good enough for me. Like, oh, okay, it's just a semantic difference. Like, fine, moving on. That's it. But because he was like so defensive about it, I just said, I was like, okay, you're retarded. Whatever. Moving on. Done and done. And then I think I literally like there was another response to somebody else right after that he had said that I liked. Because he said something, I think, that like JSDLK or something like that. We were going over this on stream last night. And so he had another reply to somebody else that I liked right afterwards. It wasn't like something that I cared to even fight over. It's like, okay, it's just a semantic difference. You just meant something else, whatever.
Let's see here. It looks like her talking about the idea of maybe taking a criminal, but that she didn't want to do that because the justice system is horrible. She says, starts with willing to figure out what this means to both of us, / in a manner that makes sense to both of us. I don't want to cause unnecessary harm or suffering to Stephen. I want to know he'll never do this again. I think it'd be the most effective method of doing so, or jail, but I don't want him to go through criminal court because one, our justice system is horrible, getting people to change their behavior. I feel like it'd be overkill, but I totally understand if you don't want to talk to Stephen about this. I'm just putting it off because the answer is either one, yes, I agree with this course of action. Let's talk about what this would look like in a way that makes sense for both of us, or two, no, I don't agree. I don't want to do that, which then it becomes an, okay, now I have to go to court and figure this out. So we've got that. Yeah, I think that's the majority of the stuff from you specifically. To go over. So the reason why I said fuck Erudite and fuck Destiny is essentially, I guess in my mind, this is a little too far for me to want to be, I don't know, buddies with someone. Seeing that they sent a chick's nudes around. I mean, maybe if he was like 16 years old and he was in high school, I would be like, okay, well, I don't know, 16-year-olds are fucking retarded, but I don't know, he just seems a little bit too old to be doing this, in my opinion. It seems to be an extremely precarious situation he's constantly getting himself into with his dick, with these random women. It just seems like very bad. And I guess I do see it as very, I understand you're trying to help Pxie out, but at the same time, like, I don't think he's someone to be taken very seriously. Or honestly, you by extension for, trying to, I don't know, like sticking by him throughout all this and like, I don't know. I guess it just leaves a very, very bad taste in my mouth. I guess it's something that's hard to communicate. It's a little bit of an emotional thing, but I think that's how a lot of people are feeling. It's just like, it's a very fucked up situation. It's very fucked up.
Yeah. I think that's fair. And I think if people feel like they can't associate with him anymore, I genuinely understand that. Like, that's not something I would criticize others for. And I think there are others that are in your position. I just understand. That's just fundamentally like not where I'm at. I'm not willing to for this specific thing, and it's also something like Pxie and I have talked about, like at some level of length. I don't know if it's meaningful, but like one thing she hasn't been asking for in part is to like cut people off. I think if she asked, I'd have to think about it. I don't know what I think. I have literally no idea. But I don't know. I guess the main thing is like I think it's fair for you to say that you disagree with my choice to side with Stephen. I think what's not fair to say, which is like spreading everywhere, is that I'm like going out of my way to like gaslight a girl, manipulate her, and to convince her to not go public and like to do Stephen's dirty work. When it's like, that's just that's such a like, it's such an unfair representation of me. Like I've been calling and checking in with her like every 2 days. We talk on the phone pretty often. Like my whole orientation in all of this is helping her. And I guess I fundamentally believe like I think somebody like Destiny, who gets in a lot of trouble with his dick and is interpersonally, I think, really retarded, is probably going to be better off with people who care about him and will like confront him on it, but also not just like drop him. But I think if other people want to drop him, like I wouldn't say that you're a bad person for doing that. It's just not something I'm willing to do yet. And like maybe I'll be wrong, maybe I'll be by my words, but I'm not doing it out of this like willy-nilly, just like too weak. I'm doing this out of like a decently principled stance, which is that typically like I don't give up on people. I think the argument like he's just too old. I'm like, that's fair. It's just tough because I've had so many adult clients that it's like, I don't know, not a lot of 45-year-olds doing a lot of stupid shit. Because like, I don't know, trauma and like problems associated with being a fucked up person don't just like go away because you're older. They just like come out in different ways.
Why do you care about this guy so much when he doesn't seem to care about, I mean, anyone else, at least enough to not share their news around?
I guess because I see actually tons of markers of him caring about people and also being negligent and bad when it comes to sexual relations. I see tons of evidence of him caring about people.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that answers most of my questions. Is there anything else you wanted to say before I end off the recording?
I guess.
So, I mean, I don't know if this actually ends here or what, because it looks like there's still another about 20 minutes to go. I brought up the fact that, like, yeah, one of the biggest difference makers for me is that he seemingly knew about this for weeks and did not tell any of the women. That is just another level of fucked up, dude. That is like on you know, never mind. That's just another level of fucked up. That is just a whole other level of fucked up. He knew that these had been published on a website for a while, and it was there. And so when we're talking about whether or not he cares about people and whether or not he's she sees the signs of him genuinely caring about others and crap like that. I do think he does. I do think that those signs are all there. I do think that he actually cares about a lot of people, and that I do think that he is actually he does a lot of things to help a lot of people unnecessarily, like all the time. He is somebody who goes out of his way a lot to help other people, me included, and tons of other people. Like, it is something that he has done a ton, but this is still something that is just so fucked up that it's hard to put these things into one package with somebody that, like, yes, they show a lot of signs of caring, but then they show a lot of signs of just really not giving a fuck, dude. And it's in some of the most important times, right? It's in some of the times where you would expect them to show that, like, more than ever, when it's in scenarios where there's the most at stake. It just doesn't align. So that is like too big of a difference maker for me to be able to get over it. John, would it hurt your feelings if I also said that he had a lot of money? Or is just stating facts? Like, is that hard for you? Like, when I'm in the middle of criticizing him and talking about how fucked up he is and how fucked up this action of his is, while I'm in the middle of talking about that, the fact that I say that while she's saying that she sees a lot of signs where he's done a lot of good things, I'm saying, yeah, I also see the signs where he's done a lot of good things, but I'm not able to get over this. This is just too big of a hump. This is too fucked up. You're still taking that as simping. Somehow. Is it hurt your feelings? Does your pussy hurt? Is it leaking right now? Do you need a tampon to kind of clean up all of the fucking crying and tears that's coming out of your fucking vagina? What is it? What is the thing? Is it just like any sort of like nice thing about somebody that you say while saying a lot of like things about how bad they are? Is that too much for you to handle? Is the nuance like breaking your brain, like having conflicting takes that are that doesn't fit for you? You have to be all good or all bad, and that's the end of things. Nah, it's your pedo stash. All right, well, adios, amigos.
Do you feel like it is fair in this situation? I guess, what do I do about this? The entire time I've been reaching out to my friend. After the conversation I had with her the first time, she reconnected with a friend she had cut off and was willing to go and see her friends and start calling them more often, and basically made a commitment to like being safe. That's where we made the safety commitment as well. I'm doing my best to help my friend because I think that she was wronged here and she's done nothing wrong here. And I also confronted the friend that I think did a wrong thing. But I also am trying to like push and encourage him to change. I've disagreed with him and fought with him on a couple of things about being like, you should do this. You need to be doing this. I don't understand a world where like these actions lead to people going like, you're a bad human being. And
I think the way people see it is like you're trying to mitigate the situation with Pxie because you are financially interested in continuing your relationship with Destiny for a profit, basically. I think that's the way that a lot of people see it. Because obviously you guys have a business.
Yeah, but if that's the case, why did I say to Fairy Queen she could leave the comment up? I just asked her to remove the identifying part about Pxie. Like, none of my actions have been about covering for Destiny or preventing people from talking about it broadly. It's been from, like, all it's been about is addressing people talking about Pxie specifically. Like, I've never in any world not wanted people to talk negatively broadly about even being an idiot and like negligent when it comes to like things to people's trusts in sexual dynamics. Like I've never been opposed to any being concerned about that. I don't ban like general comments and talks about it. I explicitly with Fairy Queen asked her to not talk about things that could narrow the scope of who it was, particularly because at that time, most people didn't quite know who it was. I didn't look at the leaks, but when I would like listen to like Reservoir or other people, I kept hearing like, I'm not really sure who it is. I'm not really sure who it is. Even like shout out to like Queenman, even though we kind of hate each other, he had like the good grace when he was covering this to like be pretty mindful of not making it clear who were in the leaks. Like that's been my behavior the entire time. Like nothing really defers away from that.
I mean, that's fair. That's why, you know, I obviously I don't know if you know this. I had heard about this stuff for a few weeks. I didn't really have any direct confirmation until a couple of days ago, but I had heard about this stuff going on, but I wasn't going to cover it. Firstly, because you know, it was just an allegation at the time. There was no evidence of anything. But secondly, I was under the impression that Pxie didn't want it to get out. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of streaming, and I see President Sunday and Copenhagen have dropped videos identifying Pxie. At which point I was like, okay, well, it's fucking out now, I guess. But, you know, and that's when she made her statement, which is interesting. Do you know why? I guess one question would be, and Beckett had an original statement, it seems like, from Pxie, where she implicated kind of Dan Saltman and said that he told her not to make it public. Do you know why that was in the original one, or maybe why it was removed in the final?
I have no idea. I definitely don't talk to Dan about, like, I just have a very strict business relationship with Dan.
Okay, gotcha. What you didn't talk to Pxie about maybe what she may have talked to me about?
I didn't actually know that was in there. I haven't like gone through all the videos today. I've been traveling, as you said, and I've mostly been like trying. Like I spent the whole morning trying to be like, is she safe? She said, because she told me originally that if she went public, or if she had to go public, she was gonna kill herself. So I like spent most of the morning trying to be like, how if she potentially doesn't feel like, I didn't know if she had leaked the stuff about me. So I was like, I don't know if she feels comfortable with me, but somebody needs to check on her to like make sure that she's safe, because like Sunday painted her pretty terribly, which I think, well, she confirmed to me today, made her make the public post today to try to like clear her name a little bit. And this is like the exact thing that she said, like, if this happens, like I am killing myself. So I spent most of the morning, to be honest, like trying to figure out if there was any mutuals that were like willing to basically just like check on her and make that she's safe, and like trying and like going back and forth with Nick about being like, should I reach out to her? Like, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm really worried about her. I don't really want to make a public statement until I've talked to her and like seen where she's at. And so I spent most of the morning doing that. There luckily was a mutual friend that was able to connect with her and communicated, basically being like, hey, just so you know, like she didn't actually leak your stuff. She's like feeling really bad. Probably would love to hear from you, which is why I connected with her later. So I haven't spent most of the day like going through all the content on it. I asked Nick to do that. I've spent most of the day like trying to figure out where she's at, what's going on, and then something about like this Chaeiry stuff dropped, and I've been trying to figure out like what's going on there, because it would probably change. It could change like how I feel about business going forward, depending on like what's occurred.
Chaeiry. I actually haven't seen this Chaeiry thing now. Do you know what her Twitter ad is? I assume that's where she posted it. Chaeiry. Is it like the Chaeiry Chaeiry or something, right?
Yes.
She said, these adults who are financially tied, business partners, having the audacity to involve themselves, should not be allowed to pass judgment or question the behavior of others unreciprocated. You are not naive. You're not autistic. And she's showing a DM from Chaeiry, which says, nice. Kyla's being sneaky about this. Pxie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as a liaison. I told her Kyla can't be trusted to help with that. Dan contacted Pxie a couple of weeks ago as well. According to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'll probably pay it, and wanted to convince her and wanted her to convince him to not take legal actions against KF, which he's considering. That's what Straight Erudite said, implying Kiwi Farms there. And then includes some other clips and different screenshots as well in this thread. Do you have any comment on that Straight Erudite DM?
It really sucks. Like, I thought I was friends with Straight Erudite, so super sucks to know that she's just like thinking I've been snaky the whole time. I don't know. I don't know. It's mostly really sad. It's really sad that Straight Erudite sent these DMs like against Pxie's consent to like probably my biggest internet harasser.
Was he considering taking legal action against Kiwi Farms? That's kind of being implied here.
Pxie?
Well, the DM from Straight Erudite says, sorry, let me just send you a screenshot.
Yeah, that is being implied here, is that or not, maybe not her. I think it's that I think it was that Destiny was going to take action against Kiwi Farms. Yeah, Destiny was going to take action against Kiwi Farms, and he wanted her for some reason to convince Destiny not to, which I don't know why the fuck Dan would want to stop him from doing that. Did they discuss that on? Did they discuss that on the on JSTLKs or anything?
Of it. This is what Chaeiry has.
I haven't seen this newest Chaeiry post yet.
Okay. It says, according to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'd probably pay it, and wanted her to convince him to not take legal actions against KF, which he's considering. So this is implying Steven's considering taking legal action against Kiwi Farms. Can you talk about that at all or no?
I haven't heard her mention any legal action about Kiwi Farms. I really only...
Yeah, I think he's misreading this one. Maybe because it was blow away the fuck up. No, they didn't, that I heard. Okay. Well, yeah. So what this says is, again, I'll read this again. We read this earlier. It says from Straight Erudite on 1/1/2025. January 1st, 2025 this year. So it says, nice. Kyla being snaky about this. Pxie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as a liaison. I told her Kyla can't be trusted to help with that. Dan contacted Pxie a couple of weeks ago as well. According to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'd probably pay it. Wanted her to convince him not to take legal action against KF. So I'm assuming that's Kiwi Farms, because that's, again, my understanding of where it first popped up. And it said which he's considering. So yeah, it sounds like Destiny is considering taking legal action against Kiwi Farms, not Pxie. But Dan wanted Pxie to stop Destiny from going against Kiwi Farms, which sounds fucking wild, dude.
Only talk to Pxie and Steven.
I think this is implying it says wanted her to convince him not to take legal action. So I think the implication is he wanted to take legal action against Kiwi Farms.
Steven did?
Yeah, that's what this DM would be implying.
I'm not really sure. There's, to be honest, when all this stuff drops, Steven and I also have a bit of a line. Like, I'm not talking to him about like a lot of the legal stuff, so I'm not sure who he's suing specifically. I'm not really sure.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I don't think there's anything new regarding you.
Yeah, I guess, can I ask,
this thread? Yeah.
Do you still think that I was trying to make her be quiet despite like me explicitly not shutting down conversation? I can even look for DMs. I think I say to Pxie multiple times in other DMs, like explicitly, like whatever you like whatever you would like to do. If you'd like to go public, you can go public. Like, I don't know. It's just like,
I mean, I can't really read your mind. So based on the DMs, it doesn't seem that you were trying to get her to not go public or go public. But I mean, obviously because of your
wasn't weighing in.
What'd you say?
Like when you have somebody who's going through trauma, and this is like what I also told her, like, well, if you're going through this, like you get to steer the ship. Like one of the biggest things of betrayal is that somebody took away consent from you. You get to steer the ship. If you want to stay private, we stay, like I take your lead from that. If you want to go public, I'm going to follow up with you and say like, what do you feel comfortable with me saying? What do you want me to talk about? She gets to steer the ship. Like, I don't know. It's just frustrating because I'm like, I guess like you can ask Pxie, but like I can even look for DMs. It's like, the opposite is true. I not only like wasn't pressuring her to be quiet, I was explicitly not pressuring her to do anything except for whatever she would like to do.
Based on all the messages I've seen, it doesn't seem like you were pressuring her to stay quiet. Yes. Correct. Okay. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, this Chaeiry thread seems to be mostly just stuff that everybody's already seen, but
And so I guess when you say like you can't take me seriously, I guess I'm just like I don't know how to take that. Like, do you basically think that like everyone should disavow Destiny? Like, should he be basically fully canceled? Do you think like even though I've done like my entire orientation with him behind the scenes has been like I can give you receipts of this as well from like way back in the day where I was like messaging him like telling him he was wrong.
I don't know. I guess it's just like to me it's like how do you take someone seriously as a political commentator when like he's unconsensually sending people's nudes around? I guess I find it hard to take someone seriously in that position.
I think that's fair, right? But this is like, can you trust his political content going forward? Which is valid. I think that's probably an important business question for us to like answer. But I don't know like why that implicates my character.
Well, I mean, we work with him. Like he is the reason why you exist. He's the whole reason for your business partnership, for like Bridges podcast, like all of that shit is like because of him, right? Like,
I agree.
You're an extension of the Destiny community. The guy running the community is messaging e-girls from his community nudes of other girls from his community that he's like farming.
This is a wild way of
another thing that I guess I wanted to talk about, which is something I was just looking at.
Again, this is just I think this is a weird way of assessing things. I think this is an odd way of talking about this stuff.
So I saw this post. This is from a year ago on the Destiny subreddit. This is from February 21st, 2024. It says, I'll send you the post right here. It says, Destiny addressing the canvassing complaints just to address them. It says there's a conversation between Jacob, Lonerbox, and So Erudite and Destiny on the complaints raised by some women in the canvassing event about being constantly hit on by the guys taking part in it, not being able to just exist without being approached by them, which can cause them to potentially not participate in future events. Destiny introduced very early on in the conversation the idea that any gender-centric space will inherently push away the other gender, regardless of what's done to make it accessible. He says if it starts with 1 female and 9 males, it should never go past that 1%. Yeah, the conversation continued, bouncing the idea of Bumble law where guys would be prohibited from asking women out unless they ask them first, and considered telling participants to keep it professional, like in a work setting. Both of them were shut down. Essentially, I guess what I'm kind of getting at here is it seems like this is an old thread regarding sexual harassment complaints, I guess, or weird conversation complaints with women at a DGG canvassing event. In the leaks, there are 2 videos involving Pxie. There's one that's solo, and a threesome with another orbiter, which is Chaeiry. People are claiming, basically based on the evidence, that at least one of those videos occurred during a canvassing event. The link in this Reddit post right here, if you click it, it leads to a stream where you and Destiny are talking about the harassment claims, and it seems like Destiny didn't want to make overt rules about flirting with co-canvassers, and people are kind of speculating that the reason why this is happening is because he'd no longer be able to use canvassing events as vehicles to have sex with fans and orbiters, and this, to me, is tying into this greater idea of like fucking fans is one thing, but like he's fucking fans and then unconsensually sending videos of fans to other fans, and it's at the canvassing events, which is part of his political thing. So it's like it's all kind of wrapped up. So I guess I'm just like, once again, this like leads into like my whole thing about like taking it seriously, right? It's like, what is going on here? What's going on with Pxie? Like, it's not like you can just divorce like these two ideas. Like, this is the political commentary. This is what is going on here. Like, this is all tied up in his content, in his canvassing events.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to go back to like your initial statement, just like I'm an extension of the community. I guess I don't like I have a podcast with him. I'm not an extension of Steven. I disagree with him regularly. When we have interpersonal disagreements, I handle it privately. I have no idea if he was hooking up with, in fact, if they're talking about Ohio, I'm pretty dubious. I'm pretty sure I was around because those two were working like with me on that event. I'm pretty dubious that it was taken. I don't know for sure. I wasn't there, obviously. I have no idea, and I don't know. I didn't even know that this leak existed. I guess I haven't looked at them. I genuinely would be very suspect that it was taken at the canvassing event, just because of like how often I was with both of them, and then all 3 of them, like in like public spaces. Pxie and Aaron had like each had their own rooms. Like Aaron was sharing a room with multiple people. Like there was a full streamer house, and the one night that I remember, like Steven like hanging out like with just a few creators alone, he was hanging out with Jasmine Jafar and Irrelevant. Like they were just like talking. I think they just went back to his thing to talk, and I think maybe Lauren De Laguna went as well. Okay. So if it happened maybe the day after, I'm not really sure. But I'm pretty sure. I would be very surprised. Like I don't know when they found time. If I'm being honest, they were working like all day. So.
Okay, so you don't think it was happening at the canvassing events?
I don't know. I'm very dubious that it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that was the last specific thing I wanted to talk about. To conclude, my opinion, yes, I don't think that you were trying to keep Pxie silent, based on what I've seen. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, people will come out with some other thing that I haven't seen that will show me that, but that does not seem to be the case to me. So if that's what
Gotcha.
your goal was with convincing me personally, and probably a lot of the audience by extension, I think you'd succeed in that. Obviously beyond that point, people probably criticize you for associating with Destiny at all, but yeah, I think that's about all there is to that. Is there anything else you want to say before I end the recording?
No, I guess mostly I just like I appreciate you giving me the time to listen to me. I would appreciate if people like, I don't know, it feels very icky to always be viewed as just like this like necessary extension of Steven. I don't like this idea that if I'm like friends with somebody, that means I'm like agreeing with all of his actions and behaviors. I think there are some things that are like non-negotiable, but I like acting like these things are like objectively agreed upon, and that everyone just knows what these are. I think it's
Yeah, I don't feel like, I can't think of times where this happens otherwise, but I do know that, like, I was gonna say, I can't think of times where, like, other times somebody says something, there's a ton of, like, content creators who will say something about, like, Andrew Wilson or Rob Noor or something like that, and I'm not always going to, like, turn everything they say into like some sort of simping for Rob Noor, or them being an extension of Andrew Wilson, or them like just attaching everything to them. But I also do understand that there's like a massive difference, especially when it comes to the way that Destiny's community exists and how like cultish it is. That is like a large that is a common assumption that comes with that, is that like people who are like kind of like associating within that realm, instead of it being like they have a cult-like behavior that exists there, are you one of those cultish people? Instead of it ever being that, it's any sort of like thinly veiled association with Destiny whatsoever, you're a fucking DGG cultist, like, you're simping, brainwashed, like fucking shit. Like, I don't, this is part of like the thing. I've never even been considered like DGG, never been considered part of the community, never been considered part of these groups. And this isn't something that I'm saying all of a sudden because like Destiny's got himself in the hot water. This is something I've literally always said, is that I'm just not DGG. I'm just not part of the fucking community. I'm not part of the Reddits. I'm not part of the Discords, or I'm not like, engaging on there, or like, I'm just not part of the community. I'm not in the inn. I'm not in the circles or anything like that. The problem is that Destiny was the first person to do politics on Twitch, okay? And then just about everybody who became a politics streamer from there came from Destiny. Like, they all just branch out from there. So it doesn't matter, like, you look at any of the biggest politics streamers, they all have like rooting in Destiny, and either his platform or his community, but mostly his platform. They're like, if we talk about Hassan, started off as like one of Destiny's best friends, or TYT, right? I wouldn't call TYT a politics stream. Like, they're a politics show, they're a news show, but they're not a political, like, we wouldn't call them like, we wouldn't call them streamers. Like, they're not engaging with the chat, they're not bringing people onto debate, they're not doing full reviews of things. They're not streamers, they're doing a news show that's live. Like, it's very different. But yeah, anyways, Hassan, he was on TYT at first, but then when he became a streamer and moved to Twitch and went off on his own to pave it on his own, he went on to Destiny stream and hooked up with him first, and then, yes, made a name for himself through Destiny. Vosh made a name for himself through Destiny. Pondering Politics, Pisco, Hutch, Econo Boy, like, a lot of these people, like, this isn't taking away from their own, like, talent or credibility. Me, like, it's that Destiny created the streaming politics sphere. Like, that's him. He made it. He is the person who created that thing. So when he did it first, well, anybody who wanted to argue with him, debate with him, like, no, Pisco's kind of, he's been a little silent on this one. But yeah, you couldn't be in the debate sphere without going through Destiny. Like, he was the one person who was doing it more than anybody else, and that, if you were going to do it, you were going to have like a lot of interaction with Destiny. And because he wasn't just the first one to do it, but obviously the biggest one. Like, I understand that, like, it might be hard for people to imagine right now, but there was a long period where Destiny was before even doing politics, Destiny was the biggest streamer on Twitch. He was the biggest streamer on Twitch. And currently of streamers, he's considered to be the one who has done it the longest for the most like consistent and the most consistently. So like there's other people who have done it as well, who may have been doing it a little bit before him. People like, who was the PewDiePie might have been like streaming video games and shit a little bit before him, but PewDiePie has always been on and off, on and off, on and off. And PewDiePie wasn't even streaming at first. He was just uploading videos to YouTube and shit like that. Whereas Destiny was in like the very, very early games of video game streaming. And so, yeah, like he came up as a gamer. And then eventually, while he is the biggest streamer on Twitch, starts getting into philosophy, starts getting into, politics a little bit. It was mainly the philosophy stuff that made him start getting into politics as well. But yeah, there was just a lot of like other things that slowly made him start like shifting towards politics a little bit more, and it was mainly because he was shifting towards philosophy, and because he was shifting towards philosophy and like starting to understand these things better and better, then he'll go and debate somebody like JonTron, who at the time was just a comedian. He was just a funny YouTuber guy, and he wasn't a politics person whatsoever. And so then him going and debating JonTron and like kind of exposing him and making him look as crazy and deranged as he ended up looking, really did wonders for Destiny and his career, and made a lot more people start tuning into him for politics. And so obviously, yes, as a bigger and bigger part of his community are there for that specific thing, he's starting to do it more and more. During long periods of time during this, he is just the only person who's a streamer who's doing politics that you can even watch. And so if you're somebody afterwards who says, "Oh, that looks dope, I want to do that," he's the person that you can go and debate with. Like, there's not really anybody else. And so yeah, there's the Remington. Wait, did you just mean Rem? Like Rem the Bath Boy? Who's Remington? Destiny didn't expose JonTron. JonTron just came more unhinged as the conversation went on. Okay, I don't really care. But yeah, anyways, the point is that in order to be a politics streamer in some way, you are going to have some sort of grounding in one of these other streamers who are kind of bigger and are creating a community. So if let's say you're the biggest right-wing streamer, whoever you want to say that is, you're the biggest right-wing streamer who's doing politics, you're the one who is congregating all of the people who are right-wing who want to watch streams. Like, you're the one who's getting them all into one community. Then, if you're a new right-wing streamer who's doing politics, like, if somebody's going to find you, they're already going to have been watching him for a long time before that. Like, you know, whoever that bigger person is, let's say it's Andrew Wilson, they're going to have been watching Andrew Wilson long before they find you, this new person doing this. And so now everything that you do is in comparison to Andrew Wilson, and everything that you do is kind of tied to Andrew Wilson in some way, even if you've never even met him. So the way that people do this is just because, yes, you are like a liberal doing politics, you kind of have to engage with these people who are in the sphere, who are liberals doing politics. That is just how it works. You guys are just going to engage with each other a lot. You're going to be part of the same communities. You're going to be part of the same discords. You're going to be on the same panels together. You're probably going to work with each other on tons of other projects outside of that, and communicate with each other, and you know, just watch each other's content, and there's all sorts of other things that bring you guys together, to where somebody like me, I may not talk to Destiny very often, I may not engage with him very often, but almost all the people that I talk to are all people that we would consider DGG or like Destiny orbiters or something like that, because that's everybody who's a fucking liberal who does politics and streams. That's all of them. There isn't anybody else. That's literally everybody. So there's not a person that I could engage with that is doing politics that's a liberal. There isn't one. So it's like you kind of put people into an impossible situation, to where you're like, oh, well, you have to be somebody who doesn't engage with any of those people in order to be somebody that I would consider not DGG. And yeah, that's just like, that's an impossible thing, because you can't engage with people who are liberal political streamers without engaging with people who are going to be DGG or DGG adjacent or DGG light or whatever.
Pretty unfair. I think the way that people have like responded to Pxie, like smearing her and trying to paint her as an extortionist, has been really gross.
Shout out President Sunday.
Yeah. I think like first and foremost, the most important thing, like even when you're making this, is like to just be mindful if there's anything that I say that
Oh yeah, that's right. President Sunday also apparently, yes, he painted Pxie as an extortionist and said that all she wants is money. That she's just she's just going for a money grab. That she's just a money hungry person who's just in it for herself, and is just this is also a thing that President Sunday is saying. He is another level of fucking delusional, bro. Yeah, this is just another level of fucking retardation, dude.
you're like, don't know if that will like cast Pxie into bad light. Like I prefer it excluded. And I guess I don't know. The disproportionate level of like hatred and vitriol that I feel like I've been getting for staying silent when the victim asked me to, telling my friend that he was wrong and trying to mitigate a solution for the friends, and then stepping back when that solution wasn't working and they were going to like legal things. I just don't know what else people are expecting from me, especially as like most people who believe in like rehabilitative justice, I suppose. Like I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I guess it is what it is. I'm doing my best to try to live by my principles.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Well, on the recording. Thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I guess just to like explain that, because I was kind of responding to some of these fucks in the background. Dude, they soy out so easily. It's actually like, it's impressive how easy it is to get these people to just fucking, I don't get it. Like, I'm not being like super combative in the way that I'm like engaging with them, but they just soy, like they just fucking exude the fucking soy shit. So yeah, so after like Rob, it was clear that like he was, it was clear that he was like just saying something different than what it was he typed up, and so I was like, okay, that's fine. Like, it just, that's all I needed, is just, yeah, you meant something different. So yeah, I just said you're retarded. But then this person, Avius, said, bro, there's still clips of you doing sweeping for food shops. Like, just out of nowhere, just something so fucking random, dude. Just so random. And it's so annoying when people say, oh, there's a thing. You remember when you did sweeping for this totally other thing that's totally unrelated? And it's like, instead of ever actually like saying, this is why you were wrong about this other thing that I'm trying to paint you with and pivot to right now that is just not related at all. Yes, there's no like explanation for how I was wrong here or anything. It's just you did sweeping of this, or there's clips of it. I guess I don't remember any clips of this, but whatever. Okay. There's clips of you doing sweeping for food shops. You know, it's weird how you seem to always be more on the side of people getting accused of sex crimes. Again, there's no way you can consider me on a side here. All I did was just say that, like, it seems like you didn't read this. I was trying to, like, correct what it was that he got from it. That's it. There's no, like, side here. You can't take a side. There's no way you can, like, think I'm, like, that, you know, because it seems like you misread this, that obviously means that I'm pro-sex crimes or something. I don't know what the fuck. So yeah, he says, but don't worry, people like me are keeping track of the narrative and how you respond to situations like this. So I said, can you tell me what I've said? I said, can you tell me what I've said that's on the side of Destiny? So the spoiler alert, he's not going to tell me what's on the side of Destiny. Just, Avius, a streamer, maybe? I have no idea. I have no idea who that person is. I've never heard of them before. Just some Rob Norchatter probably just coming to try to protect Rob from Big Meanie Tom. So yeah, so I said, can you tell me what I've said that is on the side of Destiny? Because there is nothing. There's no fucking way. But I said, everything is optics for you people. I didn't say anything on one side or the other, just correcting Rob on what he said, but he's so butthurt by me pointing out his bad wording that he turned it into a fight. There aren't sides here. Destiny is a piece of shit for what he did. You can't get another implication from anything I've said here. You people are just too emotional. Work on that, because I'm not interested in being y'all's therapist on Twitter. Just engaging in the logical points. So he took a screenshot of my original post and then he said, honestly, shut the fuck up. Honestly, shut the fuck up, bro. You are such a disingenuous liberal bitch. Like, what the fuck? Like, these people are so easily offended. Like, I don't know why they have to react so defensively all the time. Like, come on, dude. Just chill. Like, I don't give a fuck about you. I don't know why you're so bothered by me, dude. He says, don't come into the conversation wording shit like this. He says wording shit like this. I don't know what like this means, but we'll read it real quick in a second. But yeah, don't come into the conversation wording shit like this if you don't want to get labeled a sweeper. I asked him what it is that I said that made it sound like I was on the side of Destiny. He didn't answer this. He's just still repeating that I'm a sweeper and just repeating his claim again. I asked him to explain it. Instead of explaining it, he's just making the claim again. He said, you can't do this half-assed bullshit and pretend people like me aren't going to play nice with you. Like, I don't care if you play nice. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not worried about how nice you are about this. I'm asking you to just engage at some point. Like, just have like a real thought at some point. Just like give something of substance, just a little bit. Just like engage a little bit. I asked you a question, answer the question. Maybe that would be nice. So yeah, all he's talking about is, I said, a lot of your questions don't make sense based on her statement. Did you even read it? You asked if she would have ended the business relationship with Destiny anyways in the first question, when she never said she has ended her business relationship with him. So the entire theory behind your first couple lines don't even make sense. There is not like any implication here that I'm defending Destiny. There's no way you can, and he said, there's no way you can word stuff like this. How did I word this? I didn't word this in any sort of way. This is very straightforward. Like, it from what he said, it looks like he didn't read it. It looks like he just saw that she said something, and instead of reading the something, he just came down and is now like kind of asking questions without the information. That's what it looks like. So that's what I'm asking about. I'm not like I'm asking him if he read it. I'm explaining why it sounds like he didn't read it, and I'm explaining why it looks like there's some confusion here. I didn't word it in any sort of way. I'm not like being rude. I'm not being a dick. I'm not being like aggressive here. Just explaining it just pretty simply. So he didn't answer the question. So I said, so no. I asked if you could tell me what I said that made it sound like I took sides, and it seems like you're saying no, I'm incapable, but also continuing to say that I'm sweeping anyways, meaning you still think I'm taking sides for absolutely no reason. And I don't know why you're justifying how sassy you are. I didn't say anything about that. Be sassy. You go, girl. Also, also with that in mind, that you can't explain it outright, I'll ask you a couple questions then to help you work out your own thought process. It's just a bullet point. Are you saying that if I think Rob is confused, that I shouldn't say anything about it because then people with small brains will assume that Rob is confused means the same thing as Destiny is innocent? Maybe you'll have more luck answering this one, since the last question was too hard. So far, he has not had more luck answering this one, so we'll give him a couple of days. It's only been 20 minutes. It's, we can't really expect very much from these sorts of people, so. But all right, so Mr. Girl also, so we talked about Chaeiry's tweet yesterday saying that Destiny banned her and people supporting her from his community. She said, I've not done anything besides ask him for an explanation, as I was assured this was something he didn't do to me when I wasn't given one privately. I spoke publicly. So Max Carson, aka Mr. Girl, said, if you are a victim of Destiny or anyone else's criminal sexual behavior, let these people coming forward be an inspiration to you. To stand up to a garden variety predator with little power is still nigh insurmountable task. One I have personally failed at multiple times. To stand up to a millionaire cult leader with a well-oiled system of abuse, enablement, and weaponized army of harassers, and to put the violation of your own sexual autonomy front and center requires backbone like nothing else in this world. So yeah. So that's Mr. Girl's 2 cents on this. And then, yeah, we read this earlier. This was logs from Destiny where he said, I don't think anyone went against her wishes. If I had to guess based on the timing of the videos plus her statement, it was probably all coordinated. So, again, I do understand why he would think that, because the videos came out and her statement came out the very next morning. So the videos come out that night. Her statement comes out the next morning. And the videos the night before had DMs from her and like talking about her and shit like that. And so they had background information about her conversations with Kyla and Destiny. So I get why he would think that they were coordinated, why he might get that implication, but it's obviously Straight Erade's fault. Then Destiny also said, I'm 99% sure there's basically zero recourse available to her, which is why I wanted to work it out independently, but I've always told her she's free to do what she wants. Then, so that this is from Nicholas Diorio. So yeah, he said it was not in fact coordinated. Then he also posted here, I fully believe this is genuine unless I've personally been wildly misled. And this is from, yeah, Pxie, where she's talking about the fact that leftists were talking about this shit without her permission. Obviously, President Sunday, Beckett, these sorts of fucks kind of doing this messed up shit. So, yeah, that's I think Destiny's totally wrong on that one. Though I don't know how much I blame him based on the fact that that isn't Pxie's fault whatsoever. But it is Straight Erade's fault that is kind of the idea, and even people like President Sunday and others putting out the videos not making clear that they're leaking information that they are not allowed to leak, like phone calls with Nicholas Diorio. So, yeah. Then this is somebody named Solo who posted a screenshot, I guess, with Destiny. They said, anyways, she was underage while sending you the vast majority of that stuff. And from what I've heard from her, you were pretty negligent about confirming her age, even asking for ID at one point on Twitter, then saying it was okay, a joke. Destiny said that's pretty weird considering that she told me she was of age, was selling not safe for work material to people, but okay. So, damn, I don't know where the fuck that came from. I have no idea where the fuck that came from. So sorry, I think I just read the wrong thing. Yeah, I think I just read the wrong thing. But anyways, okay. Brianna Wu tweeted out earlier. She said, "I'm sorry to be blunt." So this came with a lot of drama behind it. Brianna Wu made a small statement yesterday, just kind of saying, hey, not really taking sides. I have a business relationship with Destiny, and so I have to kind of stay out of this. But I will say that I am fully supportive of Pxie and whatever decisions she's going to make. And I want to, she said that I also offered her a job. I think she said I offered her a job, and the offering of the job has nothing to do with this because I fully just believe in her capabilities and everything. It does sound like she kind of backs off on that here, but we'll get into this because there's a lot of really, really dumb shit that came from this, and it's all from the same dumb people that we've been talking about over the course of this stream. So just buckle up because this one gets stupid. So Brianna Wu said, I'm sorry to be blunt, but I am not getting sucked into Destiny's bullshit right now. Trans policy is all I care about right now. I have real opportunities to influence where we go, and I am taking them. I'm just declining to get involved. I just don't have the bandwidth. If you try to get me involved, I'm going to block you. Pxie is my friend. I support her doing what she feels is right. Number 2, there's going to be a lawsuit. It will either get settled or there will be damages. I support that lawsuit. I'm giving one of the women doing it a job. I don't need to get more involved in that. So there's a guy, this person here said, his name is This Is So Sad. He said, pretty telling that you retweeted Not So Erudite, but neither Pxie nor Chaeiry. He said, you obviously chose your side and now don't want to get any criticism for it. Ironic how you can support the unconsenting recording and sharing sexual stuff, but still call yourself a feminist. I don't know why they say this. Not So Erudite's post that was retweeted is also in support of Pxie. Like, Not So Erudite's post is also supportive of Pxie. That is not a thing in support of Destiny. Her post was not helping Destiny at all. Like, her post was not was not any sort of sweeping for Destiny. It was literally just a thing to like support Pxie and herself, and just saying, this is what me and Pxie have been talking about in terms of Destiny and how we were talking about like the fucked up shit that Destiny did. That's pretty much the extent of it. I don't know how the fuck you look at what Not So Erudite tweeted and look at that as defending Destiny, but whatever. These people are so like, they're so team sports brained that like there's no way to get past it. So Brianna Wu replied to this. She said, I'm literally giving Pxie a job because after Gamergate, I know it helps to have work and not read comments all day and help her pay rent. I'm going to help my good friend in actual real life. You can make internet comments. That's that's a little bit different than what it is that she was saying about like, you know, I'm offering her a job, not because of this, but now here it does sound like she's saying because it helps to take your mind off things. So then we have Lav. This is fucking wild, dude. Okay. This is some truly stupid shit. I like, I cannot tell you how dumb this is about to get. All right. So Lav says, morally reprehensible statement, and from the bottom of my heart, I wish you nothing but the worst. So this is Lav, okay? Lav saying this to Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu replies and says, the worst fate for me would be being you. Having been an eager, disposable fuck for a streamer and trying to base a career off whining about it for eternity, if the Atlantic slave trade were personality, that would be you. Yeah, I don't think they actually had sex. So like her calling her disposable fuck, like they didn't actually have sex. They had some other sexual engagements, but you know, close enough. Some people would call it having sex, but I think it was like oral sex or some shit like that. They got very in detail here on my stream one time to where I unfortunately know about this. So yeah. I read it just as you're a disposable fuck. Yeah, I understand why, but when she says, and you're trying to base your career off whining about it for eternity, what is the it that she's whining about for eternity? She's the fuck that she was disposed from. So yeah, it does seem as though she is calling her a disposable fuck. Being discarded? Maybe. But yeah, I think that's the thing. So yeah, Lav says, what an appropriate statement. 1, Destiny never fucked me. 2, I am tired with people like you. Your words will not age well. You got me to engage. Seething with you when I was a younger woman and angry. Now I pity you in your situation. You will never get me to hate myself as much as you hate yourself. For all my faults, I can't imagine not taking sides when there's a clear victim. Again, wish you nothing but exactly what's coming for you. And then this is, I guess, DMs where Wu says, Lav, what you should really, really be asking yourself is this. Brianna is one of the most well-known experts in America about online abuse and women's issues online. Why is she not on my side? That's a question you should really spend some time thinking about. You're not going to get better until you understand you are the villain. This was also something that very much played out on my stream. this right here.
He hurt me. Well, she hurt me. Okay, well, you guys shut. Who cares?
Steven can talk about the ways in which I hurt him also.
Yeah, but he's not. You are.
Yes, he
Well,
is.
Max is. Max.
Yes, he is.
Well, only in reply to.
I think he called me a predator. Or someone else. I think that was actually Brianna Wu called me a sex criminal.
Are we live right now, by the way?
We are, yes. I'm live,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, so I just wanted to have a super quick chat about it, and frankly, give me something I could tweet out to frankly address what Lav said about me, which was a blatant lie. And
Yeah, a lot of their beef ended up not really making sense to me at all from both sides, but yeah, apparently people really soyed out about this. So where she called her a disposable fuck. Here's JSTLK, of course, ready to white knight, said, how incredibly fucking tone deaf to call a woman a disposable fuck for a streamer, given everything coming out about Destiny the past few days. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? Truly, can anybody, maybe I'm missing something. Can anybody explain this to me? When she calls Lav a disposable fuck, what does that have to do with Destiny sharing nudes unconsensually? Can anybody, is there any way to make this make sense? Anybody? Is there... He said, we're trying to encourage victims to share their experience without fear of shame or stigma. You're sat here posting this garbage. What the fuck, dude? This has nothing to do with, victims or, them sharing their stories. I don't know what the fuck. He's always, trying to find some way to fucking, white knight in the cringiest ways. And I don't know why he can consistently, pick the wrong targets. It doesn't make any sense, dude. It doesn't make any sense. Lav lied about Destiny allowing her in his orbit because she sent feet pics. Yeah, that is my understanding. Is the drama from what I remember was over the fact that Lav was saying that Destiny cut her off because of she thought maybe because of sexual things, and then because they didn't have sexual things, and that when he first invited her in, he said, welcome to the Orbiters Club, after he asked her for some feet pics. That was my understanding, that was the whole thing, and that that wasn't the case. There was no way that anybody would have gotten that that as a real interpretation, though I did take her side on that and say I could understand why for her in the moment that may be the case, and I got an insane amount of shit for it. I was very clear. I don't think that that's insane that she might take that as the implication in that moment. And I still believe that. I still feel that way. I don't think that that's so ridiculous for her to have that be what it is that she took from it. I just think that based on the way the things played out and based on the DMs, it looked like it was obviously sarcastic, and that everything going forward, kind of in the way that things played out where they did split up, it just didn't seem to have anything to do with any sexual engagements, to where there was no reason to believe that any of those things were relevant. That's it. There was nothing else. So that is still incorrect. That didn't change. There's no... I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know how the fuck we kind of try to, we try to wedge this in, this is somehow relevant to what Destiny is going through right now, and Lav's issues and what she said to Lav and her and Lav's beef. I don't get it. This literally makes absolutely no sense. This is such a fucking stretch. It is so retarded, dude. Yeah, there's Mantis said moral fagging is cringe as fuck. So yeah.
This person said, same thread, by the way. Fuck this nasty skin walking cryptid cunt. They said, do you disavow Destiny for sending Pxie's sex tape to random people without her consent? And she said, I'm a feminist. I have all the views on consent you should expect. What am I missing? What is wrong with this? There's not. What is wrong? What is happening? What is happening? What is wrong with these people? There's got to be like a mountain of other information somewhere that exists that I am just totally unaware of. Later, Z King. Have a good night, man. I feel like there's just got to be something. There's got to be something totally like that would just totally make this make some sort of sense. Because this currently makes absolutely none. Shit, I'm waiting for chat to catch up. Okay, there we go.
In there, you started talking about leaking sexting, and that's how she connected the two?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I did say, I said this project of leaking someone's private sexual DMs, in my view, this is a low-level sex crime. It's not entertainment, and we shouldn't treat it like this. This is a violation of people. I think if you switch the genders here,
I don't know what this is talking about.
You were
I don't remember this.
comparing like leaking nudes to a sex crime.
Yes.
And then I assume somewhere in there you started talking about leaking sexting, and that's how she connected the two?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I did say, I said this project of leaking someone's private sexual DMs, in my view, this is a low-level sex crime. It's
So yeah, she did kind of accuse her of committing a sex crime.
not entertainment, and we shouldn't treat it like this. This is a violation.
Why am I playing
I
this?
think if you
I'm a little bit lost. What was I? Why was I playing this?
switch the genders here. If you had like a woman public figure and a jilted former lover going through and releasing.
Oh, because Lav leaked their. Okay, did Lav leak their shit or what? I don't know what we're talking about. Didn't Lav leak their messages? I don't know. I don't remember. Wasn't their whole issue? Brianna said that Lav lied and called her a sex criminal. Yes, and yeah, she did. This is clear in the video. I bring it up at the end right here.
She was saying that
we're looking at a brain that seems to go, this is wrong, this is inappropriate, this is. There's been a real trend. I know your chat doesn't like it when I mention Gamergate, but it's very pertinent here. I think there's a real danger. I certainly would feel horrible if someone released something like that out to the public. She seems to, there's no part of her brain that seems to go, this is wrong, this is inappropriate, this is a violation of boundaries.
I was laughing because she said that his chat gets mad when she mentions Gamergate. That's
is calling herself the victim of harassment when she's out there committing what I consider to be a low-level sex crime.
So yeah, I went and found the actual clip and played it as well. So yeah, it did sound like she actually was calling her a sex criminal, but yeah, like if we're talking about like I don't know, if that's her issue with Lav, yet JSTLK is defending the person who was willing to leak things about sexual relationships without consent, and that's her issue with Lav. Yeah, this just made this even more completely backwards. I don't know. Nah, you just let him tongue blast your mid-Jewish pussy for literal hours. That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when I say that I had to sit through them talking about this shit on my stream, I think it was shit. Yeah, so there's Aaron and Pxie right there as well. Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be before this, I believe. Or no, it is after this. Okay. That's right. It'll be right here. Yeah, right here.
I've actually done an exceptionally good job in my personal life over the past, like, probably 6 months-ish.
Right here.
I think in, like, building, like, a pretty good network of friends. And I think Chaeiry was, like, the last vestige of my prior, like, really unhealthy, horrible friendships. So in a way, I'm kind of glad that fucking nuked. So now, like, all of my shit is pretty good.
Was this like a self-harm? You want me to talk more about your weird dick, Steven?
Yeah, I'm actually really close.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's just like last September. Holy shit, I'll laugh and you can pull it out and come all over yourself again.
Oh my god, that sounds so good. Yeah, and then you can tell me how your husband doesn't get you off, and then run and talk to all of your strange little Nazi friends online about how how horrible the interaction was that you were begging me for when you made me run in and grab that Red Bull so I'd be awake enough to hang out with you. Remember that?
Steven, we both know what happened. You know that I never said shit about Connor. The fact that you keep bringing him up is insane.
Is it really more insane than
do you want me to post the DMs of you asking if you could play with him?
I've actually done an exceptionally good job.
Yeah. So yeah. That went on for way too long. All this is just a distraction from Destiny's recording someone with vulnerable moment. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the point, is that yes, like all of these people are trying to like project their issues with different people and trying to use these to play team sports and trying to like find a way to take whatever beef they have with somebody to use it to own them and make it all about themselves. And it's just it is just fucking gross people doing the same gross shit over and over and over. And it is exactly what we'd expect. And so, yeah, it's you know, it's Lav, it's JSTLK, it's President Sunday, it's what seems like Chaeiry, Chaeiry, like all these different people just trying to like make this shit about themselves and finding a way to project whatever issues they have with Destiny or Not So Erudite or whoever else into this thing to make it somehow vindicate them. But yeah, even Quibbles, who was in here last night, like making absolutely no sense about this shit as well. He said, how can you write a post about a disposable fuck of someone who isn't just accused of, but yesterday admitted to, a sex crime and nonstop and wonder for a sex crime and nonstop and wonder for even a moment whether you're the bad guy. There's no fucking way, dude. There's no way. These people, I hate them. I hate them so much. Fuck. Okay. All right. All right. We're done with this. Oh, wait. Actually, I wanted to see what was the... I don't remember the short with Pxie and Aaron.
In the same way that there are some people who say like, oh, I got plastic surgery like for myself. It's like, well, that's not really possible. Like,
that's a great take, because I generally hear women say things like, yeah, I only wear makeup for myself, and that you would never do this if you were just on like a desert island and you could find things to color your face in with. You would not do that just to make yourself feel better. Now, part of what makes you feel better, though, is that other people see you in a better light, and that's what makes you feel better, is that like it has to be in relation to other things. You can't just put yourself into a vacuum and act like you exist separate from everybody else. But even for something like alt makeup or goth-like aesthetics, you're still fitting into some sort of clique, right? You're not dressing up like a clown. You're not dressing up like a crazy person. Though it might look very different from what everybody else is doing in society, it still fits into some group that
like
is where it's acceptable.
in the same way that there are some people who say like, oh, I got plastic surgery.
Okay.
Not really. I used to do Model UN. I was president of Model UN clubs and stuff, so I have some understanding of like international relations enough to. I think I just had the thing with Drew Pavlov. I don't know if he's stepping away or anything. I thought she ran, wonderful panels back when she was doing them, doing more mainstream content as well, that some of you were able to see. Hopefully, you learned a thing or two out of it. And there have been sort of additional accusations in recent days as well that I think you guys by now have some familiarity with in terms of the underlying facts. So I'm not going to bore you with a recitation of the facts. So first and foremost, I want to let you guys know that like the New York stuff is done. That content initiative, we're not doing that. For those that like that content or enjoyed it, sorry to break it to you, but there are some things that make that impossible. I think you guys heard, or some of you heard, my initial statement on Live and Learn, that there have been reasons why I both have been and have to be careful about what I said and what I say. My friendship with Steven is pretty well known at this point. I also met Pxie in Miami during the election stream. I found her to be an incredibly kind and courteous person. Like, seriously, of all the people I met that weekend, she was a very, like, it's a twinkle. We spoke in Spanish to each other. And so I've never, she reached out to me once about questions of the LSAT, never had anything negative to say about Pxie. I have to reaffirm what I said on Live and Learn. I'm going to give you more clarity and more guidance in my opinions on what occurred, my ultimate opinions, but I need to get you guys the context of why it is that it's important for me to be careful. People misunderstood when I said I'm a lawyer, as though lawyers can't speak out about public things. That's not what I meant. What I meant was there are legal proceedings. I know Steven very well. I've known Pxie. People will take words I say seriously, and it can have impact on things that you don't consider in the moment when you want, or to people who want to see like a statement right away, a Russia statement, that kind of thing. I'm not going to openly speculate, for example, on like the cause of action that have been listed in the the Substack that I read. That would be inappropriate, and I wouldn't want to prejudice anybody in making a foolhardy statement, which could have extra significance. Oh, that's one of Steven's friends. He's also a lawyer. He knows these kinds of things. So I need to be careful. There are other reasons as well. I and others have been organizing this New York content initiative, and it's, like I said, it's done. But there were a lot of moving pieces, a lot of vendors, a lot of things we had planned, a lot of politicians that we've spoken to. Part of being a responsible adult is exiting things gracefully and not just rushing, making sure vendors are paid, making sure communications are done and concluded. That is important to me. And like I said and reaffirm in my Live and Learn statement, I'm not going to be bullied into making a statement that's inappropriate, that is not in line with my obligations as someone who was running a lot of what was happening in New York. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do what I think is right always. And I want you guys to know that that's what I did when I decided to start that New York content. It's also what I'm doing when we're closing the New York content. I think it's important also that you know that, you know, my genuine thoughts on the underlying conduct, now that we've sort of steadied the ship of the content a little bit, we've done communications, we've been behind the scenes making sure that things just don't collapse into nothing. You know, my friendship with Steven is well known. I generally, you know, liked him a lot. Still, you know, viewed him as a friend. And obviously it's tough, but what occurred and what I've seen is completely and totally unacceptable and horrible, the underlying conduct. I have no interest or inclination to go bit by bit, log by log. I have not done that with other personal drama situations, Ricada Law, that have come up. This is not a drama channel. I'm a political person. You know, exception if it's Pete Hegseth, I might.
Come on, dude. There's literally, this isn't sweeping at all. He's literally saying he's cutting off all of his relationship, cutting off all of the, you know, financial ties, cutting off all the projects that they had going forward. Like, this is hard too. Like, it's got, like, when you have a lot of your career tied to this person, and we're not just talking about just like, oh, I make money because I'm an orbiter and I go on. No, we're talking like you're somebody who's actually valuable to them, and you guys go and do projects together, that they have things that are planned, that they have things that they are supposed to do together, and you're trying to plan your life around these sorts of engagements. It's that is like a hard thing to do, where you're making the decision to cut all of those things off. And so yeah, you're making a massive sacrifice. And yeah, this is a huge thing for him to do. So yeah, you cannot take this lightly.
Say something on Twitter. Okay. So with the Secretary of Defense. But it's important for you guys to know that, like, that conduct is not okay. And it's not an issue. I understand people say, hey, I'm an advocate for strong Democrats. I often say that. Strong Democrats, not weak Democrats. And we need to, like Martin O'Malley said, be ruthless. But being ruthless doesn't mean giving up your principles. Being ruthless doesn't mean there aren't lines that can be and have been crossed. My heart, aches for the victims involved. It's been a tough period. I hope you understand why I've said and not said the things I've said and not said. I hope you can understand that. If not, that's fine. I want you to know that everything I did in the New York studio situation, I wasn't paid for any of that. I did it because I believed in it. I'm proud of the work that the people who organized those events did. I'm thankful for that opportunity. I still believe it's important for us to engage on that mission, reaching out to legitimate influence in the Democratic Party. It's a bitter pill to swallow, for sure. And not only that, I, like Pxie was a DGGer. You see me wear DGG hat, wear DGG emblem, the omniliberal logo. I think DGG was often misunderstood by, there are definitely some not great elements in DGG. including, yes, I think some latent, sometimes more than latent sexism issues with how they interact with women specifically. But there is a core of activism, of movement, of energy, and true, of goodness. And it is something to see the community who has really, in a way, having been taught by Stephen to do this in a way, hold him to a standard. I met many of you in New York during one of the meetup that we just did. And I know many of you are people who, you know, good people, normal people with your own stories. People talk to me about their experiences, how they got together. I'm sure, you know, friends have been made in DGG chat at night. So it's not an easy situation. And I know it's painful for a lot of, in addition to victims, to onlookers and people who have to witness this, as well as the people involved. It's a lot of suffering. And, you know, I don't discount any of that. And so I don't think that in terms of the projects, right, it is tough, the actual projects that have to end. Tough but necessary. But mine is not the least of the harm, nor is it exclusive. I know each one of you probably feels, those of you who supported Stephen or his channel, felt in your own way. There's a joke, right? In the walls. See, I know the jokes, okay? He was able to bring that feeling of connection to a lot of people.
Sweeping is like you're sweeping something under the rug. Like you're trying to just sweep it under the rug and make it to where it's not the things that you think should come to light aren't coming to light, and that they're just kind of hiding things for people.
And so it is, even for those of you who are parasocial, the new paradigm, the new word, right? I'm sure it feels for a lot of you like as though it were a friend or family member. And by the way, same is true of Pxie, I think, and of Chaeiry, who, by the way, also Chaeiry and I have had disagreements on certain shows or something before, but we've always made an effort to make up afterward. And I thought she ran, you know, wonderful panels back when she was doing them. I've always expressed that to her, and I really so I think that the fact that some of the victims come out of the community is an extra layer of sadness and of suffering. What do you want me to say? So that's what I have to say. That's what I've been doing the last few days, trying to right the ship and finish the obligations that I had with what's happening in New York. And now moving forward, I know the stream says the path ahead. It's a little undefined, for sure. Here's what I know, though. I know that there are good people from this community, from the greater community, who are not going to sit down. You're going to continue to make your voices heard, whether on this or any issue. For me, that issue is going to continue to be defending our country from this administration, from putting a spotlight on the corruption that our countrymen, whether DGG or not, is going to face on a daily basis, the abomination of this administration that has been, is, and will continue to be my mission. On the Anything Else podcast, when I was on it the day after the election, I told you guys that we'd be back up and we'd have plans to move forward. I never thought it would be without Stephen. In all my visions of the future, I always saw him as being by our side as we moved on to these things. I always envisioned it. It's what I wanted. But I don't despair because I know some of you are still out there, and there are good creators, good people to follow. It's certainly not going to be the same. I'm not telling you it's going to be the same at all. But I'm begging you, please don't become apathetic. Don't lose heart. If you don't mind, I'm going to take a sip of my iced tea. I guess it's fairness to open it up. YouTube chat is what I have open right now. You guys chill? I'm taking a look at you right now. I can't speak to future for anything. I truly, you know, I can't speak to that. Folks, I have spoken with Steven. I'm not going to get into our communications in terms of the substance of them. I'm not going to do that. I don't, you know, unless there's an overriding reason. My practice is not to share any kind of direct messages of any kind that I have with people. Plan to do more content? Yes. So we have a newsletter that I'm working with someone who, as an artist, the design is to keep track of all of the abominable actions taken by the current president of the United States, Donald Trump, and his stooges, who are quickly turning this country into, as O'Malley said, something less than a republic. It is a disgusting perversion of American principles, of the Constitution, of the rule of law. And while I drop bridges and taking a little back step to see what everything's like, how we got here, and the kind of fucked situation we're all in as a country, and how maybe we can start to unfuck ourselves.
Okay.
Underline whether there had been a resolution. I'm not involved in any of the communications with any of these people. I was focused on the mission. Maybe that's a failing of me, and you can certainly hold it against me, that of due diligence. But that's that.
I thought you were a lawyer. You couldn't comment on this. Oh boy.
You guys know my content is not drama. It's not going into the nitty-gritty of every little controversy or big controversy with respect to personal lives. It's just not what I do. What am I drinking? This is Thai iced tea, I think. Does it have any impact on other content creators? I don't know that it will. I think that there's an underlying, the question is, do I think that this will have an impact on other potential collabs with the Democrats in the future? I don't think that it will necessarily. I think that there's still an understanding that people are getting their news and their information in these kind of different ways, right? In these channels and kind of through new media. That's not changing because of one content creator. And certainly, like, I'm not about to get into the conversation about hypocrisy. I don't think it's useful right now. But obviously, we're keeping tabs and, like, seeing that it is ridiculous, the double standard, but we have to embrace it because at the end of the day, we're supposed to be moral and not like MAGA.
Yeah, I think that's what yesterday somebody was like, you realize, like, we're not really doing. We said we were playing hardball politics. We're supposed to just put our head down and do what MAGA's doing. But if this was MAGA, the Destiny would have just gotten more popular off of it. They just would have like, made sure the women were shouted down and told that they were sluts for having sex with them in the first place, and then moved on. And I was like, yeah, well, that's why we're not MAGA. Like, if we go that far to the point that we're doing that sort of shit, then yeah, we are not a side worth fighting for anymore. So, give me just a second. I gotta grab something real quick.
Simpson agrees with the defendant here. Or sorry, not.
Fuck, I always forget how to do this. How do you get to the? Oh yeah, that's right. This is yesterday.
Ask him about who's massive.
You know what else is massive? The low taper
Oh,
fade
no!
name in 2025.
No, shut up. Oh, wait, I didn't even hear what you said. I yelled "shut up" over you.
Dude. So the low together. I thought this is what I was arguing because there was one clip that was
like, oh my god, if this ever got out, it would be so terrible.
Yes.
People don't always do it intentionally, but
He'd always bait me into it. He'd always bait me to leak it. But then he'd say, it's not going to hurt me at all. It's
content you want, ultimately. Like, no.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the point where we found the spot yesterday where he was talking about where he was showing like DMs saying that he told Destiny ahead of time.
a couple times. I shouldn't even say this because I probably get doxxed from it.
You don't have to, man. It's okay.
But no, I'm gonna say it.
How someone
or
is
at least
that
I didn't see the
reckless.
Dude, we just activated a fucking fail-safe maneuver. And Chase Dog just
muscle
woke up.
memory.
Oh, I'm not friends with Lav. Hold on.
Don't
let this play the theme song. Play the theme song. Let's get this guy out of here, okay?
You
as fast as you can run anyway. You just kind of wobble in one direction.
Yeah, shit.
Chase Dog, I'm trying to read the message. You keep scrolling.
Oh, sure. There it goes.
You scrolled down to put the N-word on the screen.
Because he'll just like take
Can we
other
get the
people.
date on this? Can we get a date check?
Yeah, I think genuinely so much.
Florida.
Okay,
That's
well,
where
I
we're
don't agree
going,
with any of that
Nicholas,
stuff.
I would actually say yeah.
What are we looking at here? Right? React to Andrew Wilson. No, thank you. I think there's just not quite enough accountability. So I think some people will probably come at you. I'm 100% convinced.
Why I'm not like
Right?
invested in it yet. I'm waiting to see what happens. There's nothing. There's
Yeah,
no
but it's
like,
like-
I mentioned it occurred. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna reach out to Chaeiry and ask her for fucking like an exclusive or something so I can run on my YouTube channel. I'm gonna report on it as it comes out.
Yeah, which is fine.
Come on tonight. The highest volume of DGG call-ins I've had since his divorce, frankly.
Oh, defending or attacking?
You still do.
This would be fucked up to have on tape, okay? This would be. It would suck to have this on tape going forward, okay?
Was she one of the girls?
In the call.
No.
I don't think so.
What the fuck do you mean? Am I one of the girls you bring?
No, I have no idea what this is about, Kelly Jane. I have no idea why I'm being brought to task.
I mean, because like, you've been like.
He's quite like that. I don't think Destiny's like that. No, I think the problem he's just like doesn't want
You know
to
why?
Yeah, somebody said that Chaeiry left recently, isn't on the show anymore, and now Kelly Jean's back.
Twinman, you're right. You're 100% right. You know who you fucking are like a spitting image right now of? Another guy.
I'm gonna do something terrible to you. I'm going to find your daughter.
Are we gonna relitigate Chud's stream on the Mr. Draw report?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Matt Gates, guy who like actually paid under anything else archive records.
He's trying to rape us.
It's a little fucked up that like Lab just gets her WR.
Yeah, fuck. I can't find it. This is this is annoying. Because yeah, I thought it was him and Queeman on at the time,
See if this
and
is
everybody
Pxie.
else.
I think this should be Pxie DMs, right? Yeah. Oh, yesterday, Sunday.
When
Do you know what gave you? I thought it was basically like Pxie, take it back. Pxie, take it back. What's this here? Yeah, I saw this. I think we saw this.
Like, this is the archetype of the fake male feminist. Now, obviously, Destiny isn't really a fucking male feminist at all. He has rape review, as we've talked about before. His community literally...
People call him that because that was just...
Did you know that?
No, actually, that's
just like
different.
this niche piece of YouTube trivia that I know. It's like, dude. So this, at some point, Lauren goes like, none of these people fuck with Destiny anymore. And then I want to know what...
After this, while this...
Right? Isn't that the like, little you have no taste in?
Yeah, I'll have to go back through my own fucking stream to find it now. Damn it. Shit, I didn't want to have to do that. But it is very common that they will say, yes.
How you feel doesn't matter.
Okay, so do you not?
I don't assumed everything I said about her.
The question would be: Are
Tell you about while we're in the middle of this very.
Yeah, he told me, and he didn't tell me it was a secret whatsoever. Like he.
How else would you...
No.
About that. You got me confused with someone else, maybe.
Things like somebody tells you something, right? You're
This is going live, right? But and then he literally said back to me, he's like, well, I was like, oh, there's reports of videos. And he said, right? Queen and I were like looking through this stuff, like in a call looking through this stuff. He'd already, but like just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I also,
it isn't the former, but it is the latter. So while there is a difference,
that stuff you want that getting out of that
seem to apply here. Okay, I can't find where we're at this point, so I'm just gonna. Okay. Okay. All right.
The culture of contempt that has become normalized in this country threatens to destroy us. We are all bombarded daily.
Oh, I heard about this.
With messages from what sociologists now call the outrage industrial complex. Some of that driven by external forces whose interests are furthered by a polarized America. Contempt fuels political campaigns and social media, and many profit from that. But it's a worrisome, it's a dangerous way to lead a country. I'm a person of faith, surrounded by people of faith. And with God's help, I believe that unity in this country is possible. Not perfectly, for we are imperfect people and an imperfect union, but sufficient enough to keep us all believing in and working to realize the ideals of the United States of America, ideals expressed in the Declaration of Independence with its assertion of innate human equality and dignity. And we are right to pray for God's help.
Here, I'm gonna
hide that stuff. You want that getting out at that point.
Well, no. It's not just that. Like, that's bad. Just in case the guy didn't archive it, right? Like, I think it's very likely that the guy had already archived it before he made anything clear. You know what I mean? Like, that he'd already, like, just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think, like, I felt like I told him, because when the leaks originally happened, the only thing that was getting leaked was a lot of the Lawrence Southern stuff. And I was like, hey, just if you want to, like, I said this, I can't remember if I said this in public or private the other day, but Queen and I were, like, looking through this stuff. Like, in a call looking through this stuff. And I literally said, like, hey, I'm just gonna give Destiny a quick heads up, because Sunday was about to go live with it. And I'm like, hey, if you want to, like, have a moment to be the first person to tell, you know, Lauren, I didn't even know about anybody, but to tell Lauren, then, like, go ahead, here's the information, this is going live, right? But and then he literally said back to me, he's like, well, I was like, oh, there's reports of videos. And he said back to me, like, oh, well, I hope they don't have all the videos, there's definitely videos of me sucking dick in there. So he, like, knew that there's, like, a bunch of sexual videos he sent this person. He could easily go through those DMs, because he hadn't deleted stuff, and actually go and check and see, like, who was in these videos, and let them know. And nobody was told. No, I've confirmed that with everybody I know who was involved. Nobody was told. There's reports of videos. And he said back to me, like, I didn't even know about anybody, but to tell Lauren, then get through this stuff. And I literally said, like, hey, a lot of the Lawrence Southern stuff. And I was like, hey. Hey, just if you want to, like, I said this, I can't remember. He'd already, like, just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But in case he didn't archive in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think, like, I felt like I told him, because when the leaks originally happened, the only thing that was getting leaked was a lot of the Lawrence Southern stuff. And I was like, hey, just if you want to, like, I said this, I can't remember if I said this in public or private the other day, but Queen and I were, like, looking through this stuff. Like, in a call looking through this stuff. And I literally said, like, hey, I'm just gonna give Destiny a quick heads up, because Sunday was about to go live with it. And I'm like, hey, if you want to, like, have a moment to be the first person to tell, you know, Lauren, I didn't even know about anybody, but to tell Lauren, then, like, go ahead, here's the information, this is going live, right? But and then he literally said back to me, he's like, well, I was like, oh, there's reports of videos. And he said back to me, like, oh, well, I hope they don't have all the videos, there's definitely videos of me sucking dick in there. So he, like, knew that there's, like, a bunch of sexual videos he sent this person. He could easily go through those DMs, because he hadn't deleted stuff, and actually go and check and see, like, who was in these videos, and let them know. And nobody was told. No, I've confirmed that with everybody I know who was involved. Nobody was told. So, like, it's just another example of just zero character.
Yeah, that is a little fucked. That is pretty fucked. That's insanely fucked. Yeah. So that's insanely fucked. Yeah. So
in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think, like, I felt like I told him, because when the leaks originally happened, the only thing that was getting leaked was a lot of the Lawrence Southern stuff. And I was like, hey, just if you want to, like, I said this, I can't remember if I said this in public or private the other day, but Queen and I were, like, looking through this stuff. Like, in a call looking through this stuff. And hey, just if you want to, like, I said.
Okay, sorry.
As we seek unity, for we need God's help, but only if we ourselves are willing to tend to the foundations upon which unity depends. Like Jesus' analogy of building a house of faith on the rock of his teachings as opposed to building a house on sand, the foundations we need for unity must be sturdy enough to withstand the many storms that threaten it. And so what are they?
Bro, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is... What the fuck, dude? Bro, CaseyTron posted this to Kyla. So where Kyla talked about that, she posted her document and her response and everything. CaseyTron said, I remember when you referred to me as Ghislaine Maxwell for simply questioning Destiny's smear campaign against Bob 7. Both you and Destiny are projecting sociopaths. Kyla was not even a content creator or even knew who Destiny was for like 2 years after this. She had never even heard of Destiny for another 2 years after that happened. There's like 2 years, bro, before she ever even heard of Destiny, dude. Casey Tron trying to bring this up is like, yeah, I remember when she did this to me now. This is what I'm talking about, dude. Everybody's going to take any like way they can to insert themselves into this shit and just make it about themselves. Just like they have to do it. They got to find some way to like hate on people and just drive the fucking narrative. That's all they're doing. That's all they want to do. They just got to find a way to fucking drive that narrative, man. This is so gross, dude. These people, bro. These fucking people. This is so wild, dude. It's like 2 years before she ever even showed up. Like, I like, let me double check this. Cause yeah, like Kyla replied to this and said, she said, I wasn't even a content creator during this. I have literally no idea what you're talking about. She probably doesn't even know what the Bob 7 drama is. This fucking chick, dude. This is just all of the people. I guess Max Carson, 43 minutes ago, I watched your statement, Destiny, Pisco Litty, or on Destiny at Pisco. Your sadness and sense of betrayal are palpable and admirable. You are cutting the ties. I'm assuming this is going to go on to say something like, but it's too late. You are, you helped him, blah, blah, blah. You're cutting ties and being vulnerable. However, yeah, you knew better. Yeah, that's what Destiny recently revealed behavior is utterly unsurprising and, for the most part, not even new. It fits neatly into a long-established pattern of behavior that you were already aware of, including leaking nudes, threatening to leak nudes, secretly recording people, non-consensual groping while on stream, blackmail, manipulation, telling suicidal people to kill themselves, and more. Okay, so first off, aware of, including leaking nudes. He didn't leak nudes. I do believe he threatened to leak nudes, but he didn't leak nudes. I don't know of him ever leaking nudes ever happening before. I don't know. I could be wrong. Is anybody aware of him ever leaking nudes? Is that a thing that's happened? He said threatening. Okay, so he does say threatening to leak nudes. Okay, so then this isn't the same thing. Does anybody remember this ever happen? And did Destiny leak nudes before? Does anybody remember this? It's just threatening, bro. Hold on. I didn't say it's just threatening. That's not what I said. Shut the fuck up, dude. Why, Hans? What, are you retarded? Do you not understand the difference? Do you think those are the same things? You think it's the same thing. I'm not even going to ask. You think it's the same thing. Obviously, based on your response, you think they're the same things. And so like nuance here is not important to you. You think threatening to leak a nude is the same as leaking a nude. But I don't. I don't think they're the same thing. I think that one is worse than the other one. I think they're both horrible things to do. As, again, I am the one who went on Destiny's stream and kind of grilled him over this. I don't know anybody else who did that. I don't think there is anybody else who did that. I believe I am the only person who did it. So it's just me, dude. Just me. Only me. I don't know. So you're fucking like bullshit where you just find anything that includes any sort of nuance and then immediately call it like sweeping or some dumb shit. That's not gonna work here. But yeah, I don't think he ever leaked nudes. I don't know about this. So if that happened, I'm unaware of this, and I literally had Mr. Girl on to talk about this. I don't remember him ever saying Destiny leaked nudes. I don't remember that being a thing. So threatening to leak nudes, secretly recording people. So again, the secretly recording people thing is where he had people in his house and he was talking to them about things, about like legal situations and shit. And he thought that they were lying about things. And so he did record in his own house. Inside of his own house. Okay? I'm sorry, but saying you secretly recorded me in your own house, I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about that. And I know that Lauren De Laguna, like I like we're cool. Like I don't have any personal issues with her. We're fine. Like she might hate me now that I've said this. Like, but I don't have a problem with that. I have I have been very clear that I've recorded tons of calls with people on Discord, pretty commonly, and when I have security cameras in my house, and that I record people. So. Yeah, when you're recording people that are not in sexual scenarios, it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with recording people inside of your own house. If you were really interested in being accurate, you would mention that it's still a shitty thing to do. Hence my claim. You're right, dude. My bad. I forgot to mention that it's a shitty thing to do to threaten to leak nudes. Yeah. Let's get those brooms in chat, guys. You know what? I fucked up there. I forgot to mention that it is a shitty thing to do, because obviously this is a very divisive thing in our country, where there's just a very large group of people who are super pro leaking nudes of other people. And if I'm not clear, I could look like I end up in that group of people. And so, yeah. I think while I'm at it, I should also mention, because I don't think I've said this before, I also think rape is bad. I mentioned rape earlier, and I didn't stop to say that rape was bad. So, I do also believe that. I did use murder in a hypothetical earlier, and I didn't stop to mention that murder was bad. And I really don't want... It's going to be very easy to place me into that group of people who think murder's good as well. So I want to make sure everybody knows I also think murder is bad. Damn, anything else? I did mention a couple of times that Destiny leaked or sent other people's nudes without consent. And even though I said it like 100 times over the course, I think there was once or twice that I did mention it without stopping it again and saying that it was bad. And so I probably should have done that again and mentioned each and every time I said sending people's nudes without consent. I probably should have stopped all of those times and also said, which is bad, by the way. Yeah, real smart move, buddy. Yeah, non-consensual groping while on stream. So the non-consensual groping is him like grabbing Hassan's chest. That's the non-consensual groping. He grabbed Hassan's chest. Blackmail, that one was, in the eyes of the beholder, but blackmail is still bad either way. Manipulation, okay. Telling suicidal people, manipulation is still bad. Telling suicidal people to kill themselves, and more. I understood that you, about half of this is incorrect, and a couple of them literally never happened, but all right. I understand, and also this is just like, this doesn't follow the pattern of behavior. This is the problem, is that like Mr. Girl is really trying to crusade on this one, acting like he's justified now, he's vindicated, he wins, he was right. I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that that's the case. Don't forget stealing. Oh, I don't have a problem with stealing. Stealing's fine. All right. I understand that you may have been genuinely blindsided here, but you need to know that the fact that this is not because you weren't informed. You were informed, you knew, but consciously or unconsciously, you ignored what you knew. In fact, we all knew about this in November, didn't we? If Pxie hadn't come forward, would you be cutting ties now, or would she be another forgotten body sucked into the gears? If it weren't for the money and the opportunity to pursue your political goals, you would have seen Destiny for what he plainly is. You were seduced and you made a deal with the devil and hoped for the best. The sexual abuse cannot happen without the good part of Destiny's community. They are intertwined, and so there is no good part of the Destiny's community. Just like the candy given to lure a child is not the good part of kidnapping. Wait, you don't think a kid getting candy is the good part of kidnapping? I loved candy when I was a kid. In fact, you played the role of the candy. You helped legitimize and sanitize Destiny precisely by being a lawyer, by being well-spoken and intelligent, and by avoiding discussing the interpersonal abuse that you conveniently dismiss as drama. In quotations, drama. You are complicit in the victimization of these women, and the decent thing to do is unambiguously own that and to apologize to them. This guy said November. Dude, the evidence on this degeneracy has come front and center for 6 years. Okay. Chaeiry said, I will not post my own revenge porn online. I showed parts of it to my friends to show him what was sent to me and ask for help. He is now being harassed for supporting and believing me. I submitted my report and my evidence to the police this morning. Wait, who is her friend? Who is the person? Is that Doobie? If Doobie heard it, that changes things. Somebody said that Doobie just said it was credible, or that he feels it's credible or something like that. But that's Tom, what if the candy is spiked? That's the only candy that I carry in my pocket. Let's see. She said, I submitted my report and my evidence to the police this morning. It will be filed in 3 to 5 days, and despite trying my best, there was no certain way to submit the report and keep my identity anonymous in filing. Being public is the only reason I was able to find out what happened to me, but I am worried about the harassment moving forward and am doing my best to do the right thing and also protect myself. Okay. So yeah, so does anybody know, is Doobie, somebody said that Doobie said that this was, Tom, there were leaks of an old chatter who said that she heard the recording too, Peach or something. Really? Wait. Yeah, exactly. Like, why would they get in the van if the candy wasn't good, right? Mr. Girl just doesn't have a very nuanced view of this stuff. It's a credible allegation if you look at the facts that we know. I don't even know what that means. Like I'm sorry, I don't even know what that means. Like, it's a credible allegation if you look at the facts that we know. Like, the facts that we know is that it is very common that when somebody comes out with an allegation against somebody, everybody in the world comes out with allegations against that person based on their own malice and history with that person, to where it's very common where if that guy really did harm a woman, there will be lots of other women who are mad about their breakup who will come forward as well to make some claims too. That is what we know about things generally. Not saying that that's what Chaeiry did or would do, but just that, yes, like when we say like a credible allegation, it's generally credible based on the evidence, and that like when things are validated by other parties, that's how it becomes credible. I don't know. Like, I don't know how an allegation by itself is is credible unless that allegation is made under oath, or a dude who pocket records his hookups, known he shares. Okay, hold on. The pocket records hookups. People keep bringing that up as though that was recorded without their permission. We have no evidence to the fact that that was recorded without their permission. Everything that I've seen is just him admitting that it was recorded in his pocket, not without their permission. I haven't seen anything that says that that's without their permission. So this is what I'm talking about. It's the fact that people are adding a lot of things on top of this that are not. It's heavily implied. It is not heavily implied. It's not implied at all. It's not implied even a little bit. Known he shares sex tapes. Fact, right, we do have that one. They did hook up. Believe what you want. Wait, hold on, but those are different things. Wait, like, again, hold on. These are different things. We're talking about, like, again, so without the sex tape one, or without, the pocket recording, right? Now we just have, he does share things. So as I said, I was like, it's easy to believe that, like, that she was one of the people that he shared recordings of, based on what it is that we already know. We still would want more evidence from there. So it's still like the credible accusation doesn't, but yes, on top of that, just the, why not just pull the phone out of your pocket to get premium audio? I've already, like, gone over this a couple of times, but there's lots of reasons that, there's probably a reason why you're doing audio instead of video in the first place, or it's that you're doing video but just putting it in your pocket. If you're going to pull it out, then, like, obviously they're going to be on video. It could be that they don't want their face in it, and so they just said, like, yeah, I don't want to be seen, but you can, like, just record the audio. And so he didn't have an audio recorder on his phone, so he just put it on record video and just put it back in his pocket. It could be that he wanted his hands free for obvious reasons and just wanted to have some recording of it, so he put it in his pocket. There are, like, I could come up with a number of scenarios for why that would be the case, if there's, like, none that come to mind for people. But hey, do you mind if I record this random hookup? I'll just keep my phone where you can't see it. Again, he has to actually record. He has to hit record. He has to actually start the recording on a touch screen. Like, that's, I'm sorry. I understand that even if you guys think that is, like, a high possibility or something, it to me, this is how I always work through these things. Is I'm going to be very consistent on this, is how I go over the shit, is that, like, if there are other possibilities that are not, like, a stretch to believe, then they are just as likely as any of the others, and that we will wait for any evidence to point us in one direction or the other. So yeah. That is how I go through everything. I can hit record an hour before they meet. Yes. See, you see how that works? Yeah, exactly. So you can come up with alternate scenarios that are just as likely as anything else, and so therefore we are the one that you come up with does not mean that is the one, because there are others that are just as likely. So yes, as I said. So yeah, so the same thing for that one is that, yes, I would want some actual evidence that that's the case, not just it's one of the possibilities that I could think of, so therefore that's the one I'm going to go with. That to me just doesn't work. So yeah, so with Chaeiry, like I said, I'm going to ask again. I didn't see an answer. Is Doobie the one who heard the recording and then said, yes, I heard the recording? Or because I haven't seen the thing from Peach or whoever this is, so I'm asking for my own information here. I don't suppose it will help to know that you're incredibly brave to stand up against someone who has his kind of platform. Do always what is best for you and fuck the rest of us. Remember to ask for more help if you need it. If worse comes to worse, you can private your account. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good idea sometimes. It's just the private accounts, because there's tons of people who will even believe you, 100% believe you, and they're just anonymous trolls, so they're just going to say some insane shit anyways, just to fucking troll, because they don't think of anybody else as human beings anyways. So, I mean, to be honest, what we know for sure is enough to implicate Destiny, so we don't need all of his other degenerate behavior. Well, sure. He's already implicated. That's a totally irrelevant point. Like, nobody's arguing over whether or not he's implicated. We're just talking about whether or not this one is one that we would also consider credible going forward, just as we would talk about whether or not the one in the pocket is credible going forward. Like, I don't know. I don't do the whole thing where it's like, oh, this guy lied to me one time, so now we can like accuse them of fucking murder and rape because we already know they're bad from the lie that one time. Like, yeah, it's just not it's just not something I think makes sense. So while we can already say, yes, horrible fucking guy, horrible fucking shit that he's done to people that trusted him and were close to him, and has this is a huge fuck up for a lot of people. We're not just talking about trust as far as we're not just talking about trust as far as friendships either, because a lot of these people are friends. Like we've seen the text messages from Pxie talking about the fact that she trusted him, and that this is one of the parts that hurts the most is her trust in him. Then we also have the fact that Destiny was like, he said this a lot recently, is the fact that he really liked Pxie because she was one of the few people, she was one of his few friends that didn't fuck him over. And I don't know if you guys know, but like Pxie is old school DGG. Like, for those of you who are kind of, freshly 18, Pxie is old school DGG. Like, this chick's been around a while. She was around long before I was around. She was on some of the most famous like things in Destiny lore. Tom Foolery show, if he's willing to send nudes without consent, doesn't that make you believe his character is worse than you thought it was? Yes. No fucking duh. Why are you asking dumb questions right now? Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you're at, like, what is happening? You're like the guy who was here 5 minutes ago as acting like I needed to tell people that rape was bad. Like, what is going on right now? Why are you asking me the most obvious fucking questions? What is happening? I'm so confused. Yeah, so this is like one of the old school panels. Oh, does he not show anybody else on this? Fuck, he doesn't. This is the... Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is from Mind Waves when he first popped up. And yeah, there's Pxie right there with the Serfs, Irrelevant, Destiny, Bastiat, and Mind Waves. And yeah, this is Pxie right up here. And she was on, there's Hassan right here. Every time Pxie tried to get in, I believe it was Hassan and the like Cormentine who just would not stop talking over her. Like, every time like she would try to talk, Destiny would have to like yell at them to shut the fuck up so that she could get through a sentence, because they would not allow her to finish a sentence at any point. Like, even at some points, as soon as she started talking, they told her to shut up. So why are you attacking anyone that pushes back on you in your behavior? Who pushed back on me on my behavior? Who pushed back on my behavior? Who did that, James? Can you name a person who pushed back on my behavior here? Do you think that happened? What the fuck is happening, dude? What is happening? Did everybody get together outside of here and just like decide to troll me? Like, did everybody get together and just decide, You can make assumptions on behavior based off the character of the person. Doesn't have to be charged by law or anything, but it's enough to. Wrestling? Wrestling? If you don't tell me you're trolling right now, my opinion of you, I like you. My opinion of you is like dropping into the fucking core of the earth. Do not Tom me right now. Wrestling? Please, for the love of God, just tell me you're trolling. I watched a video that said Destiny will have a class action lawsuit against him. Shit's wild. Damn. See, this is exactly what I mean. 3 people pushing back, Tom getting defensive and attacking. Oh, my sweet summer child, James Berger. Little buddy. I will be very nice to you, okay? I'm really sorry if me being aggressive on a debate channel where I'm here to engage with my audience and debate them and at least do it in an entertaining way. I'm really sorry if this is like giving you PTSD from whoever the fuck abused you, but I will try to be nicer to everybody for the sake of you and your feelings, because it doesn't seem like anybody else has a problem with it except for you. But yeah, even the thing that that I was just talking about a minute ago with what it was that JSTLK talked about, the fact that JSTLK says that he told Destiny about all of this stuff weeks before, and Destiny didn't go and tell any of the women. I've messaged a number of people, and it seems like none of them knew about this either. None of them heard about this. They're just finding out from me. So, yeah, this is like that is another level of fucked up that I am assuming yeah, I'm assuming is gonna be a huge part of the narrative here, because this is yeah, this is just another level of fucked up.
Shit, did I lose the... Oh, no, I didn't.
The foundations of unity. Drawing from our sacred traditions and text, let me suggest that there are at least 3. The first foundation for unity is honoring the inherent dignity of every human being, which is, as all the faiths represented here affirm, the birthright of all people as children of our one God. In public discourse, honoring each other's dignity means refusing to mock or discount or demonize those with whom we differ, choosing instead to respectfully debate our differences, and whenever possible, to seek common ground. And if common ground is not possible, dignity demands that we remain true to our convictions without contempt for those who hold convictions of their own. Second foundation for unity is honesty in both private conversation and public discourse. If we're not willing to be honest, there's no use in praying for unity, because our actions work against the prayers themselves. We might, for a time, experience a false sense of unity among some, but not the sturdier, broader unity that we need to address the challenges that we face. Now, to be fair, we don't always know where the truth lies, and there's a lot working against the truth now. But when we do know, when we know what is true, it's incumbent upon us to speak the truth, even when, especially when, it costs us. And the third and last foundation I'll mention today is, foundation for unity is humility, which we all need, because we are all fallible human beings. We make mistakes. We say and do things that we later regret. We have our blind spots and our biases, and perhaps we are most dangerous to ourselves and others when we are persuaded without a doubt that we are absolutely right and someone else is...
So supposedly this is all like kind of getting on to Trump and just kind of leaning into him. So it says, see the moment Reverend pleads with Trump to have mercy on immigrants, and this is all, yeah.
Absolutely wrong. Because then we are just a few steps from labeling ourselves as the good people versus the bad people. And the truth is that we're all people. We're both capable of good and bad. Alexander Solzhenitsyn once astutely observed that the line separating good and evil passes not through states, not between classes, nor between political parties, but right through every human heart, through all human hearts. And the more we realize this, the more room we have within ourselves for humility and openness to one another across our differences, because in fact we are more like one another than we realize, and we need each other. Unity is relatively easy to pray for on occasions of great solemnity. It's a lot harder to realize when we're dealing with real differences in our private lives and in the public arena. But without unity, we're building our nation's house on sand. And with a commitment to unity that incorporates diversity and transcends disagreement, and with the solid foundations of dignity, honesty, and humility that such unity requires, we can do our part and in our time to realize the ideals and the dream of America. Let me make one final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome.
I'm getting annoyed with fucking Twitter. Okay. I had to initially I made this post and I was trying to link the clip and I couldn't get it to get below 250 characters to where it would go. But anyways, it's the last thing I'm going to say on this. So yeah, I posted this on Twitter because it is kind of yeah, this is a thing that bothers me on top of all of the other shit. It says, I saw this last night, and this really takes things to another level. JSTLK said Destiny knew about the leaks for a while and didn't tell any of the victims ahead of time. They all found out themselves. If true, it wipes away any DMs showing concern for Pxie. And then this is the clip.
Hide that stuff. You want that getting out at that point.
Well, no. It's not just that. That's bad. Just in case the guy didn't archive it, right? I think it's very likely that the guy had already archived it before he made anything clear. You know what I mean? That he'd already, but just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think, I felt like I told him, because when the leaks originally happened, the only thing that was getting leaked was a lot of the Lauren Southern stuff. And I was like, hey, just if you want to, I said this, I can't remember if I said this in public or private the other day, but Queen and I were looking through this stuff, in a call looking through this stuff. And I literally said hey, I'm just gonna give Destiny a quick heads up because Sunday was about to go live with it. And I'm like, hey, if you want to have a moment to be the first person to tell, Lauren, I didn't even know about anybody, but to tell Lauren, then go ahead, here's the information, this is going live, right? But and then he literally said back to me, he's like, well, I was like, oh, there's reports of videos. And he said back to me oh, well, I hope they don't have all the videos because there's definitely videos of me sucking dick in there. So he knew that there's a bunch of sexual videos he sent this person. He could easily go through those DMs because he hadn't deleted stuff and actually go and check and see who was in these videos and let them know. And nobody was told. No, I've confirmed that with everybody I know who was involved. Nobody was told. So it's just another example of just zero character.
Yeah, that is a little fucked. That is pretty fucked. I think did I post a clip or did I post the timestamp? Fuck, did I not copy the timestamp?
Hide that stuff. You want that getting out at that point.
Well, no. It's not just that.
Shit,
That's bad.
I posted the timestamp and not the clip. Fuck, did I not save the clip? I'm so stupid, dude. Fuck.
In case the guy didn't archive it, right? In case the guy didn't archive it, right? I think it's very likely that the guy had already archived it before he made anything clear.
What is happening?
What I mean?
This is glitching out.
Just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think
this is glitching out for me. It's just not playing the clip. Can somebody else go to the post and tell me if that's a clip or a timestamp? Because it's not clips are glitching for me right now, so it's possible that this is a clip. It's just not letting me.
Like I think it's very likely that the guy had already archived it before he had.
Hide that stuff. You want that getting out at that point.
Well, no. It's not just that. Like that.
Because yeah, I can't. Here we go.
Heads up, because Sunday was about to go.
What is happening, dude? I can't see the end
that
of
they
this.
associate with.
Sure. In that case, talking to them
There we
about
go.
it, like, and then everybody freaked out.
Hide that stuff. Hide that stuff. You want that getting out at that point.
Well, no. It's not just. And no. With everybody I know videos and let them know.
Hide that stuff. You want that getting out at that point.
Well, no. It's not just that. Like.
Yeah, this is glitching.
Well, no. It's not just that. Like that's bad. Just in case the guy didn't archive it, right? Like I think it's very likely that the guy had already archived it before he made anything clear.
Guess what? Is it a clip or a? Well, I can edit it. I can edit my post, so I'm just gonna fix it.
You know what I mean? Like that he'd already. It's not just that. Like that's bad. Just in case the guy didn't archive it, right? Like I think it's very likely that in case the guy didn't archive it, right? Like I think it's very likely that the guy had already archived it before he made anything clear. You know what I mean? Like that he'd already. Like just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think like I felt like I told him because when the. You know what I mean? Like. You know what I mean? Like that he'd already. Like. You know what I mean? Like that he'd already. Like just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think like I felt like I told him because when the leaks originally happened, the only thing that was getting leaked was a lot of the
Yeah,
Lawrence
this
other
is
stuff. And I was
glitching
like,
out. I
just
can't.
if you want to like I said this. I can't remember if I said this in public or private the other day.
I'm trying to
Queen and I were,
save
like,
a
looking
clip,
through
but
this
it
stuff.
won't let me.
Like in a call looking through this stuff.
It's fucking
and I
up pretty
literally
hard.
said like, hey, I'm just gonna give Destiny a quick heads up because Sunday was about to go live with it, and I'm like, hey, if you want to like have a moment to be the first person to tell, Lauren, I didn't even know about anybody, but to tell Lauren, then like go ahead, here's the information, this is going live, right? But he literally said back to me, he's like, well, I was like, oh, there's reports of videos. And he said back to me like, oh, well, I hope they don't have all the videos because definitely videos of me sucking dick in there. So he like knew that there's like a bunch of sexual videos he sent this person. He could easily go through those DMs because he hadn't deleted stuff and actually go and check and see like who was in these videos and let them know. And nobody was told. No, I've confirmed that with everybody I know who was involved. Nobody was told. So like it's just another example of just zero character.
Yeah, that is a little fucked. That is pretty fucked.
You know what I mean? Like that he'd already. Like just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I also that he'd already. Like just in case he didn't archive it, that would be
fucked. Yeah. So
like just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think like I felt like I told him because when the leaks originally happened, the only thing that was getting leaked was a lot of the Lawrence Southern stuff, and I was like, hey, just if you want to like I said this. I can't remember if I said this in public or private the other day, but Queen and I were like looking through this stuff. Like in a call looking through this stuff, and I literally said like, hey, I'm just gonna give Destiny a quick heads up because Sunday was about to go live with it, and I'm like, hey, if you want
that getting out at that point.
Well, no. It's not just that. Like that's bad.
Right,
just in case the guy didn't archive it, right?
Edit post. If this adds characters, I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, sweet. One character left. Let's go. All right, now it's a clip based. That was so annoying.
Just in case he didn't archive it, that would be good. But I think like I felt like I told him because when the leaks originally happened, the only thing that was getting leaked was a lot of the Lawrence Southern stuff, and I was like, hey, just if you want to like I said this. I can't remember if I said this in public or private the other day, but Queen and I were like looking through this stuff. Like in a call looking through this stuff, and I literally said like, hey, I'm just gonna give Destiny a quick heads up because Sunday was about to go live with it, and I'm like, hey, if you want to like have a moment to be the first person to tell, Lauren, I didn't even know about anybody, but to tell Lauren, then like go ahead, here's the information, this is going live, right? But he literally said back to me, he's like, well, I was like, oh, there's reports of videos, and he said back to me like, oh, well, I hope they don't have all the videos because definitely videos of me sucking dick in there. So he like knew that there's like a bunch of sexual videos he sent this person. He could easily go through those DMs because he hadn't deleted stuff and actually go and check and see like who was in these videos and let them know. And nobody was told. No, I've confirmed that with everybody I know who was involved. Nobody was told. So like it's just another example of just zero character.
Yeah, that is a little fucked. That is pretty fucked. That's insanely fucked. Yeah. So
like just in case he didn't archive it.
Okay, there we go. I think it every time I edit it, I think it changes the. I think it might post it again or something. Let me double check, make sure, because in the past, every time I've edited a post, it posts it like again, and I've edited this like 10 times now. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, there you go. Y'all go give it a likesy and a comment and say, yeah, this is fucked. All right.
Here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger. For we were all once strangers in this land. May God grant us the strength and courage to honor the dignity of every human being, to speak the truth to one another in love, and walk humbly with each other and our God for the good of all people.
Is this like a LGBTQ reverend or something like that?
Good of all people in this nation and the world.
What did you think of What did you think of the service?
What did you think? Did you like it? Did you find it exciting?
Exciting.
Not too exciting, was it? I didn't think it was a good service, no.
He's so. Ay, bro. Oh, he's a fucking child, dude.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you.
That face the whole time, too, dude.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
What did you think of What did you think of the service?
What did you think?
Well, what did you think? It wasn't exciting. Low ratings. Low ratings. I got way more ratings for the inauguration. This service, low ratings. I don't know if you guys saw the numbers, but I got millions of views. This church, they're going under. Nobody watches them anymore. Because nobody even goes to this church anymore. Because the place is too crowded. You know? Ay. Oh wait, we already saw this. Oh, no, I don't want to watch this. Never mind. I just say this is
and makes the allegation. One of you guys brought this to my attention a couple of days ago that he allegedly filmed her without her consent during intimate encounter. Okay, so we'll react to this video.
my guess. I'm just gonna my guess here. I don't really want to watch much of this. I wanted to get into some of the executive order stuff, but my guess is that because Destiny did defend him during his shit with that with the Asian chick, Asian chick number 2, he is going to just he's just gonna defend Destiny and claim that like all these chicks are liars and thoughts, and I met her once. I knew it the whole time. She's a gold digger. If you see the DM, she's looking for money. I watched President Sunday, and he's a leftist and a feminist, and even he says she's a gold digger and says that she's just all in it for money. And so we know that this is definitely true. Like, this is my assumption, is that's what he's gonna run with, but we'll see.
See what's going on. But you know, you guys know my stance when it comes to me too, right? And
there's Josie in the chat.
Girls that are entertainers have a higher proclivity to be untruthful. What?
See, we're building it up, stacking the blocks.
How do I say this?
What do we have?
Because it's happened to me. It's happened to Fresh. Remember, guys?
Yep.
Remember when the chick went on the H3 podcast to try to say that I like assaulted her, and it was like just a straight up lie?
You're not really a content creator until you got, like, 4 allegations under your belt. Like, you're not really. It's not really even real content creation.
Like, she came over and she's mad because I said her titties were lopsided or some shit like that. Remember that? Right? Remember
Oh yeah.
Miss China woman, one night in China?
Oh, one night in China?
He want me to kill the baby. I don't want to kill the baby. It's wrong. It's very wrong. Remember that? Remember that? Because the reality is that the girl, for those of you that don't know, because a lot of people don't know this shit, so I'm just going to put this out there. A lot of people don't know this. When she called Fresh to ask him about the baby or whatever, she pretty much already had the abortion done. And that's something that no one talks about. Every time people bring up this fucking love you long time chick, they never bring up the fact that she literally lied. Because when this all broke out, everyone was going after Fresh.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all. She did the recording. Then, like, a week later, maybe a week and a half later, then she posted the recording. After she posted the recording is when the stuff happened on JSTLK stream. After it happened on JSTLK stream, that's when she met Tree of Logic. Tree of Logic was talking to her, and Tree was telling her, because on JSTLK stream, she kept saying, I don't know if I'm going to have an abortion. I don't know. We'll see, blah, blah, blah. I can't highlight stuff that's, like, off the screen. Like, I'll take it. Now that I take it off here, I can try to extend. Ah, shit. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I don't think I can't. Is this the one? I can't highlight anything past this. I'm not able to scroll on here, so there's no way to go up or down. You're just kind of stuck with what's on the screen. Well, be faster and see me. Okay. My bad. But yeah, he is incorrect here. She posted she did the recording with him where she talked to him. He was very, like, insensitive in the way that he talked to her and was like, yeah, I don't care. Like, this is your problem. You're having a baby. That has nothing to do with me. I don't want to have a baby. So you go have a baby, live your life. I'm out. Later, Gator. And so then, like, a week later, she posted the recording. After she posted the recording, I think JSTLK invited her on. She went on to JSTLK stream, hung out on there, talked to a bunch of people. That's where she met Tree of Logic. Tree of Logic reached out to her, started talking to her. And on JSTLK stream, she kept saying, like, oh, I don't know. I don't want to have an abortion, but I don't have any money. I can't raise a baby by myself. Like, I'm not prepared for this. And I don't want to be a single mother. And so I'm kind of stuck. And so Tree of Logic reached out to her and convinced her not to have the abortion. And so eventually she said, no, I have to go have the abortion. I have to do it. I don't want to hold on to a baby that I'm not going to keep. And Tree of Logic kept saying, no, have the abortion in a couple weeks. We got to get your payday first. We got to get your payday. We're going to be able to get him. We're going to be able to blackmail him and just like get him to do this shit. It's going to be great. Just like stick with the plan. Stick with the plan. Don't do this. And so yeah, I think her name was Lily. Her name was Lily, the Asian lady, Asian chick number 2. So yeah, so Lily was like, no, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Like I'm gonna go have the abortion. Daisy, that's right, Daisy. It was a different flower. So then Daisy eventually was like, I'm sorry, I'm going to have the abortion. And Tree was like, all right, fuck, just don't tell anybody. Like, shit, just don't tell anybody that you're having the abortion. Like, we got to stick to the plan. And Daisy kept saying, I don't feel comfortable doing this. Like, I don't feel comfortable lying to people about this. I don't want to do this anymore. And Tree kept saying, no, just shut the fuck up, bitch. Like, you're fucking everything up. Be quiet. Stop doing shit. Like, I already told you not to have the abortion. You could have waited a month or 2. Like, it would have been fine. But you had to go fuck this up by having the abortion. Now, you're also trying to tell everybody, like, what is wrong with you? Stop. And so, yes, like, the whole time. And it was insane that Tree of Logic leaked all this shit. And so did Daisy. So the two of them leak all these DMs between them. And I'm going over this because I had just finished the Candace Owens documentary. When I finished it, while I'm going over it, people are telling me, hey, JSTLK is covering you right now and he's talking shit and blah, blah, blah. So I go check and he's got Tree of Logic on there talking to her. And the two of them are sitting there like, yeah, Tom doesn't really know what he's talking about on this. Yeah, he doesn't get it. Yeah, Daisy was the bad guy. She was obviously the bad guy, and he's acting like you're the bad guy, Tree. And she's like, yeah, I know why he acts that way. We've had our beefs, but it is what it is. And they just sit and hang out for a while and just chill max and just good old buddies and everything. And then, yeah, it comes out like a day or 2 later that like JSTLK had no clue that, because I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Why did he not say anything to her about her like trying to force this chick not to have an abortion and then trying to like coerce her into lying about the abortion? Like, what the hell? This is insane. And yeah, apparently he didn't know anything about it, and that's why he just didn't mention it. I was furious. I was like, why the fuck is he just letting her like come on and just like he's just not mentioning all this horrible shit that she did? And yeah, it's just like, dude, the levels that people will go to for their stupid internet beefs, it's just, it amazes me. I've talked about it, like, obviously all of you guys have seen, like, the amount of shit that people will do to me, like, leaking shit and, like, lying about me, like, maliciously, like, clipping stuff out of context and then spreading it all over the place, making people think I said things that I never said and, like, acting like I did things I never did. And like, it's just, nonstop. And then it'll take a while for me to finally be like, all right, fine. Like, I guess they're bad enough now for me to like, fuck them up and just like come out with all the evidence, afterwards. And it's just, yeah, like, I guess after a while of engaging that way, I can understand how people over time just don't view others as like human online. Cause with people treating each other this way over and over, I guess it makes sense. Like, after a while, everybody's just so dehumanizing that you just end up dehumanizing everybody yourself. But I know we were talking about this the other day, like with dead internet theory, that a lot of people are already saying they are planning on, like, they're already acting as though everybody on the internet isn't a real person. They're all like bots and like, fake people and shit like that. And, yeah, they're all just acting like everything's fake already because they believe that that's going to be the case pretty soon in the future. And thinking about it, so that's the way that everybody acts now. Is Tom crying? Yeah, I don't know why. Out of nowhere, my nose is running like hardcore. Like, it is running really bad. I need to get some tissues here. So I'm gonna let this play, and I gotta grab some tissues. Yes, I'm very upset talking about, man. Daisy, she had great tits, and now we will never see her kind again. Oh, Seven's in chat, everybody, to Daisy.
Oh, you want her to get an abortion? You're not pro-life, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, I mean, me and Fresh have kind of, this is like the only topic that me and him aren't necessarily right-wing on, which is like pro-choice to a degree, right? I don't know what Fresh's exact one is. It's probably a little bit more liberal about it than I am. But like for me, 6 to 8 weeks, you know, which kind of mirrors how it is here in Florida. Because accidents do happen. But the point I'm trying to make is they use that to try to say, oh, this guy is a baby killer, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is, Miss Love You Long Time doesn't love that much. She actually went ahead and got the abortion before she even called his ass. And we found out because we spoke with a doctor and brought him on here. Shout out to Dr. B84, he's in the chat probably. And her dumbass took a picture of like the abortion, but the date was on it. And from looking at the I don't know if it was a bill or like a diagnosis or something like that, but basically there was a bunch of medical jargon on it. And Dr. B84 was able to decipher and say, oh, this like code or this phrase or whatever, I forget exactly what it was that helped him identify it, but it's medical jargon. He saw it and he was like, oh, bro, she had the abortion. This is an elective termination, pregnancy.
Tom, you're not like them, remember? What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
And I was like, oh, really? And that's the importance of knowing people in certain fields. A guy from our community was able to pretty much conclusively say, yeah, bro, this pretty much means she did an elective abortion. So the bitch lied. Bottom line, the bitch lied. And she used that lie to propel herself to get on certain podcasts to talk about Fresh. She used it to get on H3. She used it to work with Anus and Reach. She used it to go on some other opposing podcasts to work with opposing creators that have had an axe to grind with us for fucking years. Some of these guys are still making videos on this guy since 2021, talking shit every day. It's fucking sickness. Like, they follow all our shit and give fucking, you know, their bullshit commentary. Right? Why? Because our names ring bells. People get views when they talk about Fresh and Fit. Right? Like in my situation with the H3 stuff, the chick was lying to get attention. Right? She's an H3 podcast fan. So she's like, oh, what better way than for me to get a chance to talk to my idol, Ethan Klein, than to lie and, you know, put out some disparaging remarks on one of his top ops, Myron Gaines, right? Despite the fact that she fucking came to hang out with me. She went out of her way to hang out with me.
Bro, I'm just reading the fucking timestamps here. These are insane. Didn't Destiny defend Fresh? That's what I just said. Yes, that's what I said at the beginning, is that I'm pretty sure Myron's going to defend him because Destiny defended Fresh. And so this is... Where's the... Hold on. Am I blind, guys? Where is the description? Where is it? Where's the description? It should be here, right? This should be it. Maybe there isn't one. They have to have one. They have to have one. They have timestamps. The only way that you can have timestamps on your video is if you put them in the description. It was live. I understand. It was live. And now it has timestamps. They don't have a description. This is literally impossible. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just reading like through these, and it says like, you know, like Myron's perspective on Destiny allegation. Women who are entertainers have higher productivity to be truthful, or sorry, to be untruthful. Another insight on these girls. Video explaining Destiny allegations. What is a Substack? Video resumes. Typical female strategy being broken down. Red pill truths. What the fuck? Summarizing the Brett Kavanaugh accusations. How every Me Too allegation goes down. Like, this is... he is going on a fucking wild ride on this one, dude. Well, like, this is just like shit on bitches, dude. Let's get it. Like, let's get some fuck bitches in chat, guys. Let's get some Fuck bitches in chat, dude.
Received a message from a mutual acquaintance publicly because there are parties.
Through about this video, here is Destiny's full response.
Sometime in November, extremely sensitive. And
Okay, yeah, okay. So this is Destiny's response. All right. Yeah, this is the stupid ass lawyer chat. I think him and her have had problems with each other for a while now.
Lauren De La
Lauren
Guna,
had a
the
negative
stupid
sentiment
ass
after I
lawyer.
rejected her romantic advances earlier in the year. I understand.
Boom, I fucking called it. Called it, bro. Yo, nigga, do I miss? Let's go.
What is a Substack? That's the best one. Yeah, that's like one of the longer ones too. What is a Substack? Like that took 9. Well, oh no, sorry, that's a minute. Okay, I was about to say 9 minutes. Yeah, but they were like, I can't believe that they have that many freaking timestamps, dude. Like this is how long is this? This is a 3-hour stream, bro. This is a 3-hour stream. This is my stream from the other day. Do we have timestamps on it? No, I don't have timestamps on it. Hold on. Okay, this is my stream from the other day. It's a 12-hour stream. 12-hour stream has timestamps on it because they are in the description. And this is all the timestamps. This is all of it. And that's a lot. That's a lot. For a 12-hour stream, like, when you have a 12-hour stream, you got a lot of timestamps, dude. You're going to have to fill it up with a lot of timestamps. And I kind of went, like, above and beyond with, like, you know, Tom Bates, MAGA streamer, back to Trump meme coin, Destiny response to Pxie Reddit, panel on Destiny. Like, I was like, yeah, being like very descriptive in these things and going back and forth. And somehow he's got that many timestamps, dude. It's literally like every minute to 2 minutes, you got another timestamp. There's a 3-hour stream.
Bro, I told y'all these girls want the clout. And when he doesn't want to fuck with them, they get mad. These bitches get butthurt, bro. Telling y'all, man. Chat. Look, you don't gotta like Destiny. Fine. You guys can insult someone you want. Fine. But I'm just kind of calling it like it is. You cannot.
Donald Trump wrote an executive order ending descriptions. Yeah. Yeah, because lots of people say mean things about him in descriptions, and so he doesn't want no more descriptions on YouTube. That makes sense.
The fact that these allegations from these girls is a form of revenge for some of them. Like, y'all can't fucking, like, come on, man. I've seen too many of this shit. Bro, nigga, just so you guys know.
Bro, I've also seen too many of this shit. So real quick, if you guys want to donate to my stream and make sure that I'm able to see a lot more of this shit, make sure that you send those donos through super chats, stickers, or tips. Tips is the best way of doing this because I get a larger percentage of that and I get the money a lot faster, which means I can see more of the shits and see it quicker. So make sure you use the tips link in the description for stream elements in order to send me money so that I can really get these fucking hoes, dude. I will get them. Oh, man.
It could be literally Abba from Anus and Reach. If a girl came out with an accusation like this against him, I would still defend that bitch ass nigga. That's how bad this Me Too movement shit is. It would force me to defend a slimy, snaky, Sodom and Gomorrah ass nigga because I know how pervasive the Me Too movement is. It will put me in a position that I don't even want to fucking be in defending this dickhead. Right? Because I know that men get accused of this shit. How the fuck did I predict that she would have an axe to grind because he don't want to fuck with her no more? Hostradamus in the house. Right here. This guy. This is the playbook, chat.
Hostradamus.
This is the playbook. This isn't about Destiny. This is about a destructive and evil and quite literally a profitable industry where women are able to retroactively withdraw consent or come back and say, oh, I feel like I was assaulted after the fact. This isn't about Destiny. This is about going after this Me Too movement, man. Because that's what this is. I'm not saying Destiny didn't do some fuck shit. Probably did. But I think it's also important for people to know that some of these women absolutely have an agenda.
And that she has organised the fundraiser to support Pxie's lawsuit against me, and assume that she's been counselling Pxie on how to proceed. That same day, I received a message from Pxie where she suggested she would create a post about me that would go live after she committed. This concerned me greatly.
What the fuck? Bro, these chicks are crazy, man. Bitch made a video.
Genuinely believed that she was still in mental anguish following the leak weeks earlier. I responded in earnest, doing what I could to reassure her, and letting her know that she had every right to pursue a legal course of action. At no stage did I try to convince her otherwise. This was a highly emotionally volatile time, and my main concern...
Yeah, that wasn't smart for Destiny. As much as he wanted to do the human thing, like, the most you should do is maybe just call 911 on her behalf, but bro, don't send no messages, man. She's gonna use all that shit against them, chat. Just so you guys know. She's about to use all these text messages against Destiny in her civil case.
was her well-being. A few hours later, I messaged a mutual friend, Chaeiry, who I knew to be particularly close with Pxie. We tried to figure out the best way forward in terms of making things right, or as right as they could be, for Pxie. In that conversation, we spoke about things I could do to alleviate the toll on Pxie's mental health. I took Chaeiry's suggestions and presented them to Pxie. I explicitly offered to help her financially, having had it communicated to me that she was also under financial pressure while dealing with this matter. Pxie responded stating that whatever price she would ask for would be too high and would only result in making her feel worse. This is an older screenshot from our conversation. It appears she has since deleted only that message, as it's no longer in our current conversation history. Later, in a conversation with Chaeiry, she told me that Pxie seemed to want me to cover her entire tuition for law school. Others told me that Pxie thought it would be appropriate for me to pay her anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million.
Oh, shit. She doesn't just want money. She wants a fucking bag, bro.
Yeah, she wants a bag,
You guys see why I'm a
bro.
little skeptical nowadays? You guys see?
See that?
She basically wants $1 million, bro.
Yeah, so again, supposedly this is President Sunday's theory as well, and this is what we saw from his video. The little bit that we watched is that, yes, he is also seemingly trying to accuse Pxie of being a a gold digger, that she's just in it for the money. She just wants money. She just wants to get hers and shit like that. So that, yeah, she doesn't care about other women. That if she cared about other women, she would come and try to ruin her own life and her own career and make it to where her parents know about everything that happened, and make it to where any work opportunities in the future are possibly hurt by the fact that everybody knows about naked videos and pictures of her on the internet, and that is President Sunday feels like she has to do that in order to be a good person. And so because she didn't do that and she didn't decide to throw her life away, he decided to do it for her and forced her to do all this and outed all the information without her permission. So good on him for being such a strong feminist character in this space. We really need more people like President Sunday to force these bitches to take some responsibility, you know? So about time some women were accountable around here. The real red pill President Sunday. You think Myron's bad. President Sunday is that hardcore red pillar, dude. Oh yeah.
At no point did Pxie make a specific or explicit request for financial compensation.
Fulmar says what? Did you see? Is this some breaking news? Did you see today's school incident in Nashville and his manifesto? No, was there a school shooting just now? Chat? Is there a school shooting that just went down?
Dark Sunday? No, that's just Sunday. Nah, just Sunday. Not even Dark Sunday. It's just regular Sunday.
Drop the link in the chat, bro. If that's what it is, let me try to take a look at this.
All right. Yeah, I think we got enough of this. All right. Oh, crap. No, this is the wrong thing. I want to find something that's not news. I want to find like an actual YouTuber talking about this shit, but
I was saved by God to make America great again.
Of course, yeah. You know, the very, very Christian man, the very godly man, just trying to be Christ-like Donald Trump, you know?
We will stand bravely. We will
So
live
brave.
proudly.
So
and
proud.
nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours. And our golden...
He's not, I know that he's talking super slowly and slurring exactly like Joe Biden, and you're thinking, his age is getting up there to the point that he is just as bad as Joe Biden. I know that that's the way it seems, but it's not the case. That's not the case. He can speak normally and speak just fine. it's that he's trying to read right now, and he has a lot of trouble reading. He's not very good at reading, and so he's trying to read a teleprompter, and he's doing his best. And so this is just the way that it ends up sounding. Tom Foolery Show, did you see Trump go after that bishop and demand an apology? What? He said, Bish, please. Get it? Bish up. Get it? Y'all got it? Y'all get the joke? He's actually illiterate. Yeah, actually, there's been tons of people from around him that have said over and over that, yeah, he literally does not know how to read. There have been multiple, I know, for people who believe in, having numerous accusations where people end up verifying accusations on top of those. If you just believe one person said something and therefore it's, and it aligns with what you already want to believe about that person, then that's good enough. But for me, I want numerous accounts of the same thing being said by numerous parties to kind of show. And so, yeah, there have been tons of accounts from tons of different people saying that he just doesn't know how to read. Yeah, confirmation bias, exactly. Yeah, we want to make sure that, yeah, there's lots of people who want, they only want to believe whatever aligns with their confirmation bias. But yeah, not me. I want numerous sources from numerous different types of parties with numerous different types of incentives to make sure that, yeah, we're not just believing any old thing out there. Trump demands an apology from Bishop, who asked him to have mercy. Lord have mercy on LGBTQ plus people and migrants. Washington AP President Donald Trump on Wednesday demanded an apology from the Episcopal Bishop of Washington after she made a direct appeal to him during a prayer service marking his inauguration to have mercy on LGBTQ plus community and migrant workers who are in the United States illegally. Referencing allegedly, they haven't been convicted yet. Allegedly. All right. Referencing Trump's belief that he was saved by God from assassination, the Right Reverend Marianne Bood said, "You have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now." After he returned to the White House, Trump said, "I don't think it was a good service, and they could do much better." But later, in an overnight post on his social media site, he sharply criticized the so-called bishop as a radical left hardline Trump hater. Yeah, this is a witch hunt. There's a witch hunt. You guys know that was done by the Episcopal Church, so it makes sense. She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. It was disgusting. She was nasty. I was about to say nasty is the right word. I should have said she is nasty. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. Not compelling or smart. Low ratings. Low ratings. That's what I call her. Low ratings bishop. Low ratings bishop. Nobody likes her. Complete witch hunt. It was not a perfect service. Said Trump, a Republican, adding that Booty didn't mention that some migrants have come to the United States and killed people. They said, said Trump, a Republican. Do they really need to add that in there? The way the whole post is written, this is yeah, this is a bit odd. I was about to ask, like, is this not odd to you guys? Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job, Trump said. She and her church owe the public an apology. I really want my apology from the bishop. I've been waiting for my apology. Woo! 2 genders. Finally, we're back, baby. We're fucking back, baby. Let's go. I have been waiting so long for there to only be 2 genders, dude. I can't believe it's taken this long for us to finally get back to only 2 genders. Damn. Damn.
Age has just begun.
I don't care about gender politics. Yeah. Yeah. That's what they call identity politics. It's just there's 62 ways of 62 different parties on that one.
I think that was Donald Trump's single best speech ever.
He's still the same gangster with neo-fascist sensibilities that he was before.
It certainly wasn't particularly gracious. He gave us a shopping list of everything that he wants to get done.
There's going to be up to 200 executive orders unleashed, right? I'm just genuinely curious which ones you have a big problem with. Would you contest the fact there is a crisis on the southern border?
I definitely think that there's a problem at the border, but it's just interesting that Donald Trump is declaring a national emergency on this.
When you have an allegiance to profit...
Yeah, just to remind everybody, during the hurricane that came through, I think it was Hurricane Helene, Donald Trump accused Biden and Kamala Harris of taking all the money out of the emergency fund and sending it all to Ukraine and to immigrants at the border. And then it instead turned out that actually they didn't take any money out of the emergency fund. And Donald Trump, when he was president, did take money out of the emergency fund and did send it to the border and sent it over immigrants, and he did do that. So not Kamala, the borders are, and not Biden, but Trump. Trump is the one who did that, and now he's doing it again. He is doing it again, and is again declaring this a national emergency.
You contest the fact there is a crisis on the southern border?
I definitely think that there's a problem at the border, but it's just interesting that Donald Trump is declaring a national emergency on this.
When you have an allegiance to profit-making and greed, lo and behold, the spiritual decay becomes more manifest.
Melania Trump, is she getting undercredited?
I think she's going to bring elegance and decency back. That's in stark contrast to Jill Biden. She's the one really upset she's giving up power. Hush, Hobbit, for just a moment.
Yeah, look at Dave Rubin doubling down on
Later,
being
Allie,
wrong
have
and
a
lying.
good
I thought
night.
you were retiring, Dave.
Well, the first days of Donald Trump's second term will be remembered for MAGA shock therapy. After 75 days in waiting, the Trump team wants the message to be promises made, promises kept and delivered at warp speed. A reprieve for TikTok, pardons for January 6th rioters, the abolition of DEI and gender ideology across the federal government, a national emergency declaration at the US-Mexico border, and rapid moves to clamp down on illegal immigrants, including an end to birthright citizenship. As the 45th president becomes the 47th, what are America's hopes and fears for Trump's first 100 days? To debate this, I'm joined by the host of The Rubin Report and author of Don't Burn This Country, Surviving and Thriving in Our Woke Dystopia, Dave Rubin, the co-host of Verdict with Ted Cruz, Ben Ferguson, the TikTok influencer Harry Sisson, whose job has just been saved by Donald Trump, philosopher and former independent presidential candidate Dr. Cornel West. Well, welcome to all of you. A stellar panel, I'm delighted to say. Dave Rubin, let me start with you. Watching Donald Trump's inaugural address there, two things struck me. One, it was about half as long as his first one. Very disciplined, very focused, hit all what he would call his greatest hits from his rallies. It looked to me like a guy who understands what he has to do second time round is absolutely deliver on promise. And if he does, his legacy could be extremely good. I also got a sense of somebody who genuinely believes it when he says he feels like he's got another chance after the assassination attempt. That bit of humanity in the speech was something he said to me a week after he got shot, that he just feels there was a reason why he got spared, and that he thinks it's to make America great again, and that's his great calling and purpose. What did you feel about those two things?
Yeah, I think that's quite a good analysis. And I think that was Donald Trump's single best speech ever. We have all heard dozens, if not hundreds of them. That was the most focused, on-point speech. And he really did two things there. It obviously was about the resilience and the resurgence of America and laying out this golden age that I really do think is a coming. And I think there's going to be change, and change really, really fast, and just returning to a lot of the sanity that we have forgotten about. I mean, just for a president to have to get up there and say men are men and women are women is kind of crazy, but that's how close to the precipice of insanity we got. But also fixing things at the border and foreign policy and economically and et cetera. But the other part that I really like, because it was necessary, was that much of the speech was directed completely at the people who were behind his left shoulder. Yeah. And I'm talking about, obviously, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the other former presidents and some of those people, because he basically said, you guys almost handed the keys to the kingdom away. You almost ruined the most precious, beautiful system of governance in the history of the world. And I think it was important to say that this wasn't a speech of retribution, but it was important to acknowledge these guys have messed up an awful lot, and their day is over. A new day is here, and Donald Trump is going to be a president for the people. And
they need to get you on the Piers Morgan show. True, dude. You need to let them know. You need to let them know. So actually, I've been talking about this for a little bit, that I'm trying to get ready to do panels again, but I wanted to make sure that I was doing something that was like, that it wasn't going to be the same Twitch poll panels that were always done. And every time that I've done panels, I've always made sure that they were just different from everybody else's. Every single time that I've done them, I will go through like a streak of doing panels for a while. And I always made sure that, yes, they were a little bit different, whether it was some sort of gimmick or some sort of like added, like special aspect to it that would make it more interesting for the viewers and even for the panelists, or, just like a series of panels based on specific things, whatever. There's a bunch of different things that, we did on my old panels. The new one is going to be much more like this. This is fairly close to what it is that I came up with, and that there was, in the past, I've done a couple where I was like testing this out in a couple of ways, in a couple aspects of it, and I was working with other people on it at the time. Now, not really working with them, and probably just going to end up doing this on my own, and I've been working, the last couple of months, just kind of shaping the idea, talking to more people, and getting it, really molded together so that I've got like an exact idea down for what it is when we come up with it. Are you going to collab with Destiny now? Heard he is short on orbiters at the moment. I don't have any plans to do that. No. I was about to say that, like, truly without Destiny on them, that is it is a harder thing to get started. Because I was hoping to lean on him a bit for panelists and getting it up and running, but we'll make do and we'll get it done. So the idea is that instead of it being like a screaming match, or just like a bunch of people talking over each other, or everybody like really trying to get the mic, one of the things that I was trying in the past that I was doing a bit more of is not allowing people to choose when they get the mic. That everything as the host goes through me. And so at the beginning, instead of letting everybody give opening statements and crap like that. Instead, we will go one by one, where I am just asking them questions. And so, yeah, I'll get like whatever the topic is, whatever we're talking about, I will just ask them questions that'll kind of get their takes in general, and then over time allow them to start having some back and forths a little bit more. But like, somebody says something, then I say, oh, really? So hey, this other person, hey, what do you think? So they just said that this blah, 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 and that this is X, Y, and Z. What do you think about that? And then eventually just turn to the other person in your response, and then just let them have a back and forth for a little bit, and then eventually just move to like more questions, and yeah, just have it like formatted in this sort of way where it isn't a bunch of people fighting over the mic, but instead like very, very like driven through the host to just get all of the questions out that way. So, but will you be fair? That is the question. Actually, no, definitely not. That's actually part of one of the things that I think that makes Piers like really good at this, is that he is willing to ask like crazy and provocative questions that don't necessarily represent him or his beliefs, but are more so going to get like better answers and content from the panelists. And so I'm more like looking to do something like that. So yeah, that's kind of the idea right now. But yeah, with like I said, with you got to work on a British accent first. Were you born yesterday? I have to work on a British accent. Please. Don't do it. No, I'm just kidding.
I also agree with what you said about his newfound, if you want to call it faith, that's just fine. But I think he is on a mission right now, and it's very exciting. I can tell you, being here in DC right now, there are smiles on virtually every face in this city right now. Believe it or not, here in DC.
Well, there's no smile on Cornell West face. Cornell, it's a golden age. The future is coming. America's been trampled into the ground by the Democrats, but the savior is here.
I don't know. Okay. I think I believe the battery in my keyboard and my mouse are both just now dying. It's not the computer either, because they both of their lights are on, saying that they're dead. So shit. Yeah, I will go work on this and steal content from Piers Morgan for a little bit. I will be back. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here. Just around.
And all is going to be great. Do you share that optimism?
Well, I'm a prisoner of hope, but for those of us who are committed to some deep conception of truth and love and justice, especially for poor and working people, not just here, but around the world. Yeah. Africa, Gaza, Haiti. Legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. is one of what? Unarmed truth. Donald Trump, he's my brother. I'm a Christian, but he promotes armed lies.
Yeah, I was about to say. I don't think that's a word that anybody would ever use to describe Trump. People say a lot of things about him. People try to compliment him. They get very creative in the ways that they try to compliment him, But he's funny though, He's a funny guy. That's what you look for in a president. Like, you want him to be funny. But that, yeah, honest, truthful, nah, not so much.
As an unconditional hubris. Where was the focus on poor people? Where was the acknowledgement of the genocide? Where was the acknowledgement of working people, 62% living paycheck to paycheck? But he says prosperity, yes, we want prosperity. Will it be fairly distributed? We had the oligarchs sitting right next to him. They're speaking into his ear. And Martin Luther King Jr. says, wait a minute, when I died, I was dealing with oligarchs. When I died, I was dealing with increasing deregulated markets that makes it different for working people to gain access to fair wages. So it's a sad day for me, but I smile anyway because I believe in the possibility of human beings. And as a Christian, you know, I pray for Trump, I pray for his family, but I also recognize that he's still the same gangster with neo-fascist sensibilities that he was before,
snap.
and I'm going to fight him. I love my
Oh yeah, define neo-fascism. Define it. What is that even? You don't even know what that. You just think that means he's mean.
enemies, but I'll be fighting him every fiber of my being.
Would you say that it's the behaviour of a gangster, Cornell, to give preemptive pardons to all your family and your mates and
bingo?
I mean, I think if that is the case, it applies to Trump doubly for all of the pardons that he gave his friends and family, you know, that nobody gave a fuck about. They only cared when Joe Biden did it, but it's very different when Joe Biden did it, because it's okay when we do it.
I mean, I'm just.
That's what gangsters do in Africa.
How does that sit with your? How does that sit with your very powerful homily about?
The Democrats have their own gangsters, brother. They got their own genocide
Yes.
promoters and so forth. And not only that, there's a gangster in
They're
each
a
and every one of
cartel.
us. The question is whether we're willing to push it back and allow the best of us. That's the legacy of Martin King, but not just King. That's the legacy of Jesus of Nazareth, my brother.
Okay, let me bring Ben Ferguson in here. I mean, I do think the best thing that could possibly have happened for Republicans is not just that Trump obviously got elected again and in such overwhelming style, especially winning the popular vote, which kind of killed all argument stone dead, but also that he did it in a way, and this was clear from the speech, which resonated with so many people that Cornell doesn't seem to think were remotely impacted or affected by this. Because he had a lot of poor Americans queuing up to vote for him, actually, who raced to the ballot box because in Trump they saw someone who does care about them. I don't agree with Cornell there. What did you feel?
With all due respect, Cornell, I don't think you were listening, because the people in this country that are living paycheck to paycheck, they voted in overwhelming numbers for Donald Trump. Those that were concerned about their kids' future, and every time they pull up to a gas pump, they were having a hard time figuring out how they're going to choose between filling up a full tank or getting a full basket of groceries, they voted for Donald Trump. This election was proof that the American people were left behind by Joe Biden and the Biden crime family and those that he was going to have to pardon. They cared more about going after their political opponents than they did about the American people that were suffering. And if you listen to what Donald Trump said, he was clearly speaking to those living paycheck to paycheck. And he clearly was saying, I understand that there's these people that try to destroy me and ruin my life, but that's not why I'm here. God spared my life to come back in and to say, I am going to be your spokesperson. He said it last night in his campaign rally, basically his last event of his life, where he was sitting there saying, I am here for you, not for me. I think he's a different man than he was in 2016. I think anyone that watched that speech and listened to it felt hope today. I think if you're an American that's struggling, a single mom that's struggling today, someone whose kid's in a failing school, in my hometown, for example, of Memphis, Tennessee, where Martin Luther King was gunned down on this MLK Day, the majority of the schools there are failing. And what has Donald Trump said? We have to do better. We have to do better for the Hispanic American community, the African.
Yeah, and dude, all of the concepts of all the plans that he has, shoot, they are going to be like, thank God we have somebody like him to really conceptualize plans like the ones that he's able to conceptualize. We have to do better. That is, that's something that you didn't hear Kamala Harris ever say. You don't ever hear Marxists say that they want things to be better. That's not something that they will ever say. That is something that you will only get from Donald Trump and MAGA, is that things are better when they're better.
American community, we have to give you safer neighborhoods, safer streets, and a secure border. And if you're looking at that president, Donald Trump of 2025 is very different than Donald Trump of 2016 and 17 and 18 and 19. This is going to be a different administration.
For sure. I think everybody agrees with that. I think we're all on the same page there. This one has way more cultists, way more loyalists. In the last one, we had a lot more Republicans that were still willing to take a pledge to the Constitution instead of to the con man. And so they were able to stand in his way a bit more, but I think we all agree this one's different for sure.
Yeah, I think that's highly likely. But Harry says, and I can see you grimacing and pulling all sorts of faces there. And look, you've been...
Good to see you too, Piers.
Great to see you. Always good to have you on Uncensored, even though you've been wrong spectacularly about almost every single thing you've said in the last calendar year. But we'll gloss over that. As Cornell would say, I forgive you, my brother. It's fine. For just being so wrong the entire time. But I do want to play you a clip from December 2020 when Joe Biden was asked by Jake Tapper at CNN about rumours that Donald Trump might issue some preemptive pardons before he left office.
President Trump is reportedly considering a wave of preemptive pardons. Does this concern you? All these preemptive pardons?
Well, it concerns me in terms of it, what kind of precedent set.
I hate these people so much, dude. I hate them so much. They're all such pieces of shit, bro. They're all so dumb. I hate this so much. Like, they do this thing where, like, we say Donald Trump and the MAGA supporters committed an insurrection. And they're like, no, he didn't. That's not an insurrection. It's like, yeah, it's an insurrection. We fight about this for years. It's an insurrection. And then all of a sudden they're like, okay, so what? So you think all insurrections are bad? You hate the founding of America now? Oh, you thought it was bad when Americans committed a revolution and had insurrections? Wow. Okay, I thought insurrections were bad. What happened? All of a sudden they're not bad? I thought, so it's just okay. It's just whenever you feel like it's okay. That's when it's okay. Like, obviously, when it comes to preemptive pardons, I don't think anybody thinks they are always bad, no matter what. There is no way that you could ever justify preemptive pardons. Nobody thinks this. But this is the way that these people think, is that, like, once you can categorize it as a thing, that category tells you whether or not that thing is good or bad. Like, mustaches, right? Mustaches. If you have a mustache and you like your mustache, well, you have to love all mustaches then. Because, yeah, otherwise, it's just when you like it. It's just whenever I feel like it. Okay. Yeah, now you're inconsistent. Now you're a hypocrite. If you like your mustache, but you don't like somebody else's mustache, how the fuck? How the fuck? You gotta like all mustaches now. If you like one, you gotta like all of them.
That's and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice. You're not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons. Nor are you going to see in our administration the approach to making policy by tweets. You know, it's just going to be a totally different way in which we approach the justice system.
Harry, here's your chance to redeem yourself by just conceding that when Joe Biden said that, he was telling an absolute blatant lie, because he's now done preemptive pardons for just about anybody he can think of. Do you accept that your main weapon against Trump has always been his alleged lack of veracity, as you put it? Do you accept now that that's gone? Because actually, Biden himself just told endless porkies about stuff like preemptive pardons.
It's interesting, Pierce, that you're arguing.
The worst of the internet. Oh my goodness. The worst of the internet is on my channel. It's all here. Oh shit. What's up, Starty? How's it going? Hate it. I hate it when the... So that means, like, you guys are worse than, like, President Sunday? Or worse than, like, worse than Stardust?
For the view that somebody's opinion on something can't change if circumstances change. So when President Biden made that claim, there was no threat toward Donald Trump or his family. And look at these guys, these losers laughing over here. But with Donald Trump appointing Kash Patel to the FBI, who said he wants to go, excuse me, be quiet, wanting to appoint Kash Patel to the FBI, who said he wants to go after his political opponent.
And Star Swept for you in Discord. Whoa, let's go. I have always wanted an Indian maid. Thank you. It's about fucking time.
It's Donald Trump, who said he wants to appoint a special counsel to go after Biden's family. Kash Patel has a list of people that he wants to go after and prosecute. So you're asking me, wait, why did Biden do this? Why did he pardon his family? Maybe because the Trump DOJ and Trump's administration is promising to come after them. I'm perfectly fine with Joe Biden doing that, given the unjust attacks that they've suffered for the past 4 years as the Biden family. And I also just want to finish with one thing. I don't know why losers like Dave Rubin are up here, because 4 years ago he said if Biden serves a full term, he'll retire. So I wonder why Dave Rubin hasn't retired yet, when he said 4 years ago he'd do so if Biden.
Oh shit! I forgot about this. I'm supposed to come back out with this clip. I totally forgot I'm supposed to come back out with this clip, dude. Damn, I forgot. Sheesh. I forgot about this. Where is it? What the fuck? I forgot about this. Hold on. Damn it. I wanted my excitement to like flow into the clip, but now, okay, here we go. I forgot about this!
4 years ago, Dave Rubin said that he was going to retire if Joe Biden finished all 4 years of his term.
Bold statement, here we go. If Joe Biden is sworn in on January 20th, 2021, and he completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire.
Come on, man.
I will retire at the end of that term. That will be it. I will disappear in just over 4 years. 4 years and about a month and a half. That'll be it. That's how convinced. I will just disappear from public life altogether. I will delete all of my accounts, and then you'll never hear from me again. That's how convinced I am.
What do you say? Does he have to retire?
How many push-ups you want to do here, pal?
4 years ago, Dave...
He lied! He lied! He's a liar! He's a liar, guys!
Biden served a full term. So go along, David, and
hush,
get out of here.
Hush, Hobbit, for just a moment.
Look at Dave Rubin doubling.
He would look like a child to a fucking retiree, yeah.
Down on being wrong and lying. I thought you were retiring, Dave. What happened?
I said that in 2019 to illustrate the point back in 2019 that everyone knew but mainstream media was hiding.
to illustrate the point, guys. It was just to illustrate the point that he wasn't really the president the entire time, and it was actually the border czar. That's who it was the whole time.
Which was that he was mentally compromised 5 years ago.
So you lied.
He has
Thank
not,
you for
yes,
admitting
he has
you lied
not
about
been,
retiring. I'm
if
glad.
you think he's really been president or making...
Yes, this is, I knew this is what he was going to do. I knew this is what he was going to do. I knew this is what he was going to do. Because this is literally what everybody else did in the comments. They all immediately started saying, he hasn't really done anything, and he's alive but brain dead. Like, there's tons of people who's, like, he's not even there. He was never even president in the first place. He was never, he never even showed up. Like, this is all like this is like all the comments is everybody's like, yeah, he was never even president. He never even got there. He's on a beach right now, dude. I wasn't even there. Mom, I wasn't even there.
The decisions, Harry, you've been wrong about.
No, sorry. Yeah, I'll take a peanut butter and jelly. Thank you.
Everything. It's not even worth addressing you, but let me, if I can make a point about the oligarch.
Talking to liars like you who say you're going to retire and then you don't.
All right. If I can make a point about referencing what Cornell said about the oligarchs, you know, it's I think a little bit of low resolution thinking to look at the people standing behind Donald Trump and say, oh, they're oligarchs. These are job creators. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and some of those other people, and now bringing Zuckerberg in, and all of these people, whether you like them or not, whether you think everything they've done is good or not or anything else, these are innovators. These are people who have revolutionized industries and will continue to do so. They've created...
Tom, Dave has to say this because he said if Biden completes 4 years, he'd quit. When did he say that? What do you mean? When did he say that? Dave Rubin. When did Dave Rubin say that? He did? You have a clip? You have a clip of him saying this?
More jobs than any of us have or any of us all combined. So I don't think that just saying, oh, but there's these rich, successful people up there, it's not inherently bad. It's actually quite good because now they are going to help Donald Trump unleash the American economy.
Well, yeah, and also, look, I mean, in relation to someone like... Well, hang on, Harry. I mean, Harry, look, in relation to someone like Elon Musk...
grow up.
Well, Harry, in relation to someone like...
Russian funding was keeping Dave afloat for a while.
Harry,
time
out. Don't get personal.
Yeah, also not true.
But when you talk about someone like...
It's not even personal, Pierce.
Not at the moment. I'll find it for you tomorrow, though. No shot, dude. No shot. JWL. JWL, because we all know you're fucking lying, JW. Everybody knows you're lying. Here, let me just... So, JW, we literally just watched this video.
4 years ago, Dave Rubin said that he was going to retire if Joe Biden finished all 4 years of his term.
Bold statement. Here we go. If Joe Biden is sworn in on January 20th, 2021, and he completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire.
Come on, man.
I will retire.
It's just fact.
Harry, I am actually trying to moderate a debate here. When Elon Musk, for example, if you take him, I mean, I couldn't...
He's probably looking for a clip right now. How dare you? How dare you, wrestling? How dare you? Pronouns, wrestling, pronouns. Do not misgender, JW. That is thy, thou.
I think of a more classic American immigrant success story than a guy who comes to America. He creates some of the biggest, most successful companies in the history of planet Earth, almost all of
Exactly.
which are specifically designed to help planet Earth, whether it's Tesla with green energy cars or Neuralink or SpaceX or whatever it may be. The idea that anyone like you would have a few years ago said there was inherently a big problem with somebody like Elon Musk, given what he's done for America, would be unthinkable. And yet now you do, because now he supports Donald Trump.
Oh, no, hold on. I have no problem with any of Elon Musk's
I'll let
companies
Cornell
if he-
answer that, actually. Cornell?
No, the point is this, though. We're talking about a system. Carnegie came from Scotland with hardly a dime and became a multi-millionaire. He was an oligarch during the Gilded Age. He was a robber baron. He had a system in which he was able to ascend to the top, but it was predicated on capitalist processes such that working people had tremendous difficulty gaining access to wages, and it was predicated on tremendous power over politicians. Now, does Musk have tremendous influence over politicians? Does Bezos and others? Of course they do. And what's interesting about this is, if Brother Trump had lost, he would have said the system is rigged. Both of the candidates with gangster elements in both parties were tied to billions of dollars. 90 million fellow Americans decided what? Not to vote at all. So I'm not denying that working class Americans would vote for Trump, because if the only alternative is a milquetoast Biden, then what other choice do you have? Many of those folks that voted for Bernie Sanders had voted for Obama.
I don't know if you guys know, but MLK warned about the milquetoast liberals. So remember that.
The system itself is so corrupt. That's what we have to come to terms with.
Dave?
I think people are so over this type of thinking. There are so many millions of people.
I'm okay. I'm forgetting that you guys aren't. It is a very, very, very common thing. If you're not like if you haven't been around for a while, it's an insanely common thing for leftists to always remind everybody that's a liberal that MLK warned about the liberals, that he warned about white liberals, the white liberal moderate. And okay, Google, what did Martin Luther King say about the white liberal moderate?
My apologies. I don't understand.
You don't even know who MLK is because you're a fucking racist. See, even here, this is from the Denver Post. The Denver Post. And this even says, right at the top, it's an opinion from a fucking communist. Right at the fucking top. It's always the leftists that are going to say this. Opinion as we reflect on Martin Luther King's legacy. Remember his thoughts on the white moderate. So again, they always remind you. Remember. They always have to remind you about a thing that you've never heard before. On April 16th, 1963, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. Doctor. We need to take another quick divergence just for a second. We played this the other day, but I want the full version, but I can't find it. Is this it?
Good morning to the Glassman Party. My name is Karina. How may I assist you?
Karina, I'm wondering if you know, and I know it's late, if there's a good number for any like high quality escorts.
I'm sorry, you would have to try maybe our concierge, and they're closed at this time.
They're closed. Do you suggest any places around here, you know, like an all-night whorehouse?
I don't know any of those. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This isn't the clip, but that's just fucking hilarious. So this is part 2 of 3. This is 1 of 3. Okay, so there's 3 of 3 there, 2 of 3. Okay, we're running it. Let's go.
Good morning to the Glassman party. My name is Karina. How may I assist you?
Karina, first, it's Dr. Glassman, and second, how are you?
I'm good, and you, Dr. Glassman?
You know, the Vegas for the weekend, getting away from the wife and kids, and of course all the surgeries. But listen, since I'm here with the boys and we're looking for like extra time, we saw Carrot Top tonight. We ordered a pizza and some soup. I was wondering if we could get a late checkout.
One moment, please, for the front desk. They can arrange for a late checkout. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for calling the front desk for quality assurance. Good morning to the Glassman party. My name is Karina. How may I assist you?
Karina, first, it's Dr. Glassman, and second, how are you?
I'm good, and you, Dr. Glassman?
You know, the Vegas for the weekend, getting away from the wife and kids, and of course all the surgeries. But listen, since I'm here with the boys,
He keeps correcting them every time they say Mr. Glassman. He's like, it's Doctor.
and we're looking for like extra time. We saw Carrot Top tonight. We ordered a pizza and some soup. I was wondering if we could get a late checkout.
One moment, please, for the front desk. They can arrange for a late checkout. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning. Thank you for calling the front desk for quality assurance.
Mantis, I'm not gonna let a fucking woman tell me what to do, okay? Chill.
Good morning. Thank you for calling the front desk for quality assurance. This call is recorded. My name is Alyssa. How may I assist the Glassman party?
Alyssa, hi. 3 things. First, I want to let you know it's Dr. Glassman.
Dr. Glassman, I apologize.
No, please, please.
No, please.
Secondly, I also have to let you know that we are recording this for quality assurance as well, and is that okay with you? We might post this on Instagram.
It's only fair.
Great. And third, and most importantly, I'm on break with my boys, getting away from the wife, the kids, cutting into people's shoulders. I'm a doctor. We got to get home tomorrow because I got an early call, knee deep inside this 13-year-old boy. But what I was wondering is, since I don't have to be home until the evening, maybe we could sleep in. Doctor needs his rest. Do you think we could check out around 5 p.m.?
Dr. Glassman, I do apologize. We cannot extend anything beyond our standard checkout time of 12 p.m.
I hear you. I'm wondering if you hear me. Maybe this will change your mind. I'm putting a $20 bill on the phone.
I do apologize, Doctor.
Hold on. No, please say nothing more. I put another...
That's part 2, and then last part 3.
I'm putting a $20 bill on the phone.
I do apologize, Doctor.
Hold on. No, please say nothing more. I put another 5 on there. I won't tell anybody. You don't need to tell anybody. I get to leave at 12:30. I'm looking for a half hour.
12:30. Let's see, Doctor.
You got it.
Glassman, can I place you in a very brief hold? Let's see if we can look into that.
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Once she says Dr. Glassman, I would have corrected it. It's Mr. Glassman, please.
Of course, one moment.
Let's not be so funny. Mr. Glassman.
Dr. Glassman?
Do you have Dr. Glassman? Yes?
So I was able to go ahead and secure a 12:30 p.m.
I appreciate that. Alyssa?
Yes.
Thank you so much. You have a good night.
Day, Dr. Glassman.
Thank you.
You as well.
Only in Vegas.
So good. So good. Anyways. Hey Alexa, order 200 large black dildos for express delivery. Anybody's Alexa's going off, or all you guys got earbuds on today? All right. Yeah, on April 16th, 1963, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. penned the letter from Birmingham City Jail. Reverend King and others were being held for violating a court order against parading, demonstrating, boycotting, trespassing, and picketing. The letter was written in response to a call for unity. A letter composed by 8... I want to leave it like this. This is fine. Sheesh, dude. You guys are so picky. You get to look at me the whole day, and how freaking good looking I am, and you want me to sound good too. The letter was written in response to a call for unity, a letter composed by 8 local white clergy members. Their letter called for an end to anti-segregation protests in Birmingham, Alabama. Anti-segregation. They're fucking pro-trans people. They want to groom your kids. They're trying to make it to where they're not segregating bathrooms anymore. They don't know the difference between men and women. They think men can be women. This is ridiculous. And to find proper channels to achieve a better Birmingham. In response, Reverend King wrote, "Your statement, I am sorry to say, fails to express a similar concern for the conditions that brought about the demonstrations." He called their letter a superficial kind of social analysis that deals merely with the effects and does not grapple with the underlying causes. Reverend King's response could have easily been directed to white moderates who opposed Black Lives Matter as extremist, condemned the 2020 George Floyd protest as counterproductive, counter-protest is counterproductive, got it, or blunt their criticisms of Donald Trump's embrace of white supremacy with some specific reference to some good policies he had. He said, I'm not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis, guys. He said it. That's what he said. Sadly, I must share Reverend King's analysis of who and what constitutes great impediments to justice. In the letter from Birmingham City Jail, King wrote these words: that the Negro's great stumbling block in his stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than justice, who prefers a negative peace which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice. I sound exactly like him, dude. I've been working on that fucking accent for a while.
People in America who are so unbelievably excited right now. And we are about to see an 80s style revolution and reignition of the American dream. I think we are going to see booms in every industry across the country. From entertainment to manufacturing. He talked about cars again today and automobiles. We are going to see people dream again. You know, we have been in a 4-year lull. We've been in a mini depression as a country.
Actually, the white moderate does suck. Yeah, so the idea is that white moderates will do things like care about law and order over things like, you know, like you said, like justice, right? So where if black people need to go out and, like, you know, George Floyd gets killed by the police, well, it makes sense that maybe they'll go burn down like a city hall or a post office or a police office or something like that to make it to where they are costing the city money and they are making things inconvenient for them. They have to cause an inconvenience for them. But the white moderate liberal will say, you can't do that because now we don't have order. And once we lose order, we've lost everything. We cannot have a society if we do not have law and order. And so, even though I may totally agree with your complaints and your grievances, I do not agree with the process in which you are trying to alleviate them. And so Martin Luther King is saying that the white moderate liberal is prioritizing law and order over justice, when if they don't get to burn some shit down, they may never actually get the freedom and the equality and the rights that they deserve. And so while it is true that you cannot have a society without law and order. You also have to recognize that you cannot gain freedoms without causing some problems for the people who are keeping them from you. These are like things that I have struggled with many times, trying to come to some conclusions in my head about what it is that I think is a fair protest or whatever. And I had a debate with a bunch of leftists. So I had a debate with that Asian chick. It was Vivian Wolf. Like tons of people were there. One of my old buddies, Frames, was there. And one of the things that we talked about is the fact that there are a lot of riots at the time with BLM, and they're all saying, yeah, like, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to be able to riot. Like, what are we supposed to just do? Are we supposed to just do what the government says while we're literally protesting the government? And they're like, if the government doesn't want us to win, aren't they going to try to make things hard for us? Like, why would we do what they want? Why would we want them to? Why would we listen to them? Like, the whole thing is that we're protesting them. We're not going to do what they say. And I said, I was like, I understand, but you do still have to get arrested. So while I might support your want to go burn down the post office, I also believe that you ought to be arrested after you burn down the post office. That, like, you have to still pay a consequence for what it is you're doing, but I support you doing it. I support you in your endeavors. Go burn down the post office. Fuck those people. Just, you have to get arrested afterwards. And the Asian chick said, wait, that's backwards. You can't both say that they were supposed to, that they should do it, and that they should get arrested for it. Like, you're both saying it's good and it's bad. And I'm like, no, I'm saying, like, this is just the way that it has to work. It has to work this way. We cannot have lawlessness. We can't just pick and choose when people get arrested. And I don't know what your prescription is. Are you saying that cops should just decide not to arrest people because they agree with this protest? Because you may not like the protests that cops start to like in that case. Maybe the January 6ers or the January 6th hadn't happened at that point. But yeah, I was like, you may not like the ones that they decide not to arrest and the ones that they do decide to arrest. And they said, the Asian chick was like, my parents got married, and my mom was white and my dad was Chinese. And you're saying just because they broke the law, they should have been arrested? And I was like, yes, I believe they should have been arrested for breaking the law. And she's like, you realize you're saying I shouldn't even exist. And I was like, what? No, I'm not. How am I saying that? She's like, you're saying that my parents shouldn't have gotten married. And that's fucked up. And I was like, wait, no, I'm not. I'm not saying they shouldn't have gotten married. I'm saying if they do get married, they should get arrested for it. She's like, that doesn't make sense. I'm like, it does. It makes sense. Like, it makes total sense. If you ask me, if somebody needs to feed their family, should they rob a place and steal to feed their family? Yes. That person has a responsibility to make sure that their family eats, and if they're not able to get it by any other means and they've tried everything else, at that point they just have to rob somebody to make sure that their family gets food. But that person should also get arrested. Like, 100%. They have to get arrested. They have to pay some sort of price for it. Or some sort of consequence. Like, they have to come back and pay for it, or they have to work it off or something. Like, but yes, this is how it works. And yeah, people struggle with nuance a lot of times, especially leftists, and especially that Asian chick. But yes, in general, they struggle with nuance.
country because we ushered in all of the worst social.
So yeah, with that said, as the white liberal moderate, I would not say they should not go burn down the building. I will say, go burn down the building. Like I said, thought a lot about this. This is the conclusion that I've come to. Go burn down the building. Burn the fuck out of that building. Not a private business. Not, some random bystanders shit. Don't harm other random citizens. Don't make your community worse off by trying to make this better. But by trying to better your things. But yes, struggle with nuance. Shut the fuck up. Wait, what? Do you not think she struggles with nuance, or are you a leftist? Are you a leftist, or do you not think the person that I was talking about struggles with nuance? Tom Foolery show, it's not too disfamiliar than fighting for your country. I don't know what that means.
Socialist ideas. I hate to tell Cornell, but capitalism is the best system out there to free the people. And we are going to usher in capitalism. We're going to deregulate.
Biden was absolutely a socialist. He was a socialist.
Oligarchy is not free markets. Oligarchic markets are not free.
You're not describing nuance in any way, shape, or form. What do you think nuance is? You understand that you can disagree with somebody's position and it can still be nuanced, right? You understand nuance doesn't mean good. You understand nuance does not mean correct. That the nuance is not necessarily the best thing. It is good to be nuanced, but that doesn't mean that all nuance is necessarily something that you agree to.
Free markets at all, and Biden's no socialist. There's no socialism.
He's a communist. He's a Marxist. He has all three in there. When you go after political opponents and you raid their homes, Cornell, that is what socialists, Marxists, and communists do.
But yeah, what I said is 100% nuanced. It is giving you different aspects of the same issue where it's not all just good or bad. I am giving you parts where I'm saying these things are good, but there should also be punishment. That this is not a blanket statement. That is what nuance means. That's what it is. Saying it's property is not all theoretical nuance. It's just a side. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I didn't say that. I don't know. Maybe you're talking to somebody else and just forgot to at them. But I didn't say anything about its property or anything like that. I didn't say that. I don't know what that means or what that's even in response to.
When you have to give out pardons to your entire family.
That's authoritarianism.
When you have to get, I said it's different elements. You have socialism, communism, Marxism. That is the Democratic Party right now. But the part that I am truly shocked that the two of you still don't understand is why Donald Trump left in 2020 and a lot of people didn't like him. And he came back now and people absolutely love him. And what you're missing.
You said private property at some point. Yeah, I was saying don't victimize somebody else in their private property. Yeah. So don't if you're wanting to protest for something and you have this righteous protest, burning down any Target doesn't make sense. When I say Target, I don't mean the building, the business Target. I'm saying, imagine me and my family. We don't have much money. We're pretty poor, but we went and got all of our money together and we went and spent it all on signs and paint, and we got it all together and we got all everything painted up for our signs, for the protest, and we went and got shirts made, and we made a bunch for everybody else as well. We made extra signs and extra shirts for everybody else as well. And we go and hand out all our signs and all our shirts to everybody. And then we go out and we start protesting, and then we come back and somebody burnt down our fucking house. And then they say they did it for the protest. Them burning down my house did not help the protest in any way. It did not do anything to further the protest in any way whatsoever. That is just not benefiting anything. So when I'm saying, yes, burning down someone's like private property, like their house, their business, like something like that, that is not benefiting anybody, especially when a lot of times those people are your community members. Those are people who are part of like your protest. Those are people who are part of like your, part of what should be like rebuilding and helping everything. And that, yes, as I said, like, yeah, if you're going and burning down like a post office, a police station, like a government building, a city hall, something like that, that's totally different than going and burning down somebody's private property. That's what I was talking about. So when I said private property, I didn't say it's just property or something like that, but that I was saying that there's like, yeah, importance when it comes to like targets.
And part of me is shocked and part of me is glad that you're missing it, because it means you guys don't know how to fight him. Is that Donald Trump understood that there were people that were hurting in this country, and they were hurting so bad because of the policies that put Hunter Biden and James Biden and the Biden family ahead of the American people. When they weaponized, again, if that's what you see, this is why you lost. Because what you don't understand is when you weaponize the government the way that he did, when you go out there and the very last thing that you'll be remembered for is taking your criminal actions and covering them for your family. The last thing Joe Biden ever did in politics was give pardons to his criminal family members, Pxie and others on January 6th. The reason why he lost, the reason why Harris lost, is because they didn't give a crap about the American people. And it was so clear they did.
That's not what they lost. When he says it's so clear, Donald Trump did not even win 51% of the vote, guys. He didn't even win. He didn't win 51% of the popular vote, and he didn't win 51% of the electoral college vote. So this guy did not win 51% of the vote, and yet they act like everybody wanted Trump. Everybody wanted him. It was just everyone. Is so clear. It's obvious. It was a landslide. Like, he barely won, guys. He barely fucking won. We're talking about out of over 146 million people who voted. He won by 2 million. Out of 146 million, he won by 2 million. And then he won in electoral college, not even 2 million, not even 1 million, not even 500,000. He won by 230,000 votes in electoral college. So it was not this like massive thing. He won. Yeah, sure. I'm not like arguing against whether or not he won, so it's not relevant. I'm saying that this is like a common thing that MAG is doing now, where they're acting like everybody wanted Trump. It was so obvious. It was so blatantly obvious that everybody was voting for Trump, and I guess they say that because they think that it was too big to rig this time. And so literally like 100% of people just wanted to vote for Trump this time, and they just didn't rig it enough. They were just really rigging, and they just couldn't rig it enough this time. And they were just so big and so great this time that finally 100% of the people were enough to stop the rig. But yeah, outside of that, like, yeah, this is what they act like, is that it was just it was so obvious. Everybody knew. The Americans know that these people hate them. So like, again, you're acting like this guy won by a whole lot. He barely won. It's 50-50 for the most part. When we're looking at like overall, it's 50-50. That's what it is. Like that is what it is. He got just enough of like a point, 0.1 or 0.2 above that to be able to win the election. He won, like, for sure, won the popular vote. But yeah, when we're talking about like, yeah, the percentages of Americans that wanted him, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. So
didn't at the end. And that is exactly why you lost. And if you guys aren't paying attention to that, you're going to keep losing. I'm thankful for that. But if you don't understand, this is how you lost America.
I'm not here to defend Biden. I'm not defending Harris. I'm not defending the Democratic Party. I agree with elements of what you said. I just told you that one of the reasons why Trump...
Yeah, they don't know how to like argue against somebody without some sort of whataboutism, so they have to do this. This is why I love turning around when people are like, oh yeah, well what about Hillary? I'm like, I didn't vote for Hillary. I'm not a fucking Democrat, so... Okay, Hillary sucks. Like, whatever. Can we go back to talking about what we were talking about?
One is because he poses as if he's a kind of populist because of the milquetoast neoliberal Democratic Party that didn't speak to working people, didn't speak to poor people, wars around the world, genocide in Gaza. I'm not a defender of it.
Cornell,
don't put me in that space.
All right, but Cornell,
don't put me in that space. I can tell the truth about the Republican Party and their greed.
Oh my gosh, guys! Oh my gosh! It's so cute! Oh my gosh, it's so cute, guys. Look at this chocolate. It's so cute, though. Guys.
Cornell, I do need to have one thing clarified. What is the milk toast reference?
Yes.
What's milk toast?
Spineless, no backbone, no principle, lacking in integrity and character.
But did you vote for him?
That's true for both parties. That's all I'm saying.
Did
From
you
Martin
vote for
Luther
him?
King
It's a great phrase. I just haven't heard it before.
Integrity, honesty, decency, character. You don't see it in Trump.
Cornell.
You don't see it in Biden.
Yeah, you do.
You don't see it in either party.
That's all I'm saying.
Iran says, hey Google, order Tom a dildo-shaped microphone.
Extra large, please.
Agree on that. We just
Sexual abuse
but we'll
or his
see.
character.
Okay, I want to ask Harry. Okay, look, I want to ask Harry
Did
this.
he vote for Joe Biden?
Let me ask Harry this question. Harry Sissons, there's going to be hang on,
Did you vote
Cornell,
for
hang
Joe
on.
Biden?
Hang on, guys. I'm going to Harry. Harry, there's going to be an executive
I
order.
voted for myself.
Cornell, time out. I'm going to Harry for a question.
Okay.
Here's my question for Harry. There's going to be up to 200 executive orders unleashed, right? Many have already been signaled. Many have already been announced. Some were in the speech, some afterwards. We know what a lot of these things are going to be, Harry. I'm just curious, genuinely curious, which ones you have a big problem with, right? For example, would you contest the fact there is a crisis on the southern border?
No, I definitely think that there's a problem at the border, but it's just interesting that Donald Trump is declaring a national emergency on this, given the fact that the numbers right now at the border are similar or even lower than they were under Donald Trump's
administration. Well, the reason he's done that is because nearly 10 million... Well, hang on, Harry, the reason is that nearly 10 million illegal immigrants got into America on the southern border in the last 4 years. That's an emergency.
No. Actually, that's not true. The majority...
Did he just say 10 million? Came over the border in the last 4 years? Did he just say 10 million illegal immigrants? Is that what he just said? Did I hear that correctly?
Than they were under Donald Trump's
administration. Well, the reason he's done that is because nearly 10 million... Well, hang on, Harry, the reason is that nearly 10 million illegal immigrants got into America on the southern border in the last 4 years. That's an emergency.
Where did they get this from? Where do they get this from, dude? Every time they have new numbers. It's a different number every time. Every person has a different number. The number is not even 2 million. It's about 1.7 million. Probably less.
No, actually, that's not true. The majority of people who have come in recent years have come in through asylum, meaning that they are legal. This guy, you can keep saying yes, it is all you want. You just don't know what you're talking about. The majority of people who come in have come in through asylum, meaning that they're legal immigrants.
So how many illegal immigrants came in?
System?
In your special numbers that you find in some special place,
Can you just
out
be
of your
quiet?
ass, where, how many
just
came
stop
in?
talking. Just stop. Nobody needs
No,
to hear
I
you
want to
speak
know
right
how
now.
many you
The
think
overwhelming
came in
majority of people
illegally.
come in through asylum. Now, Joe Biden tried to
How many
rewrite the
came in
asylum
illegally?
laws to make
What
it
is your
harder
number?
for people to claim asylum
You don't know.
improperly, and
You guys
Republicans
make it
like
up.
Donald Trump blocked the bill. So it's fascinating to me that this is Donald Trump's day one executive order, and it's also for this Ferguson
It's
guy
not
over here.
his.
He's
The
saying,
American people
can you be
voted
quiet
for
for
it.
5 seconds by
Can
any
you just
chance? Can you
agree
be
with
quiet
me,
for 5
Harry?
seconds?
Harry, to be fair,
Hold on.
Harry, to be
May I
just to
finish?
remind
Everybody else is
you,
given the opportunity
just
to
to
finish.
remind you, the first thing you did was agree with me. There's a crisis on the southern border. So
This
why
is
would
ridiculous, dude. This is ridiculous. He lets this guy yell over him the entire time. And then before he can even get through a sentence, when he stops to just tell this guy to shut up, then Piers Morgan interrupts.
And it's also for this Ferguson guy over here. He's saying, can you be quiet for 5 seconds by
Can
any
you just
chance? Can
agree
be
with
quiet
me,
for 5
Harry?
seconds?
Harry, to be fair,
Hold on.
Harry, to be
May I
just to
finish?
remind
Everybody else is
you,
given the opportunity
just
to
to
finish.
remind you, the first thing you did was agree with me. There's a crisis on the southern border. So why wouldn't you agree that there should be an emergency order?
Well, I'm just curious as to where the emergency is. I think there's a crisis of the law. The law is lacking.
Wait, don't let him pivot. Don't let him pivot. Go back to the go back to the 10 million. Go back. Why?
I would like to see Donald Trump actually try to rewrite the asylum
All right,
laws.
so you think
not
there's a
just declare
crisis,
emergency.
but you shouldn't
Hold
do
on.
anything about it. All right.
No,
do you think the cartel gangs should be designated terrorist groups? Yes or no?
No problem.
The 1.7 mil was people who crossed illegally that we know of, Tom. I'm imagining most people on the right consider asylum seekers illegal too. Yeah, they're retarded. If, like, you want to talk about, like, bad faith ways of using language, dude. You want to talk about insanely bad faith semantics. Anybody who calls asylum seekers illegal when it's literally legal, like it's literally abiding by the law. Asylum seekers are illegals who play the system. That literally doesn't make sense. This is like saying black people are just white people with darker skin. Like, that's first off, Welch and Den. I understand you think that they're playing the system. I hope you understand that, like, I think it's 96.5% of people who apply for asylum get rejected. 90% of them get rejected at the very first point of attempting to apply. Then the rest of them get filtered out over the next, like, couple months of the process. Most asylum seekers get rejected because of it. Yeah, so then, wait, so we're talking about people who actually got approved. Somebody who applies is not what we call, like, he just said, most people got over the border by claiming asylum. Like, if in response to him saying, most of the people who came in, got approved for asylum, and in response to that, we're talking about whether or not they're illegal. We're talking about the ones who got approved. We're not talking about ones who got rejected. So if you're just saying, oh, the ones who got rejected are illegal immigrants, I guess not really, because even that still doesn't make sense, because they're not here anymore. So it just doesn't make sense. Like, they didn't come here. Then the 1.7 million number is actually an overestimate. So while you say, yes, that's the 1.7 million is the number that we know of, correct. But we also know that a large portion of the ones that we know of are double counted, sometimes triple counted, quadruple counted, sextuple counted. Like, it is a lot of times people who are just constantly coming over, getting deported, coming over, getting deported, coming over, getting deported, or returned. Not really. They won't always fall under deportations, but they're getting returned. And that seems to be the largest number of people who who make it across. And so, yes, was 1.7 million that we know of. But yes, we also know that that is likely a high estimate. And so we assume that there are a lot that we don't know of and that it's still much lower than 1.7 million. We still assume that 1.7 million is like a really high estimate. So, and then also, that's also with the idea that we also know that lots of them, like I said, they get deported and come back. So we know lots of those are double counts. Then we also know that lots of them eventually get caught somewhere and then get deported. And then we know lots of them may get caught and then apply for asylum and get approved. So it is like, when I say it's a much, much lower number, I'm saying it is an outrageously much lower number to not only the ones that actually came over the border, but especially the ones that actually are here. That's like even just an outrageously low number compared to the 1.7 million. So yeah, that's I think the problem they have with the asylum people is they will get denied and stay here anyways. What are you talking about? When we say 90% of them get denied, they don't have, that 90% doesn't get to stay here anyways. That 90% does not have the opportunity to stay here anyways. They don't even have the opportunity to do so. The first 90% of them are getting rejected at the border and like are not able to stay here. They are not they like not all of the 90%. So a large chunk of the 90% actually aren't even applying here. They're applying in other places. But then after the 90%, so after the 90%, then there's like another like 6% or yeah, I think it's about 5 to 6%. And of those people, sure, maybe some of them might have the ability to stay here because some of them are, while they're going through the application process, they do have a temporary status within our country to where they're able to be here while they're getting like vetted and, you know, they're checking their credentials, they're identifying them, they're doing all these things that, and then like, you know, they're scheduling like case meetings and shit like that. So yeah, like during that process, sure. But that's, again, that's not the 90%. That's the 5% that we're talking about at that point. So that is, yeah, very different.
Problem.
No problem with that. Great. Okay.
Wait, can I?
They can't wait in country? Yes, they do. Yeah, they do get to wait in country. That was the whole problem with Remain in Mexico, is that under Trump, they're making them wait outside of the country. Whereas like under the UN law, under the or the UN agreement and under the United States law, it says that like the point in asylum is for these people to get out of the countries that they're running from. And then if you're telling them to stay in the countries that they're running from, that kind of defeats the purpose. The whole idea is that they are able to get approved for asylum because they are in imminent danger or like, you know, imminent issues. Like that is the thing. It's an imminent like emergency. And so telling them to remain is insanely dangerous, which is why over 600,000 fucking people went missing while we did the Remain in Mexico. That's why, guys. That's why this is not what we're supposed to do. This is why this is a bad idea. Like this is not the way to do this. Is because but yeah, outside of that, like without Remain in Mexico, yeah, during the Biden administration, they were able to wait inside the country. No, it's good they wait out of the country. They don't have just claim in USA. I don't know what, did you all of a sudden just become like a fucking caveman? They don't have to just claim in USA. They are, if they have a justified claim, which again, at this point, it's like 50% of them that actually get in and get the temporary status. 50% of them have a justified claim. The other 50% do not have a justified claim. So that is not a, this is again, like a very small number of people. And there's not like a real reason to stop them from staying inside the country. There's not like a real explanation to stop them from staying here when they're like going to get their like interviews and like courts and everything done here. So, and again, the entire point of asylum is that they have an emergency that they have to get out of those countries. And so, yes, that is like, it defeats the entire purpose of asylum to say like, oh, just wait in the country that you're in immediate danger and just stay there. Yeah.
Can I take?
No,
can I
hang
say
on.
something
Do you
in
think
regards
America has? Do you think there should be more than 2 genders in America?
Yeah, I don't know what that executive order means. I don't know what the president declared.
It means there are 2 genders, male and female. Do you disagree with that?
As of the end of 2023, there were approximately 6.9 million asylum seekers in the United States. This number includes those who are waiting for a decision on their asylum application. Correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's... I thought... Last I saw, the estimates were about 10 million at this point. But, yeah. Out of the 6.9 million asylum seekers, here Tom Foolery show only like 50,000 have been approved. Wait. And we know 90% of them get denied. Hold on, no, hold on. If they're here, again, they're already part of the other group. Again, hold on, you're doing this again. I don't know why I have to keep doing this. Like this is getting a bit this is getting a bit obnoxious. These are different numbers. So just let me see if I can. I think I have a tool. Is it in charts? Yeah, I guess this will work. Okay. So how do I okay. These are the people who get denied. Okay. Then we have approved. And then denied later. Okay? This is what it looks like. So this is denied later. I don't know if I can. So yes, these are the people who get approved. These are the people. So I'm saying about 10% of these people will actually get into the United States. Of that 10%, about 50% of them get approved. So I'm saying 90% get denied, or 95% overall get denied. It's 95% that gets denied. But 10%, of the 10%, only half of them get approved. So that is the difference here, is that, yes, I'm saying that this is a... Denied doesn't mean deported. Well, that's what I said. I said, of these ones, sure, maybe some of those might be able to find a way to stay, but that's, again, 5% of them, whereas... or are you talking about are you saying of that 5% that can avoid getting deported? Is that what you're talking about?
Hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep. What's up?
Hey, so first I just want to say that I am pro-immigration, but I was trying to give like the best faith argument for the Republican Party, which is that we have. What I'm saying is we have like 10 million people here, and we know that 90 that are and only 50,000 of them have gotten approved for their applications. And we know that 95% of those applications get denied, which means that if you like think about it, 95% of the 10 million may get denied.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I was saying, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's just what I was saying.
Hold on.
That's
No,
it.
No. But that's what I'm
That's
saying.
why I think you
I'm saying
misunderstood
you're
me.
wrong. I'm saying you're wrong.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying if they're here, they are part of the 10%. I'm saying if they're here, they're part of the 10%. That like the initial 90% don't ever actually like come into the country. They're never actually like here. And if they are, those do get returned. Those people do get returned. So if they're part of the initial 90%, those get returned over the border. Whereas, if you're one of the people who makes it in with some sort of like, what do you call it? Temporary status.
Well,
then of those
they
people,
get deportation orders, right?
Yeah, but whether or not they're actually like, yeah, whether or not they're going to like sit and wait for you to come get them and shit like that is that's what I think Welch and Den is saying, is that like some of these people are capable of staying, but yes, they're supposed to get deported. But the point is that if they're in the United States, they are either approved or waiting to be approved. And that once they're like, of the people who are waiting to be approved, 50% of those normally make it.
Wait, 50, like, so you're saying that the 95% doesn't apply to the 10 million people that are here. It's actually 50%.
Yes, correct. That's why I literally did this whole chart, is so I did understand what you were saying, and this is what I was explaining. Is that yes, you are saying that the 5% is the ones that you're talking about is part of the 10% that get in, and then half of those get to stay, and the other half are rejected.
Well, okay, so based off of the conversation you had with somebody else, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but how I understood it is that they can come and say that they're seeking asylum, and then they are granted a temporary status.
No.
And can wait here while they're...
No, most people are rejected at the point of like attempting to file for status. So at the point where they say, I want to claim asylum, at that point, they are immediately starting a process where they are detained and if they're in the country, let's say they come to the country, they come to the border, they're already here, and now they want to apply. Those people are detained, and then during their detainment, they are running a pretty very quick thing of like a survey of like, what is it that you're looking for? Why are you looking for asylum? You know, how do you qualify? Where are you from? What is your name? Blah, blah, blah. So one, they have to be able to identify them. They have to be able to make sure that they don't have any like violent crimes or anything like that. And then most importantly, and the thing that rejects by far the majority of them is they have to actually qualify for asylum. And that's why most people do not make it, is that what it is that they're doing does not actually qualify for asylum. So, you know, we're poor and we don't have enough money and we need to come to a place that has a better economy. Nope, sorry. Next, like shit like that. Or we came all the way from Nicaragua and we were being chased by the cartel. Is that cartel operating in Mexico? No. Okay, rejected. You can stay in Mexico. You cannot skip countries to go to the United States. You have to go to the first country, the nearest country that is going to be safe for you. And so if you're saying you're safe in Mexico, well then fuck it, you got to stay in Mexico then. So that's where most people get rejected, is in the very first like part of the process.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because I've also read about how they have been setting up like deals with other countries so that would work, so that they're able to stay in those countries, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But even so, okay, so even just to restate your position, so you're saying that there's an initial vetting process and like 95% of people get rejected at the initial vetting process, or 90% of people?
Yeah.
And I think you said, okay, so it's 90%, 10% get through, and 50% of those.
95% get rejected overall. 90% get rejected immediately at the first point of attempting to start the application process. They are rejected at that point. And then, like I said, like those people are normally detained and returned. So we don't even consider them deportations, because they're being detained at one of those camps that are right at the border. And so they're just immediately returned to the other side of the border. Whereas then, yes, then we have 10% that get in and are given some sort of temporary status. So while they're on that temporary status, they are going through numerous more like processes where, like, now we're doing like a more full background check. We're checking, you know, family, like doing all sorts of like other things, and we're investigating their claims of them being in danger, or investigating whether or not the cartel is really coming after them, or investigating like, you know, just we're investigating all these different things to make sure that their claim is legitimate. And at that point, during that process, another and then at the end, there is a court date where they actually get like, the investigation is done, and now a judge decides whether or not they actually deserve asylum status. And so, yes, like through the process and up to the point where the judges, where they go to court and actually get to be granted asylum, through that process, half of them will be rejected. And so that's when the last 5% remaining at the end are the ones who end up getting granted asylum and getting in.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It still does seem to me like, if from like, especially from a Republican standpoint, to be a significant number. Like, that's still 5 million people that you have to issue deportation orders for.
It is, but you got to
potentially
consider.
skip out.
So there were a number of things that happened recently that kind of changed a lot of things. One is there's a number of wars happening right now that are making it to where people are refugees or or asylum seekers, depending on the circumstance. And they even came up with like better processes for people, to where they even created a phone app that they can just download, depending on like if they have already found certain countries where they know a high amount of people from this area are likely to be claiming asylum. They put them on the list, and then once they're on the list, they're able to just download the app, apply on the app, and then get like the approval for temporary status, so that they don't have to come all the way to the border, get rejected, and then turn around. And so yes, they're making like a lot of these processes faster. But on top of that, yeah, with the problems with the economies and inflation, that like this is giving drug cartels a lot more like power, and that there's been a lot more problems in a lot more areas with cartels and gang wars and shit like that. There's been, I don't know the full details of it, but I believe a couple of like governments that are actually like warring with cartels, trying to like buck against them and stop them from taking over large parts of their country, and that this is causing more issues. And so just this happens to have like, we have a lot of problems coinciding together right now, to where we just happen to have a large amount of people looking for asylum.
So, what you're kind of saying is that, like, because of these circumstances that are happening in other countries, it's okay for us to take, like, the risk of potentially, 3 million people being here, even though we gave them deportation orders, and because that is like a potential consequence of it, right? Like,
yeah, sure, but of those people, it doesn't seem like it's actually like a high amount who seem to run the like, this is part of the thing, the like theories, is that a lot of people who get in and are given like court dates or meetings to show up for approval. It's like, I forget what it is. I want to say it was like 96%, that 97%. It was something like, it might have even been 99%. Like, it was something outrageous that like you wouldn't even believe, that show up to all of their court dates, that like show up to every meeting and everything. Like, it was something that, yes, you would just not believe. But yes, once they get temporary status, these people tend to show up to everything that they're asked to show up to and do everything that's asked of them. So it's likely a very small amount that end up overstaying. Like, again, by far the majority of the people who are illegals within our country are people who overstayed work visas. Like, they were granted access legally for some sort of work visa, and then when that visa expired, they just never left.
well, that would make sense to me, because if you can do it legally, if you can get approved for asylum, then obviously you're going to do everything you can.
Right.
But then I wonder, like, when the deportation order comes in, when they get denied, like, how many of them would actually leave. But I guess because our system is so slow, it's going to take forever to even process all the applications anyway. But yeah, I just wanted to.
Well, it's not even
that's
about
all.
the slow process. Like, it is about like an overloading of the process as well. Like, there's just so many people right now claiming asylum, to where it like, yeah, it backs up pretty quickly. So,
All right. Yeah. Thanks, man.
is there? Yeah, filtered. I see a lot of the stuff that you're posting. It's just, they're different stats for different aspects. When we're talking about people who are actually starting the application process, there's more. There's way more than that. Because yeah, what you're talking about, that's a very small number. If you actually, like, you're looking at the percentage, if go find the whole number of that percentage, and it is a very small number.
How many genders are there, Harry?
Yeah,
Come on, little guy. How many genders are there?
Again, these guys don't know what they're talking about, so they won't be able
Harry,
to answer.
how many genders are there?
How many genders are there, Harry?
How many genders are there?
What's the legal? I'm gonna use Joe Biden's answers.
Also, I've been on for 8.5 hours. I have 0 donos. I need money if I'm going to stay on even like 5 more minutes. So we, well, I guess more than 5 minutes. Because, yeah, we have done very well with donations this week. So I have been willing to, take it very easy because, yes, we've done very well this week and this month overall, actually. So, been very appreciative. Lots of members, lots of donos, lots of tips, and I truly appreciate it. Everybody, if you want to send a donation, you can do it through super chats or stickers, but the best way to do it is with with tips in the description. So if you go to the description, let me see if I can. Is there Yeah, so if you go to the description, there's a link right there. And when you click that link, it'll take you to this page. And here, you're able to send donations to the channel. And it'll allow you to choose how much you want to donate. And it'll even let you type in a message. So make sure if you donate, the best way to do it is with tips. Because I get that money immediately, and I get a much larger percentage of it. YouTube takes 35% of every single donation. So if you send me $10, I only get $6.50. It kind of sucks, right? $6.50. What the fuck, bro? That's a lot. But if you send me if you send me $10 on tips, I get $9.89. And I get it immediately. Whereas with anything that goes through YouTube, I got to wait 2 months to get it. It's no bueno. It's no bueno. So if you want to send donos, make sure you send it through tips. But yeah, if I do not make any money, then I do not stay and give you my time. Hey, Simon Allen with a 5-something dono. Let's go. Let's get some thumbs upsies on his dono as well. Was it 5 euros? 5 pounds? 5 ounces? Thank you, Simon Allen.
At least two. That satisfies.
Well, how
the
many
little
more
praise you
are
guys
there than
got going
male,
up in there.
female?
That's a TikTok answer.
There's at least 2.
Yeah.
There's at least 2.
Well, now hang on. There's male
so
and female.
Kid is like human brain
Donald
rot.
Trump says there's male and female. There are 2.
Okay, Dave.
How
Russian
many
Reuben,
more
come
are
on
there
now.
after male and female, Harry?
There's at least 2. Now, anyway, let me get back to
what
what I
do you
was
mean at
saying.
least
How many
2?
more are there?
What are the other ones?
There's at least 2.
What are the other
There's at least
ones?
2.
Harry, let's try it this way. You're a female. What is the other gender?
It's so funny. It's so funny how these conservatives just get time to lie on this show, but when I'm speaking, they all interrupt and there's no problem.
So, okay, this is for everybody forever and ever. Amen. If somebody ever asks you how many genders there are, every time, say 2. If they are doing the what is a woman game, it's a conservative doing this, the whole thing is that we're talking about different things. When they say how many genders are there, they're asking how many sexes are there. That's it. They're asking about sex. They're not asking about gender. That's the question. They're playing a semantic game. They're trying to play a semantic game where they're trying to do a gotcha. Don't give them the gotcha. Their question is, how many sexes are there? We all agree. There's 2. So just say 2. That's it. It's very simple. There's 2. There are two sexes. And honestly, even outside of that, there's 2 genders as well. They're in reality, it's just 2 genders. There actually is. In totality, there's actually just 2. This isn't not even but for those of you who believe that there are more, don't do what this guy is doing here. Do not answer, don't play this game. There are 2 genders and there are 2 sexes. But if you believe there's more than that, yeah, don't play this game. Don't play this game, and because you're giving them what they want anyways. Like, go ahead and just say 1,000 at that point. Like, if you're gonna do this and you're just gonna completely avoid the entire thing, just say 1,000. Say there's honestly, that would be the better way to do it. If you want to avoid it, say 1 billion. Give like an outrageous number. Say, like, the last I checked, there was 2,756,336,336. They're gonna be like, wait. Like, hold on, you asked. Let me start over. Hold on. So what I was saying, 2 billion. Well, it's actually grown now. So hold on, let me recalculate. Like, give something just outrageous. If you don't want to say 2, if you're afraid that, like, if you say 2, you're going to get canceled by all your fucking communist homies back at the commune, then sure, don't say 2, say 1 trillion. Like, but in reality, there's 2. Okay? If you disagree, I'm happy to have a conversation with you about it. I will send you all of the books that I have published on this topic that I wrote as a doctor of gender, and so I can send you the many papers that are in my books on gender.
You've just been asked a very simple question, Harry.
Conversation with Piers, not you, Mr. Comb Over. Relax for me.
Harry,
Take a
you
breather.
simply
Thank
got
you so
asked
much.
if there are at least 2 genders, how many more are there than male and female?
Piers, you asked me about Donald Trump's executive order. I'm trying to explain how legally it makes absolutely no sense and it's going to get sued in court. Then we go into culture wars with Dave Rubin and this Ferguson guy asking how many genders are there. I'm trying to answer your question. They're screaming their faces off about issues that don't fucking matter.
I'm asking you.
Oh God, this child.
And Piers,
I'm asking you, Harry, how many genders are there?
Your question.
Bro, I would be ripping on fucking Rubin for being an old fart this entire time, dude. I would be ripping on him, dude. It's like, hey, dude, it's really weird when you have it brown on top, but it's completely gray on the sides, dude. You should, if you're gonna dye it, dye the whole thing. If you're trying to hide how fucking old you are, you should do it a little bit better. I know that just a couple months ago, you had a very gray beard, and all of a sudden, that entire thing's brown. So why don't you just do that with your hair as well, and don't just dye part of it, just dye all of it, if that's what you're doing to try to hide what a fucking old fart you are. We already know that you're a retiree because you promised that you were going to retire when Joe Biden finished his time in office. So, go ahead and just buy into the look as a retiree, homie. Well, next time we'll make sure that we set up all the cameras at the Senior Citizen Center while you play chess.
Harry,
don't forget your dentures, old man.
2. There are at least 2.
2 or at least 2?
100.
Hang on, Ben. Hang on, Ben. I've got
More
this.
or less than 100.
Can I answer the question?
Yes, Cornell. Answer the question.
Can I answer the question for Brother Harry? Because Brother Harry trying to hold
help
on.
him out.
2.
Cornell.
That according to Shakespeare, all of us are androgynous. There are men and there are women. There are different sizes of human beings, all made in the image of a God that has a dignity and a sanctity. And if you're going to try to start demonizing precious trans folk, then I'm going to be fighting. But it's not. But
okay, Cornell, I agree with them. I agree with them. I agree. Don't demonize trans folks. This is all the left has left. It's really extraordinary.
I've got to say, the torturous
No, that's not all the left has left. We got a whole lot more waiting for you, Brother Rubin. You just watch.
Cornell, when you're reduced to quoting Shakespeare about gender.
But it's going to be humanistic across the board.
Look at this cult member out there with so many
Yeah, I was going to say, how many fucking Made in China, Make America Great Again hats this guy got?
Demonizing
your head, buddy. It's weird.
I'm just showing why we won, bro.
Nobody's demonizing the weak. I'm for girls playing girls and
winning
girls
at the moment doesn't mean that you're right, brother. Just because you won at the moment doesn't mean that you're right.
Are in college
you know
sports?
that. You know that from history.
Hey, Dave Rubin, how many trans athletes are in college sports? Does anybody know?
If there's one biological male beating a girl in a sport, it's one too many.
This guy has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Now, can we get back to the executive orders I disagree with by any chance?
Yeah, sure. But what about that one, about the 2 genders?
Yeah.
I can't work out.
2 genders. Let's go back to that.
Well, hang on. I can't work out whether you agree or disagree. Donald Trump says specifically, Harry, there are 2 genders, male and female. That's it. You think there are at least 2. which normally
Correct.
means there are more than 2. So what are the others?
Interpret as you will, but I think
Well, no,
that
you tell
executive
me.
order is stupid.
Tell me, what are the others?
I've given you my answer.
What are
It's
the others?
two. You can interpret
Give
that
us
as you
Harry,
will.
what are the other
You guys can run
genders?
wild with interpretations here. I'm
Harry,
telling you my answer is at least
Harry,
2. Now,
Harry.
on the legitimacy of the
I'm trying
executive
to
order,
be-
it
I'm
makes no
trying to be
sense.
humane.
What's legal mechanism for enforcement?
Harry,
That's what I'm
This is
asking.
why I hate TikTok babies.
This is actually embarrassing, dude. I'm actually like, I am cringing of embarrassment for all of them. For all of them. Way more for Pierce. I'm actually like, this is painful. How gross this is that he's willing to continue this when it, like, at least 2 is an answer. If he says, if you ask him again and he still just keeps saying at least 2, you have to ask a different question then. You have to ask a different question then. At that point, you have to say, okay, what are the others besides male and female? Like, but if you're just going to keep asking how many genders are there, he's going to keep answering more than 2. Like, that's, this is so cringe. But on top of that, Harry just needs to answer 2. Like, that's what they're asking. They're playing a word game. And so just answer fucking 2. Like, what the fuck? It's not that hard.
Harry, when you say there are at least 2 genders...
Be quiet. Ted Cruz's buddy over here with the comb over needs to be quiet.
And also, just some advice. If they ever ask you, what is a woman? Also, same thing. Adult human female. It doesn't matter if you think gender is this abstract concept that has all of these. No. They're asking, what is a female? That's what they're asking. They're asking, what is a female? They don't give a fuck what your answer is. So just say an adult human female, or say, like, someone with XY chromosomes or whatever. Like, whatever it is, but just give them, the answer that they're looking for. Give them that answer. Give them that answer. Why not? There's nothing to lose. Except, again, unless you're, like, afraid that the fucking losers at the communes are gonna cancel you, or that you're not gonna get your fucking sliver of liver and whatever, greens that week because they decided that to each according to his ability to say more than 2 genders, to each according to his need. Maybe that's a thing. But outside of that, yeah, like, just say the thing, because they're asking a different question. They are not asking the question that other people with brains are asking. They're not asking the question that folks with, like, a functioning frontal cortex is asking. They are not asking somebody who has brain cells that are actually working is asking. They are asking, this is somebody who is part of MAGA. And so just give them the answer that they want and then move on. It's not that hard. It's not hard at all. It's pretty simple. Just give them the answer that they want. They're asking about sex every time. So just answer the question about sex. It's not hard.
I simply want to know, Harry. You said you wanted to go back to the list of executive orders, whether you agreed or not. You say
You have my answer, Piers. My answer doesn't change.
No, but your answer doesn't make any sense. What do you mean?
It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Piers, you can think my answer doesn't make any sense. You're going to ask me the question again. We're going to go back and forth. I'm going to give you the exact same answer.
What you
it makes
mean.
no sense.
No,
this executive order is
I'm asking
nonsense.
you what you mean by at least 2 genders.
I'm saying at least 2.
What does that mean?
At least there are. What's the? I'm not sure what you're confused about.
Does that mean there are more than 2, or there are 2?
There's at a minimum 2.
This is exactly why the Democrats
This is it.
on these issues.
This is why they lost. This is why the Democrats lost. This is it. Dave Rubin can literally promise that he's going to quit when Joe Biden finishes his entire 4 years, and then Joe Biden finishes the entire 4 years, and he can say, oh, it was just really meant to be an analogy of what it means to be human today and how hard it is to just get through things, and it's meant to really encompass all of the human emotions, and I was doing a interpretive dance while I was doing it, and you're taking it all out of context. That's not really what I was doing. Like he can sit there and just bold-faced lie and just say shit as though he's gonna quit. He promises he's definitely gonna do it, and then it comes time and he doesn't do it. And that's perfectly fine. But this kid's answer isn't good enough for you, and that's why the Democrats lost. You guys can sit there and bold-faced lie over and over. You can say that 5 million or 10 million illegals came into the country over the last 4 years, and then as soon as he says, no, that's not true, you immediately back off because you know you just pulled that number out of your ass. But this kid doesn't say 2 genders, and that's why the Democrats lost.
So
Losers.
Difficulty.
You guys are such
because they
losers.
literally
We
cannot
literally
explain
just
what
won
they're
an
talking
election.
about.
Trump is a
If there's any
convincing
day
villain.
not to
Don't
call
talk
us
to
losers,
All right,
it's
don't all
the
shout.
day we
I want
just
Dave
kick their
Rubin
ass.
to respond. Dave Rubin, this to me is exactly why the Democrats lost
Yeah,
the
Dave
plot.
Rubin.
They can't even explain what they mean when they say...
Yeah, when it's this guy, how many genders are there? Answer the question. How many? How many genders? How many are there? How many? How many are there? Say it. Say it. Say it. How many? How many genders? Dave Rubin. So, you know, what color is the sky, buddy? What do you think? Blue today? Oh, blue. Wow. Dave Rubin, everybody. Amazing. Amazing. Every time you come on. So insightful. Thank you. Thank you, Dave Rubin. The sky is blue. Correct.
Say this crap.
Look, Harry perfectly exemplifies everything wrong with the modern left and the Democrat Party. He can't tell you how many genders there are, and then all he can do is hurl insults. That's exactly what the Democrats and the
Weren't you
media
just calling me a
machine
child
has
earlier?
done. For you are a child.
Is the
That's not an
hypocrisy
insult.
not
You're a child.
astounding?
How old are you?
Is
12?
the hypocrisy not
Anyway,
astounding?
listen,
Do you feel no shame when you say...
Yeah, don't stop interrupting him, Harry. They allowed everybody to continuously interrupt you. You do not let them talk either. Continuously interrupt these mofos. Do not let them get away with nothing. Oh snap. Mantis is at it again, guys. What did she do? What did she do? Oh boy. Lav posted and said, I'm just tired. I hope everyone victimized by Destiny gets justice. This is not my battle to fight anymore. It wasn't. It never was. I don't know. Anymore? Okay. I told my story 2 years ago, so I am enjoying. Why is her story related to this? I don't understand. How is her story related to this? How? How is her story related to this? Yes, this was never part of it. I told my story 2 years ago, so I am enjoying the takedown of someone I feel mistreated me and abused others. Mistreated me. He mistreated me by calling me a bitch on stream. But he abused others. But he mistreated me. Okay. Just throw those in there together. There's all of these people out here who are dying all the time, and I even stubbed my toe yesterday. There's a lot of struggle today, guys, and we need to fix this. So I am enjoying the takedown of someone I feel mistreated me and abused others. Hopefully, he never hurts anyone again. I am going to continue living my day-to-day life and with minimal involvement in this downfall. And Mantis said, good idea. People like you who want to make it about their issues are beyond disgusting. True. That is true. Damn, son. Where'd you find that? This is the...
Stop.
So I believe this is the mistreatment that we're talking about. I think this is the mistreatment. I believe this is it.
Okay. A lie implies intent. Okay. If I tell you I'm gonna be home by 5, yes, it does. You dumb bitch.
A black man has arrived, so if you want to say the N-word, now's the time.
Yes.
Something like that?
Listen,
is the hypocrisy
hush,
not absolutely
hush.
astounding, Dave?
Be quiet. Get a job, kid. Listen, Listen, this
look,
is
you're
exactly
doing it
this,
right
this
now.
smug,
You're doing it right now,
nonsensical
Dave.
drivel is
Oh,
what
the
everyone hates.
hypocrisy
Look,
is astounding.
Piers, if you may remember, what was it, a few months ago, I think it was a day before Joe Biden stepped down when Harry and I were on the panel, and he was saying how brilliantly sharp and never sharper. He's, oh my God, his brain is so great. Joe Biden is the best. And then the next day,
They
he
did
gets
hire
the talking
TikTokers
points
to
from the
say that,
DNC.
in all fairness.
And he's yes, they pay these people. It's as simple as
Yeah,
that.
they
That's
pay
why he can't tell
TikTokers. A lot of
you
my
how many
commentators.
genders there
Russia
are.
pays conservative commentators.
All right,
You know,
let me
it's
ask
crazy.
Cornell. I want to bring Cornell back. I want to bring Cornell back. I want to bring Cornell
through the
back.
company, funneled right through.
I want to bring Cornell back. Cornell, this whole idea of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. Trump is on the rampage about this. And I sort of feel he's right. I feel like it went way too far to the extent that mediocrity started to be pushed forward above meritocracy. Do you agree with that?
Well, you see, I was never one to be obsessed with DEI. The spirit of Martin Luther King Jr., which is not being manifested in our conversation, which is one of openness, sensitivity, recognizing people can agree and agree to disagree, and recognizing all of us are cracked vessels. And DEI began because of the vicious legacy of white supremacy in America, where you had 100 years of black people enslaved and another 100 years of Jim and Jane Crow. Now, does everybody on this screen agree that slavery and Jim Crow are evil?
Yes.
Can we get an agreement on that?
Of course, but America was not a white supremacist nation.
So we had
Those
to
are two
respond,
wildly
and we had to
different
do
things.
something about it. We had to do
Cornell.
something about it. What that
We had
meant was
affirmative
there was
action.
already some mediocrity in the system before the black folk and brown folk and others came in. It's called white male mediocrity. That had been part and parcel. There was white male excellence too. There was white male mediocrity. And the question became broadening the pool to make sure you had merit and those who deserved assets.
But
What
Cornell,
happened when you talk
here's
about
a
the
question
social
for
engineering?
you
don't solve
I can
former
resonate with that. I
discrimination
can
with
resonate.
present
I'm not a
discrimination.
social
I want to ask this
engineer.
important.
I don't.
Cornell,
I want fairness.
This is what they always say. Yeah, you don't solve past discrimination with present discrimination, which, in just so everybody understands, that means that if I have a room of 100 people and I come into that room and I steal $5 from one person, sorry, I steal $100 from one person. Well, okay, I shouldn't have stolen that $100. I got to give it back. But it would be discrimination for me to give it back to that one person. I need to give $1 to all of the people in here. Because that's fair. That's only fair. I can't. If I give it back to them, that would be discrimination. I can't do that. I got to give $1 to each and every single person here.
All right,
I
don't
want
talk over each
fairness
other.
across the board.
Okay,
I don't want rhetoric. I
Cornell,
want fairness across the board.
Let me bring in Ben. Because
Cornell,
my question, I mean, I don't dispute what... I don't dispute...
So true, Ben. All right, well, I got to head out. I will be back on tomorrow. Hey, there is a link pinned at the top of your chat that will... There's a link pinned at the top of your chat that takes you to a tweeter of mine. Make sure you go give it a likesies. I will be back on tomorrow, and I will start off stream with setting strict goals on hitting, dollar amounts. And honestly, if we don't have a lot more, likes on this tweeter, I'm probably going to just sit there silently until we get 20 likes on it. So, yeah, we got to have at least 20 likes on this by the time tomorrow's stream starts. Otherwise, I am going to start stream and I'm going to sit here waiting for everybody to go like the fucking thing. So, I do believe that this should be the last day that we have talked about the Destiny stuff in, full. We'll probably have a lot more tweets and stuff that we'll go over. There might be clips here and there that we get into. Just assuming that nothing major comes out. But yes, and anybody, that's close to Destiny, anybody else who has anything to say, yeah, I want to make sure that I at least get it on the record. We got everything kind of in one place, but yeah, I think for the most part we should be through that one. I know a lot of people are maybe not used to me covering drama because they're all like, wait, again? But that is when we're not in election season, that is a large part of my content, and so that is likely Freddie, let's go. That is likely going to be the majority of the things that we cover over time. Is we want to get into philosophical conversations, we want to get into the ethics, we want to get into what is right, what's wrong, what could have people have done better, which is during the entire arc here, we were on top of it on the Tom Foolery show. We were getting it in. We were watching it happen, and then we were inviting them all on to interview them afterwards and let us know how they feel about it. So we got all the details afterwards, and it's like when you watch The Bachelor, but then after the season's over, you then watch some talk show host sit with all of the people from The Bachelor on a stage, and they all sit and talk about everything that they just watched throughout the entire season. That's the Tom Foolery show in general. So yeah, we will be getting back to a lot of that most likely, but we still cover politics a lot whenever something relevant comes up. It's just when it's not election season, there's not always an everyday thing. Although I guess I did forget that Donald Trump is the one who got elected. So yeah, politics probably will still be an everyday thing, actually. Yeah, we could probably literally spend every day just going over his tweets. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, maybe not. The most important thing is that I do have Adderall, and therefore I will be able to at least understand what is going on in politics this time. So we'll be able to pay attention a bit more, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we're going with the flow. We still haven't gone over much of even day one. I know, like literally there's so much just from day one to even cover. It's ridiculous. The worst part of day one and everything there is obviously just the Enrique Tarrio and the other January 6th the other January 6th pardons. That is just so ridiculous, dude. It is so freaking ridiculous. But yeah, it hurts your heart. Also tomorrow I'm probably at some point going to go live on my phone before stream, because it is getting annoying that my virtual chat, my shorts chat just is not producing any viewers at all. It is it's getting me about 100 to 200 right now, and again, that was literally that didn't slowly go down over time. That was just from one day to the next, 10,000 this day, 200 the next day, or 100 the next day. And I would expect that literally if I just sat here asleep, I would expect 200 views. So that is not good enough. So I'll be back on tomorrow, and I'll probably be back on my phone at first. So till then, appreciate you. Is Shortbus even up? No, I didn't even do it today. Honestly, I will say it's perfect timing for that to go down. It is perfect timing for that to go down. I am actually happy that during this, shit with Destiny, that I didn't have to deal with those dumb motherfuckers as much, and I was able to actually just get through shit and actually talk about it. Yeah, if I had an entire chat of people just like posting brooms and shit the entire time, I would have lost my mind. Like the entire time I'm like sitting here like, this guy's such a piece of shit. I would fucking kill him if I could get my hands on him. I would tear his throat out of his fucking mouth and shove it up his ass, and then fucking like, and then they would all be, oh, he's simping so hard. What? Oh, he's fucking sweeping. He's trying to cover it up. Oh, he won't even admit he did something wrong. He won't even do it. Like, yeah, I'm glad I did not have to deal with that. So it was good timing for that to go down. But yeah, we got to figure out a way to get it back up, because yeah, the money and the views are important. So we'll make an attempt tomorrow with the mobile version. Also, thanks to the worst person in the world, I think is who raided. Yeah, thanks for the raid. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, links in the description. And if you haven't liked my tweet yet, later, fools.
Spartacus says, short chat is the place to be. Welch and Den says, later fools.
Later, fools.
Warren Berger says, night y'all.
Make sure you guys don't leave so quickly, okay? We want people to stick around
says,
and leave a comment. Also,
want
hit
to
the
call
thumbs
in?
up button.
Join the Discord.
Hit the thumbs up button.
Welch
We
and
only
Den says,
we got 80 something
short is
people
better
watching.
because no commercials.
We got 46 likes. What the heck? What the heck? 46 likes? Are you kidding me? Come on.
Mantis says,
Come
loud
on. It's not even right, dude. Banana bread
says,
at work,
send a super
dude.
chat to have your message read on stream.
Dude,
Ryan Thorup says,
didn't Botrix just
later
post?
fools.
Oh my goodness, Botrix, chill, bro. You literally just
Ryan Thorup
posted a
says,
second ago.
Ha ha ha. Welch and Den says, okay, I liked. I raised Lynn says, okay, Google, order me a dick-shaped microphone.
Dude, Botrix came into chat twice. There's two
Spartacus
bots.
says,
There's two
if
Botrixes
Hunter
in
Biden
chat.
has 4 crack rocks and smokes 1 rock in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 at night, how
All
many
right.
does he have left? Feature
All right.
1 says,
All right, we're not gonna raid out. Everybody, do me a favor, leave a comment. That'll help us in the algorithm. You can leave a random comment if you'd like, but tell me what you thought about the stream. Tell me if you think rape is bad, Tell me if maybe you think murder is bad. That's really the troubling topics of our time is we're so divided on whether or not rape and murder are bad. And so I really want to hear y'all's thoughts. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Till tomorrow.